Tractate Shabbos, the tractate dealing with all the laws of Shabbos, Saturday, the day of rest, is one of, if not possibly the longest tractate in the entire Talmud, at least in word count, so this one's gonna take a while. While the previous, first book, Tractate Brachos, was 9 chapters and about 64 pages long, this one's 24 chapters and over double that in page length. To be fair, the laws of Shabbos are some of the lengthiest and most complex in all of Judaism, so with that said, let's get straight into it. By the way, I'm not going to repeat myself as to all the points as to what exactly the Talmud is, how it works, and what to expect in the slightly odd formatting of these videos, but if you care to see what's going on in that regard, please see the first few minutes of Book 1, Chapter 1 of the series, or the longer video I made as to what exactly the Talmud in general is. Okay, the first Mishnah begins with a discussion on the laws of carrying items outside on Shabbos, which is generally forbidden, meaning forbidden to carry something between a private and a public domain. Specifically, first, about actually taking an item across the boundary of indoors where it's permissible to outdoors where it cannot be carried. There are a number of potential cases discussed. Firstly, there is if a man is outside of a house and there's a man inside, and the outside man takes an object and reaches inside to give it to the inside man, or reaches inside to take an item from the inside man and brings it outside. In these cases, the outside person is liable for a wrongdoing and the inside person is exempt. If the inside person reached his hand outside and gave an object to the man outside, or to take an object from the outside person to bring in, the inside person is liable and the outside person is exempt. If the outside person reached his hand inside with an object and this time the inside person took it from him, or the inside person placed the object into the outside person's hand and he brought it out, both are exempt from any wrongdoing. Lastly, if the inside person reached his hand outside and the outside person took the object from his hand, or the outside person placed an object into the inside guy's hand and he brought it in, both are exempt from any wrongdoing. Okay, bit of a complex opening Mishnah, being very particular as to who exactly is crossing over this property boundary and who exactly is taking or placing the object, but the Gemara will break it down. First, it says that this whole bit is said in a much later tractate, except in really short, as it's not really super relevant there. Also, it says this is the laws of literally taking out items, but clearly it refers to bringing stuff in too. Alternatively, the word used for taking out just literally means domains, meaning this is the law of domains. Okay, so on to the discussion about the cases. There are about 8 cases total, but technically, since there are 2 people per case, that would actually make 16 cases total in regards to the applicability of the individuals. However, we reduce it down to 12 cases because the first 4 cases discussed each have one person involved who's entirely exempt, even rabbinically, which is like extra exempt from any wrongdoing, unlike the later cases where these people are exempt, but still it's rabbinically instituted that you shouldn't do these things. So, as in those first 4 cases he's completely exempt, they're not really counted as cases, thereby making the total 12. By the way, the reason these have this special status of being even rabbinically exempt is because he's totally passive in the act of transfer. If he was going to be at all active in the action, well, there are only 3 of such cases in all of Shabbos where a person could also be totally exempt while actually doing something, but that's for later. Anyways, the reason why it says there are 8 cases total instead of 12 is because it's only counting cases where you're actually lifting something, not placing something down, as lifting is a more significant action. Also, some of the last cases discussed make them both be exempt, as if 2 people combine to do a normally prohibited act, they are both exempt, as based on a verse. It only applies to a person performing an action by himself. In the event that someone has an item placed in his hands while indoors, and then he walks it across the boundary, it's not allowed. This is not comparable to the case discussed above, where he was given an item into his hand and brought it across, as the body is not comparable to your hand, because unlike the hand, the body is considered to be at rest. Also, there's a bit of complication in regards to the guy who gave that answer, as he was a bit preoccupied at the time, but he was correct. Next point is that based on the above cases, if your hand is stretched across the boundary, meaning your hand is in a different domain than the body is, your hand has the same status as where your body is. There's actually 2 contradictory sources which state that if you are holding a bunch of stuff and stick it over the boundary between properties, one says you cannot retract your hand back of the border, the other one says you can. There are some suggested explanations as to the cases being discussed that result in these 2 different answers. Firstly, it could be that your hand actually doesn't have the status of private or public property. Rather, it could have a neutral status called a carmelis, and the source that says you can't retract your hand is speaking about where your hand was below 10 cubits off the ground, as the region of public property only applies up to 10 cubits in the air. So your hand would be within that forbidden region, while the opinion that says you can remove your hand is where it's above 10 cubits, which is outside of the impermissible zone. Alternatively, you could say the cases do not hold that your hand has a neutral status, and they're both being placed below 10 cubits, except the opinion that says you may remove your hand was where you stuck it over the line before Shabbos started, while the opinion that you can't retract it is where you stuck it out after Shabbos started. Based on this explanation, it would imply that if there's a different case wherein there's bread in an oven that's going to bake, you cannot reach inside and remove it. There's another explanation given that doesn't resolve the bread issue, which is that the case that says it's permissible to pull your hand back is where you stuck it out on accident versus the other case where it was on purpose. Or alternatively, both cases are where it was on accident and they just disagree if you get penalized for doing something on accident. Or another alternative, the different cases are where you're pulling your arm back into the same yard you stuck it out from versus the other case where you're retracting it into a different yard. There's also a source brought for this last variation of the argument. As for that earlier mentioned case of removing dough stuck in an oven, there's an argument if this is dealing with a case of somebody who intentionally put the dough in and now wants to remove it, or somebody who unintentionally put the dough in and now wants somebody else to remove it on his behalf. But you're not allowed to sin in order to help somebody else, so the case must be the first one, that he intentionally put the dough in and is now removing it, although we have to slightly amend the text of the original question to fit like this. There's also a source to back this up. Alright. Now to discuss the actual cases of the Mishnah. The first case was if somebody outside reaches inside and places an object into the inside guy's hand. The outside person is then liable. This, by the way, is in accordance with the opinion that the laws of transferring apply even to lifting or placing objects onto a surface which is smaller than 4x4 cubits, which hands are obviously smaller than. This is because he holds that even if something is in the airspace of a domain, it's considered to be at rest in that domain. This can cause some complications in regards to the earlier discussed law that the airspace of a domain only extends upwards 10 cubits, and also as to whether or not we learn the laws of throwing stuff between domains from the laws of handing stuff over between domains, but we do say that it's held that if something is in the airspace of a domain, it's considered at rest within it. However, we say if it's in the airspace, it's considered at rest, which means placing the item down doesn't require 4 cubits, but perhaps lifting the object from a surface requires it to be larger than 4 cubits, which would be held by a different person. So we try to bring a proof of this new opinion that the laws apply even to placing an item on a small platform, but not to lifting an item from a small platform, that such an opinion is held by this other individual. We bring several proofs to try and attribute it to him, and then to many other sources, but we really are unable to. We try to alternatively suggest that actually the people in this case are using baskets to place and retrieve the object, which means there's a surface larger than 4 cubits, which resolves the issue. However, it doesn't mention anything about a basket in the case, so alternatively, it could be that their hands got very close to the ground, so it's not legally considered as if they're placing the item in a small surface area of a hand. Rather, it's as if they're placing it on the ground technically. However, the case did specifically say that they were standing up, so that would make that suggestion very unlikely. You could maybe suggest that they were bent over so their hands were near the ground, or that they were both inside of pits, or that it was like a really short person. However, all these cases are just a bit too outlandish to be considered. So we give our final answer, which is that a person's hand has a unique status of significance, so it counts, even though it's smaller than 4x4 cubits. Based on another source, this applies even if you're not considering the recipient's hand to be significant in your case, and you just coincidentally happen to throw it at his hand. That guy's hand still has a significant status applied to it. With this logic, there's a side point, which is that you may not throw an item in public property to another person. However, if the other person moves to catch it, it's considered as if 2 people work together to do this action, and as mentioned with these laws, if 2 people do them, then they're both exempt. So, what if you throw an object and then run to catch it? Is it considered as if you're one person, or as you're doing 2 separate actions, as if it's 2 people? So that remains an unsolved question. There's another case cited, which states that if you put your hand into another's yard and collect rainwater and bring it in, you're liable for wrongdoing. This case isn't discussing passively having water fall into your hand, because then you'd be passive, and that's allowed. Rather, it's discussing where you're actively collecting water. Specifically, where you're collecting it from a sloped wall, as the water has to be somewhat resting in place, and it has to be on a surface larger than 4x4 cubits, as explained earlier. This is similar to a different case discussed later by a book that fell off a roof onto a similarly sloped wall. An alternative explanation, instead of the sloped wall explanation, is that the water collected in a hole and he's scooping it out. This would be a bit obvious, but it needs to be taught to establish that water, lying on top of other water, is considered to be at rest. which he also states elsewhere. Okay, said question. Based on this logic, a nut in a vessel that's floating in water, do we follow the nut, which is at rest in the vessel, or do we follow the vessel, which is not at rest on the water? Well, that remains an unresolved question. Another point, if you remove oil that is floating on top of wine, whether or not that's an issue is if you hold they're considered one entity or two separate entities. Another teaching, as a rule, every essential step of the process of doing a form of work must be with the intent specifically to do that work for it to be problematic. Meaning, if you pick something up with the intent to move it around indoors, which is allowed, you can then walk around with it outdoors, as the step of picking it up was done permissibly. However, if you stand still, to rest, for instance, it resets it, and now taking it outside would be forbidden. It's proven based on another case that this applies if you stop to rest, but if you stop just to adjust the item, it's still fine. Another case, if you have a private property, a neutral property, and a public property, all next to each other lined up, the example given is of an ancient marketplace. Some say it's an issue to pick up the item in the private property and walk it across the neutral property into the public property, as taking something from a private property to a public property is not allowed. Another holds that it would be permitted, as he holds walking has a similar status as standing, so according to this guy, entering the neutral area resets it for you, and now you're transferring the item from a neutral property to a public property, which isn't problematic. The logic of the first opinion as to why it's an issue has a few suggestions offered, all of which are rejected, until we get to the option of that it's comparable to a case of walking from a private domain through the very side border of a public domain, which is generally regarded as more lenient than the public domain itself, and very similar to a neutral area, assuming there are obstructions. And yet, if you walk from a private domain across the lenient border and into the public domain, you're considered liable. However, both agree that it's forbidden to throw an object from a private property to a public property, no matter what's between. Well, what exactly are the different domains? There are 4. There is private property, some examples of rarer variations of this, a ditch 10 cubits deep and 4 cubits wide, or a partition 10 cubits high or 4 cubits wide. Then there's a public domain, such as a highway, a plaza, or streets open on both ends. Carrying between these two regions is forbidden on Shabbos. Then there's the Carmelis, mentioned earlier, a neutral area. It includes things like a sea, an open field, parts of a storefront, communal courtyards, cul-de-sacs, or otherwise. You can't really transfer between these in public and private areas, but it's a rabbinic institution. And then there's the 4th area, an exempt domain, which is like the threshold of a house. This too has a more lenient status and is discussed in some cases. Some say a threshold operates as a private domain if the door is open, and as a public domain if the door is closed. But if it's a very large threshold above the minimum amounts of 10 cubits high and 4 cubits wide, then it would just count as its own separate private domain. Contrary to some other opinions, you cannot change the status of a public domain by putting crossbeams across or posts. Furthermore, an area bordered by just 2 walls, you cannot carry things within it, but you also can't throw something from there to a fully public area. It's still not allowed to do that. After a few other clarifications, it asks, why wasn't a desert given as one of the examples of a public domain? Well, that's only counted while the Jewish people were wandering in the desert. Now, no one's really traveling there, so it's not. We say further, in regards to the punishments for the violation of the Shabbos laws, if you violated them by accident, you're liable to bring a chatas offering in the temple, and if it was done intentionally, you're liable for being stoned. Obviously, neither of those are done nowadays, but it's relevant to the discussions. Now, these points are actually kind of obvious, so it's explained that it teaches an additional point that, according to one opinion, of the 39 forms of work on Shabbos that are discussed later, all of them have these punishments applicable for their violation, besides for one. However, that one, that's held more leniently than the others, is not the labor of transferring objects, which is what we're discussing right now. As for the fact that an open field is considered a Carmelis, a neutral area, there's some contradiction of a different source that seems to think it's a private domain. However, it's explained that that's referring to a larger fenced area. Including in the list of Carmelis domains is a public property's indentation near a house's property, as that's not an area somebody's walking within. Similarly, if there's a bunch of pillars in a marketplace, the area between them is considered to be a Carmelis, as again, crowds can't really walk through that area, so it's not considered public. Some even say the block in front of the pillars is included in this. There are some who disagree. To be even more pedantic, if there's a brick lying in a public domain and you throw something at it and it sticks to its side, it's considered to be in the public domain and that's not allowed. But if it lands on top, then it would be fine. Some say that's only if it's unlikely someone will step on it, meaning if the brick is pretty high up or if it's a bush or something disgusting that people are unlikely to be stepped on. In addition, A carmelis must be over 4 by 4 cubits and only within 10 cubits upwards. There's a source quoted for this. Bit of another odd case. A house which indoors is lower than 10 cubits, but the roof is thick enough that it brings it over 10 cubits above the roof. It's considered like a private property, but inside the house is considered like a carmelis. But if you carve out a hole in the floor, thus bringing the entire area up to 10 cubits tall, then the whole room is a private property, even areas outside the holes, as it's considered to be like the crevices of a private property, which have the same status based on a different argument. We try to bring a disproof based on another case that involves throwing a fig that lands in a crevice, but our point remains. In a private domain, however, that doesn't have an upwards limit. That extends, like, straight up, basically forever. So if you have a really high hole in a private property and throw something on top of it from a public property, that's not allowed. There's an argument in a case of a tree that's in a private property, but its branches extend into a public property, and you, who are standing in the public property, threw something onto one of the branches. Some say the branches are the status of the trunk, others disagree, which would make it allowed. Okay, now for a bit of an odd case. If you have a very large reed basket that's 10 cubits tall, and then toss it into a public domain, that's obviously problematic. However, if it's also 6 cubits wide, then the basket itself is just considered to be a domain itself and may be thrown over. Furthermore, according to others, it would actually be permissible to throw it in even if it's not wide enough, as there's no way a reed basket that's 10 cubits tall doesn't extend at least a fraction over the maximum 10 cubit roof of a public property, and if it's extending over, it's not fully within, hence it should always be allowed. Also, if you throw it in face down, then even if it's only 7.5 cubits tall, it's allowed, as the space between the top of the basket and the top of the area of a public property is now less than 3 cubits, which has a special law of if it's less than 3 cubits, it's considered closed off, so again, it would be permissible. Others disagree, saying that as a basket is not meant to be face down, this wouldn't count as being valid. However, if there is a post 9 cubits high, then that's considered valid, as within the public domain. There is disagreement if this applies to the literal inverse in a hole. There's an attempted proof brought from a discussion about walking through a pool. The final ruling on that regard is that an inconvenient passage is considered part of its public property, while an improper usage of something, like this hole, does not make it considered part of the public property. A side point, if you have a bundle of reeds and you roll it by lifting one end at a time into a different domain, it's technically fine, as long as you never actually pick it up fully. Okay, earlier we briefly touched on the subject of a threshold, after some arguments decided that it has the status of an exempt property. Then there was the other point we said, where it really depends if the door is open or not. There's a bit more adjustment to this case, perhaps it's where there's a crossbeam over the top, which makes further variation if the door is open or shut, or 2 crossbeams in close proximity, and the doors being opened or closed can make the beams considered to be a roof or not. Final point, if there are 2 separate domains, 2 private ones, for instance, that are in one area, for instance, the post 4x4x10, which is a private domain itself, which is itself within a private domain, you cannot lean on it to rearrange a burden, even though it should technically be allowed, as it's instituted as a safeguard against mistakenly doing the same while in a public domain, which is not allowed. Okay, that was very technical and fairly complicated, but let's move on. New Mishnah. Now it's discussing a point on just general timings. The Mincha prayer, the second of 3 daily prayers said in the afternoon, has a deadline that it should be said until nightfall. So in order that you don't miss the time for prayer, if it's close to the time for the Mincha prayer, you may not go to the barber, enter a bathhouse, a tannery, begin to eat, or to start judging a legal case. If, however, you started any of these, it's fine, you can finish it. Generally, you do have to interrupt whatever you're doing to say the Shema prayer, which is biblically obligated, but you don't have to interrupt anything for general prayer. The Gemara has a bit of an argument as to what close to the Mincha time means exactly. The conclusion is that it's referring to the time of Mincha Gedola, which actually gives you quite a generous time until nightfall. However, the reason there's a cause for concern here is because it refers to a long haircut, a lengthy usage of a bathroom, a large meal, etc., hence the concern. Alternatively, it refers to standard sizes of everything, but there's a concern of it going over the deadline by each of these as a precaution in case you just get delayed. If the barber's scissor breaks, if you become faint from the heat in the bathhouse, your short meal takes longer than expected, etc. Also, Each of these have a definition as to the beginning of their process. A haircut is considered to have started when the barber puts a cloth on your lap. A bathhouse session starts when you remove your cloth. Using a tannery starts when you tie your sleeves out of the way. Your meal starts, according to some, when you wash your hands if you're in Israel, and according to others, when you unfasten your belt if you're in Babylon. Some teach that in Babylon, they hold that the third daily prayer, the evening prayer, is actually voluntary. Therefore, if you start your meal, they would hold that you don't need to interrupt it, at least for the evening prayer. Specifically there, unlike the afternoon prayer, as it's common to drink wine by the evening meal, unlike by the afternoon meal, and being intoxicated is very problematic by prayer. Another answer, the afternoon prayer has a specific deadline, so you'll be focused and won't miss it, versus the evening prayer, which you could say all night, and you might therefore miss it. You have to reattach your belt during prayer, as you must be respectfully dressed during prayer, based on the verse, "Prepare to meet your God, O Israel." There are many examples brought of sages doing this. There's also a few examples brought about the importance of proper lengthy prayer, even in place of Torah study. On the earlier discussion, some say the beginning of a trial is when the judges don the robes by the court's first session. Others say when the litigants begin their arguments by later court sessions. There are a few verses and points quoted about the importance of judging in court. Another point, there are many times for eating. The first hour of the day is the time of the meal of the Gludim, a cannibalistic tribe. The second hour is the meal of thieves. The third hour is the wealthy. The fourth is for the laborers. And the fifth hour is the meal of all people. Some people switch around the fourth and fifth hours. The sixth hour is for Torah scholars, and from then on, eating is pointless unless you ate a bit earlier on. Some teach you can say prayers in a bathhouse, but we see from elsewhere that we're actually very particular about not doing that, with variations dependent on each area of the bathhouse. Fine, so according to him, it's allowed if nobody else is there and it's brand new. This is unlike a lavatory, where such a thing is still not allowed, as a lavatory is gross. In addition, in a lavatory, you cannot greet somebody with the word shalom, as shalom is considered to be a name of God and may not be said in a restroom. It asks if you can say the word heimanusa, faith, and you can, as that word is used as an adjective, not God's actual name. Another teaching, if you're going to give your friend a gift, you should inform him, as God informed Moshe and the Jewish people when he was giving them the gift of Shabbos. For instance, if you're going to give bread to a child, you should inform his mother, which was done back then by making a mark of some sort on the kid so his parents would know what you did. This applies to a gift that is likely to be revealed, like the giving of Shabbos, but not one that's unlikely to be revealed, like the reward for Shabbos, and there's sources brought for these teachings. Another teaching, don't favor one of your children over the others, as Yaakov did to Yosef by giving him a fine coat, and that went pretty poorly for everybody. Yet another teaching, it's better to live in a newer city, as that city's cumulative sins would be less than an old city. This is seen by Lot, who lived in the city of Zoar, which was newer than the city of Sodom. The city of Sodom had 26 years of peace, based on some calculations. Yet another teaching, any city whose roofs of their houses are taller than the roofs of their synagogue will eventually be destroyed. It also mentions the town of Masa Mechasya, which adhered to this rule, yet still was destroyed, but that was for a different unnamed reason. Another point, it's preferable to work under an order from best to worst, an Ishmaelite, an Edomite, a Chabarian, a Torah scholar, and then an orphan or widow, as if you mistreat those last few, it's a pretty severe wrongdoing. It also says that the worst sickness is a stomach sickness, the worst pain is a heart pain, the worst ache is in the head, and the worst evil is in an evil woman. Another teaching, if all the oceans were ink, all the marshes were quills, all the heavens were parchment, and all the people were scribes, it would be insufficient to record the depths of the government. Also, a fast is extremely good at nullifying a bad dream, particularly if it's done the day after, even on Shabbos. Okay, back to the original point in the Mishnah. We said you can interrupt what you're doing to say the Shema, but not for prayer. This refers to interrupting Torah study. This only applies if you learn Torah all day. The average person should interrupt for prayer. The judges who meet in order to deliberate the calendar and extensions of the year, they alone don't need to interrupt for the Shema or prayer. Alright, new Mishnah. Similar concept to the previous. On Friday afternoon, a tailor or scribe can't walk around with their needle or quill in case they forget and have it on them, and mistakenly carry it on Shabbos. Also, as you can't light a candle on Shabbos, and by extension even adjust a wick to get better light, so you can't delouse your garments or read by the light of a lamp in case you end up adjusting the candle. In regards to reading, you can just glance into somebody else's scroll to see where they're up to. Another just general precautionary law: an impure man and woman should not eat together, as that could lead to sin. Okay, the Gemara brings up a very specific case. A person standing in a private domain may not lean forward and drink something in a public domain, nor vice versa, out of concern that he'll transfer the cup between domains. It's fine, though, if most of your body is in the domain with the cup. The same applies in a wine press. Some say this law also applies by a Carmelist, in spite of the fact that that would seemingly be a rabbinically ordained safeguard about not carrying in a Carmelist, based on the implication that a wine press is considered a Carmelist. Others disagree and hold that the point about a wine press tossed in at the end has nothing to do with the laws of Shabbos and is in regards to the laws of Meiser tithes. The premise of that argument was about if we institute a rabbinic decree on top of a rabbinic decree, meaning it's a double safeguard. We try to bring proofs from the discussion from the earlier points about not carrying a needle on Shabbos, and we say that that must be referring to an entirely biblically forbidden case, meaning actually carrying the needle in your hand and on Shabbos itself. Some say it's where the needle's pinned on his garment, but they still forbid it biblically, as that's the manner of his craft. There's a similar discussion about somebody with a Zav impurity carrying a pouch. It ends up being resolved between two opinions, based on whether you hold you can do a form of labor in a manner other than its defined purpose, or if you can't. Another point, you may wear your tefillin around before Shabbos, as you're obligated to be aware of those at all times, based on a comparison to the tzitz, the headband worn by the Kohen Gadol, so you won't forget that you're wearing them and accidentally wear them into Shabbos. Also, as an important general rule, before Shabbos starts, check all of your clothes to make sure you're not accidentally going to be carrying anything. The next issue discussed was delousing your garments, which we said was because we were concerned that he might tilt a candle to look better. Also, similarly, if your clothes are similar to a woman's, you can't use a lamp to tell whose are whose for the same reason. An additional point about delousing clothes: don't do it in public, as it's kind of gross. In fact, don't do other gross things in public. There's an argument as to what you should do with the lice on Shabbos. Some say you should throw them away, others say you can actually kill them, unlike just about every other animal on Shabbos. It then lists several things you should say to a sick person on Shabbos, generally about the fact that you can't make a sad prayer on Shabbos. However, in spite of that, they should get better soon. Also, normally you should specifically pray in Hebrew, but a sick person is more answered if he prays in any language, as the divine presence supports him. The prohibition against reading by lamplight applies even if there's no way you'll be able to reach the lamp. Two people, however, may read the same thing together, as if one of them reaches to adjust the lamp, the other person will stop him. This leniency doesn't apply by a bonfire, as people are too far apart. A distinguished person may read from a lamp, as he's not adjusting the candle even during the week, and there are sources to back this up. A permanent servant may not check the dishes by lamplight, as he's going to try to make sure everything is cleaned properly and will tilt the candle, but a temporary servant doesn't really care as much, so we're not concerned. There's argument that this is a law that should be publicized. Alternatively, it's not an issue if it's a naphtha lamp, which smells poorly, and therefore won't be adjusted. We then said you can glance into people's scrolls where they're up to. This applies to the beginning of the passages, and also children can read because possibly they have their teacher monitoring them so they won't touch the lamp. The next point was about impure people eating together. It's discussed a bit. This actually has importance to a point on kosher, that two people can eat meat and milk, a obviously forbidden mixture of foods, at the same table if they don't know each other. This goes a bit further into the laws of impurity, but generally it's proper for men and women who shouldn't be hanging around each other to not hang around each other. There's a story brought about the stringency in this regard of during a state of impurity, a man and a woman should not be intimate, even to the point of not sharing the same bed, and a couple shared the same bed during impurity, and the husband died early. New Mishnah. Okay, generally all of these arguments between laws were settled by majority. Two of the biggest schools, with constant disagreements all across the Talmud, are the schools of Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel. We basically always hold like Beis Hillel, as they had the larger school, so they were always majority. Once, a bunch of the sages from each school went and visited a different sage, and they realized that at that moment Beis Shammai had the majority, so they took that opportunity to establish 18 laws like the ruling. So this next portion is going to be discussing those 18 laws, and they have very little to do with Shabbos, and they're mostly about laws of purity and impurity, but whatever. After some brief argument about the grammar of this Mishnah, it mentions that the sage they were visiting was known for writing Megillus Tainus, a book on dates of fasts, commemorating unfortunate events towards the Jewish people, which there are a sizable amount of. He also was known for sitting in an attic for a long while and writing a commentary on the entire book of Ezekiel. So, the 18 laws established like Beis Shammai predominantly deal, again, with laws of impurity. It's some very foreign topics, which largely aren't relevant any longer, so just try to keep with until the next Mishnah on page 17b. It quoted here a lengthy debate about the laws of impurity, particularly in regards to bodies of water. Scrolls were instituted to have laws of impurity so people would stop storing them with food, which attract mice and damage the scrolls. Unwashed hands have impurity, as hands are active and are likely to get dirty. Also, it's very problematic to touch a Torah scroll with your hands. There's a few more laws as to immersing yourself, some points on liquids, and some more unwashed hands. In fact, it was King Solomon that instituted the policy on impurity of hands, along with a few others. Some say that Hillel and Shammai only ever actually disagreed on 3 points about the minimum amounts of separating challah. The final ruling is an amount between their decisions, a kav and a half, a kav being an old form of measurement, although that number changed. The other argument was how much drawn water disqualifies a mikveh, and the third in regards to laws of purity by women when the time starts. These cases are specifically where Hillel and Shammai were the only ones arguing, and where neither concedes to the opinion of the other. It also then gets a bit further on laws of impurity, the times of the institution of certain laws, like of impurity by glassware and others. There is points on the institution of impurity laws in regards to airspace of areas of land, and several cases of doubtful impurity and objects that must still be destroyed. Glassware is an issue because it's made of sand, so it's similar to earthenware. There are variations if molten lead is poured on such a utensil in order to repair it. Also, as glassware can be broken and then melted down and refashioned, it's actually deemed to be more similar to metalware, which has similar attributes, and they therefore share a category. It's only rabbinic, however, so therefore if it's broken, melted, and reforged, it doesn't re-attain any former impurity. It goes on for a bit like this, on designation of certain types of utensils, statuses in regards to the laws of impurity, but that's the idea. Within those laws were listed 9 of the 18 enactments of Beis Shammai. The first 3 were about eating impure food or drink, the next 2 were about washing in drawn water, the next 2 were about protecting scrolls with the laws of impurity, and the last 2 of these 9 were stringencies on liquids in this regard. The next of the 18 was that a vessel placed under a pipe to collect rainwater can be used to disqualify a mikveh, the details of which are explained a bit more. The next of the 18 was that all movable items, if they act as a roof over a corpse, can convey impurity if they have the thickness of a goad, which was like a cattle prod kind of thing. Again, discussed a bit more, on to the next one. Grapes harvested for a wine press are susceptible to impurity. This was actually a hotly debated topic, and they ended up having to pull out a sword and place it in the study hall to symbolize that nobody could leave, and it wasn't a very well received incident, and there's a bit of mention as to why this principle exists. The next one was that if terumah is replanted, it's still considered to be terumah. The next one was that if Shabbos falls when you're traveling, you should give your money purse to a non-Jewish person so he doesn't carry it. The last ones were to be careful to not eat the bread, oil, or wine of a non-Jewish person, as it could have many halachic issues. Also, not to be in seclusion with even a non-Jewish woman, as it could lead to similar issues that exist with being secluded with a Jewish woman. There's a bit more argument as to if there's one more, one less, or different. For instance, there's a concern about having your children interact with certain people who are suspected of being inappropriate with them. That's some institute, but that's the idea of that notion. New Mishnah. Some more discussion on the topic of not starting things close to Shabbos' start. Beis Shammai says not to start soaking dyes, ink, or vetch unless you have enough time to finish before Shabbos starts. Beis Hillel says it's always allowed. Beis Shammai also says you cannot place bundles of flax into an oven or wool into a dyeing vat unless they'll have time to either get heated or fully dyed before Shabbos starts. Beis Hillel says it's always allowed. Beis Shammai also says you may not spread a trap to catch any animal unless there's enough time to catch it before Shabbos starts. Beis Hillel says it's always allowed. Beis Shammai also says you can't sell anything, even load an animal or help lift the load of a non-Jewish person right before Shabbos starts, unless there'll be enough time for him to reach his destination before Shabbos starts. Beis Hillel says it's always allowed. Also, Beis Shammai says you can't give your hides to a tannery or clothes to a launderer unless he'll be done before Shabbos starts. Beis Hillel says it's always allowed. By the way, Beis Hillel actually allows all of these cases while the sun is up, meaning the work will be done while it's Shabbos. Also, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel had the custom to give his white shirts to the launderer 3 days before Shabbos, as they take longer. Both, however, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel agree that you can set up the olive or wine press on Friday afternoon, even though it's going to be running over Shabbos. The Gemara gets into some argument about exactly what the issue is of soaking dyes. Some say, as it's not kneadable. Just adding water is enough to be problematic. We try to bring some disproofs that it's only applicable with kneading, but they are disproved in turn. A different source says many different processes and machines of sorts you can start and have running over Shabbos, with the exception of putting wheat in a water mill. That is different, some say because it makes noise, other because you have to have your utensils be idle, and with just about every other case, the machines in question aren't actually really moving. Beis Hillel is lenient in this regard, and Beis Shammai allows it if you declare the utensil to be ownerless. There's a point quoted about some variations of cooked dishes you are not allowed to set up and have cooked over Shabbos. This could even be like the opinion of Beis Hillel, who's normally lenient in this regard, and if there's a concern you'll wind up stirring the coals over Shabbos. Such a concern doesn't exist by some of the other mentioned cases, like burning incense under clothes or sulfur under silver vessels, as if you stir those coals, it'll end up damaging the product. By flax, placed in an oven, again, not a worry, as no one's going to open the oven as it'll cause a draft and ruin it. The case of wool in a dyeing vat has no such concerns as the cases where it's off the fire and sealed shut. Based on that logic, it's permissible to have raw food cooking over Shabbos, as then you won't stir the coals, as that's not effective. A partially cooked food is a problem, but if you dump some raw meat into partially cooked food before Shabbos, that would make it permissible, and now you wouldn't care to stir it over Shabbos. Also, based on the logic of people not opening an oven with flax, as it'd cause a draft, you're able to cook kid meat in an oven before Shabbos, as that's also damaged by a draft, and no one would open the oven, or if the oven is sealed with clay, the same. But by the opposite, a mature ram or an unsealed oven, that'd be problematic, out of concern that you'll touch the oven over Shabbos. Some say that it's allowed to cook a mature ram if the oven is sealed. There is a concern of you touching the oven if it's being roasted over open coals. Also, raw squash can be cooked similar to a kid. The next point of the Mishnah was to not sell stuff or load things by a non-Jew if they're not going to get home before Shabbos starts. There are similar laws about selling chametz, bread, essentially, before Passover to a non-Jew, assuming he's going to eat it before Passover starts. In addition, you can freely leave food as charity for anybody on Shabbos, be it for whoever needs it or even an animal. There's also similar points about ensuring a mailman will deliver the letters given on Friday before Shabbos starts, usually by paying them extra. There are also similar laws about sailing before Shabbos and besieging cities before Shabbos, both of which are better not to do, but if they happen to run into Shabbos, it's fine. It also mentioned the above point about white clothes taking longer time to launder, and also, one says to measure your clothes before and after giving them to the laundromat in case they stretched or shrunk. The last point was that it's agreed that you can have a wine or olive press running over Shabbos. There's argument as to why exactly and whose opinion this reflects. Point is, these olives and grapes are being processed at a certain point in the middle of their crushing process. Also, there are many things argued about whether you can or can't move them on Shabbos. Oil and mat in an olive press, mat on a ship's cargo, a goat used for milk, a sheep used for wool, a hen used for eggs, plow, oxen, and dates intended to be sold are all examples. It also lists some other points of dispute in this regard. New Mishnah. No roasting meat, onions, or eggs on Friday unless they'll have time to cook before Shabbos starts. Similarly, no putting bread or biscuits in ovens unless there is time for it to form a crust before Shabbos. Some say it's only necessary for the bottom to crust. You can put the Paschal sacrifice in an oven to cook over Shabbos, and they were allowed to ignite the fire chamber of the temple before Shabbos. Outside of the temple, you can light the fire if most of it will catch before Shabbos. With charcoal, it's allowed to light before Shabbos if they ignite even a little bit. We said there are foods that can be cooked before Shabbos. The minimum amount is called ben derosai, which is about a third of the normal time. This applies in many general laws of cooking. The opinion that says you need one service of the bread to crust refers to the side facing the oven wall. The Paschal sacrifice, unique as it's a whole goat, is allowed as the people cooking it are paying lots of attention and won't mess with the oven over Shabbos. A similar logic applies to the fires in the temple. The amount necessary to light a flame before Shabbos of it to catch is that either most of each piece caught fire, others say to the point where nobody's saying to bring more firewood. If it's one single large block of wood burning, the fire must be through most of its thickness. Some say it's circumference, and we do both. There are leniencies by loose reeds if they are not tied together. There are further exceptions by burning pitch, sulfur, wax, or grease. Also, straw or stubble or Babylonian wood, which is either cedar branches or moss. So none of those require the fire to catch on a majority of them before Shabbos starts. And with that, that's the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Shabbos largely discusses the laws of the Shabbos candles, which are lit prior to Shabbos' start with a blessing. It also discusses the laws of Chanukah towards the beginning. The First Mishnah discusses which types of candles and wicks are used for this obligation, the main common denominator being to create a candle that ensures a steady flame. This excludes wicks made of cedar bast, uncarded flax, floss silk, willow bast, desert fiber, and sea moss, all of which don't hold a flame very well. The fuels which should not be used are pitch, wax, a few types of oil, which will be defined more in the Gemara, fat from a sheep's tail, and tallow. Some say we may use boiled tallow. The Gemara goes on to relist each of these, just with an explanation as to what they are. They also add to the list of wicks any wool or hair, as they curl and burn. The undefined oils that can't be used were either oil extract from a certain bird, cottonseed oil, or some other plant, and later on it says impure teruma oil of some sort. The wicks are all forbidden because the flame flickers by them, and the fuels are not allowed because they don't absorb well into the wick. In addition, you can't use these even if you mix in some allowed oil. There's some debate further if this is actually permissible based on the actions of several sages, but that's the resulting opinion. Similarly, you can't use any of those oils or wicks in the temple either. They would actually tear up old priestly garments to make wicks, but those were made out of linen, so it was allowed. Okay, now we're going to spend the next few pages talking about the laws of Chanukah. This is basically the entire Gemara's dedicated Chanukah discussion, so pretty brief compared to a lot of the other subjects, but here we go. All of those above wicks and oils that you can't use for Shabbos candles, according to 1, can't be used for Chanukah candles either, as if Chanukah candles go out because it's a poor flame, you're obligated to relight them, which can cause problems. And he also holds that you can use the light of Chanukah candles for personal use. The other opinion states that you may actually use those candles during the week of Chanukah, the ones with the poor flames and wicks and whatever, but when Shabbos falls out on Chanukah, then you may not use them. This is because he holds that you don't need to relight the candles if they go out. The third opinion is that you can actually use these candles on the entire Chanukah, even Shabbos, as he holds that you don't need to relight them, and that you're not allowed to benefit from the candles for your own use. So it's not really a huge deal if the candles don't do too well. There's some disagreement with the point that the second two opinions have, that you don't need to relight your Hanukkah candles, but the point is disproven. There are 3 ways to light Hanukkah candles. First way is to just light a candle each night for your household. The better method is to light a candle for each method of your household each night, and the best, most proper way, according to Beis Shammai, is to light 8 candles on the first night and decrease 1 candle each night until you have 1 candle on the last night. And the other opinion of Beis Hillel is to do 1 candle on the first night and 1 more each night until you light 8 candles on the last night of Hanukkah. There are some reasons brought for both of them. Beis Shammai, who says to do 8 and then decrease, is either because he's counting how many days are left each night, or because we want to correspond to the bull sacrifice brought on the holiday of Sukkot, which decreased daily in a similar manner. Beis Hillel, saying we start with 1 and count our way up to 8, is because either we're counting how many days have passed, or because in matters of holiness we only ever want to count up. Some people did like either one for either of those reasons, but the accepted custom nowadays is obviously to light 1 candle on the first night of Hanukkah and count our way up to 8. The place to put the Hanukkah menorah should be in a visible manner by the doorway to your house, outside, or by a window facing outdoors. And if it's a dangerous time for the Jewish people, light it inside on your table. If you do that, make sure to have an obvious separate source of light, so that way you're not using the Hanukkah candles for your personal benefit. It also mentions the source for the holiday of Hanukkah, which is, of course, as the Syrian Greek armies invaded Jerusalem and the temple, defiling it, so the Maccabees fought back and won, but found 1 pure jug of olive oil, so it was lit, and that miraculously burnt for 8 days. Another point, there's a later source which is discussing many forms of fire damages, and one of the cases is if a camel carrying flax was walking in public, passed by a shop where a candle was lit, caught fire, and then burnt down a house, it's the camel owner that's liable. If the candle was outside, however, the shopkeeper is liable. However, if it's a Hanukkah candle that's outside, the shopkeeper is not liable. The implication of the case is that the Hanukkah candle must be placed lower by the ground, within 10 cubits, because otherwise, if placing them high up was an option, the camel owner in this case could argue that the Hanukkah candle was placed too low in a hazardous spot. Well, no, that's not such a great proof, as you could say he's allowed to put his candles wherever he wants, even close to the ground, as if people were required to create like a whole rig to get their candles up to a safe place up high, people would just stop lighting Hanukkah candles. In addition, similar to other laws, a Chanukah candle cannot be placed above 20 amos from the ground. Another very miscellaneous teaching: when Yosef, the biblical figure, was tossed into a pit by his brothers, it says that the pit was empty and there was no water in it. It says no water, being seemingly redundant, to teach that there were snakes and scorpions inside. Okay, back to Chanukah candles. The candles must be placed within a cubit of your doorway. Some say to the right. We hold to the left, so that way you have mitzvahs surrounding you, with your menorah on the left and your mezuzah on the right. Also, similar to the respect shown while covering up the blood of a slaughtered animal, which is another practice, you shouldn't use your menorah light for mundane purposes, like counting money. A similar principle exists by the fruits people would hang up as their sukkahs decorations, that you shouldn't eat them, similar to the laws by the covering of the blood. In fact, there are particularities to be respectful by mitzvahs in many areas, but we do say, according to some opinions, that it's actually permissible to kindle one Chanukah light to another Chanukah light. We may unfasten tzitzis from a garment and attach it to another garment, and that you can drag a bench on Shabbos if your intention is not to make a furrow in the ground. Some say we're strict and don't light from Chanukah candle to Chanukah candle, either because we don't want to disrespect the commandment, in which case the issue is lighting using a match of some sort between candles, or because we don't want to disrespect the object of the commandment, in which case the issue would be lighting from actual candle to candle. We attempt to bring a few disproofs for those 2 points, first from a point about Maaser Sheni tithe coins, and then we say that the temple menorah lamps were permanently attached, but they didn't use a match in between. The wicks were really long and kindled each other. So that makes sense according to the opinion that we don't light other candles via a match, but causes unresolved issues with the opinion that you can't light Hanukkah candles with other candles. This issue, which of the two is the main problem, is largely dependent on if the kindling of the Hanukkah candles or the placing of the candles is the main requirement. So we try to bring some proofs either way. There's a source that says if you just stand there holding your candle the whole time, it doesn't do anything. Implied is that the obligation of Hanukkah candles is in placing them down. Well, no, as that there could be because it looks like he's using the candles for his own personal reasons, hence that's why it's not a valid fulfillment of the obligation. Okay, different proof. If somebody lights their Hanukkah candles inside and then brings them to their proper place outside, it's invalid. Implied is that just placing the candles in their proper place is insufficient and the obligation is to actually kindle them there. Well, no, the same disproof as before. There it's invalid because it looks like he's using those candles for personal reasons. A final proof, there's a law that if you light a candle for Shabbos and it burns all day to Hanukkah start, you should extinguish the candle and then relight it. If the obligation was to place the candles down, then seemingly you'd be required to pick up the candle and put them back down too. And also, simply, the blessing on Hanukkah candles is literally who has commanded us to kindle the Hanukkah light. So it's pretty clear that the obligation is with the actual kindling. And based on that, a deaf, mute, an insane individual, or a minor have no obligation in kindling the Hanukkah candles. However, women do, as they were involved with the miracle of Hanukkah. Also, a guest is obligated to light Hanukkah candles. Some did this by paying their host some coins to be included in the commandment, and when they got married, they were covered by their wife's lighting. Of all the oil to be used for the menorah, olive oil is the best as it produces the best light. Also, side point, olive oil is great for making ink, as is blackthorn gum. There are 3 blessings said on lighting the menorah, all 3 of which are said on the first 2 days of Hanukkah. But if you're only watching somebody light them, you say the last 2. In the days after that continues, we just remove the Shechianu blessing for everybody. A brief question as to the biblical source for these blessings, and it's either you shall not deviate, or ask your father and he will tell you. There are exceptions to these blessings if it's a rabbinic ordinance in a case of doubt, for instance in regards to tithing demai. But the institution of holidays being 2 days long was due to doubt in regards to the calendar establishment, and yet we still say blessings then. So either the second day of holidays are unique, as they should be treated with respect and require blessing, or we do always require blessings by rabbinic ordinances, even by doubts. It's just that demai tithes have an exception not to, as that's not even a rabbinic ordinance, it's a rabbinic stringency. If you have 2 entrances to your house on opposite sides, some say you need 2 menorahs by both of them, as people in your town might walk by one of your doors, see you don't have a menorah lit in your entranceway, and assume you didn't light at all. The source for such a concern is based on the many reasons we leave peah, which is charity produce, from our field for the poor. For Chanukah candles, a lamp with 2 openings can count for 2 people. A dish filled with oil with a bunch of wicks inside is considered like one big fire and doesn't work for everybody, but if you put a vessel over them, then it counts for several people. More important than Chanukah candles or even Kiddush wine for Shabbos, if you could only afford one, you buy Shabbos candles, as they create peace in your home. If it's between Shabbos wine and Chanukah candles are preferable since they publicize the miracle of Chanukah. Some other points: if you light Shabbos and Chanukah candles, you'll merit children who are Torah scholars. If you do mezuzah, you'll merit a beautiful residence. Tzitzis, beautiful garments. Shabbos wine, you'll fill many kegs of wine. There are a few stories of great sages being born to people who are particular about their candles. Generally, by kindling for Shabbos, you could do it earlier, but don't push it off to the last second. Some more points: if you love Torah sages, you'll have children who are Torah sages. If you honor Torah sages, you'll have son-in-laws who are Torah sages. And if you fear Torah sages, you'll become a Torah sage. And if you can't, then your words will be respected like a Torah sage. We also make additions to our after blessing by adding the Al Hanissim prayer in the middle. We similarly add the Ya'aleh V'Yavo prayer by Rosh Chodesh. There are also arguments if we make these additions by the additional Musaf prayer, although it goes on about that for a bit. Alright, that's about it for Chanukah. Back to Shabbos with a new Mishnah. Continuing the previous topic as to which fuels you shouldn't use, on a Shabbos that fell out on a holiday, you don't like using impure teruma oil that needs to be burned. We also don't burn pitch residue, as it has a poor smell and won't honor Shabbos. The rabbis allow all oil, sesame, nut, radish, fish, colocynth, pitch residue, and naphtha. Rabbi Tarfon says we may only use olive oil. The Gemara lists several biblical verses and reasons that say you can't burn impure teruma oil on a holiday. There is argument if it's permissible on a weekday. It seems to imply, based on some verses, that it is allowed for your fire on a weekday. We don't allow pitch residue, as it smells poorly, and that'll make you leave the room, which is problematic, as some people say you have to light the candles where you eat. Some also say whether washing yourself before Shabbos is obligated or optional. It also lists several biblical verses which contain implication for the requirements of Shabbos, like candles, washing yourself, and others. A quick side point: who is a wealthy man? There are many opinions. Some say someone who takes pleasure in his wealth, somebody with hundreds of vineyards, fields, and workers, someone with a beautiful wife. Indeed is another option, which was said by Rabbi Akiva, and is particularly nice if you know his story. And the last opinion is somebody with good hygiene, with a latrine near his table. It also taught you shouldn't use balsam to light your Shabbos candles, as that smells very good and you might try to use it for yourself. But the main reason is because balsam oil is very volatile and dangerous. In fact, there's this story where this lady hated her daughter-in-law, so told her to anoint herself with balsam oil, which she did, and then told her to light a lamp, which she also did, and her daughter-in-law got incinerated. There's also some biblical reference to balsam, and also the chalazain fish. We also can't kindle using impure tevel, basically ever, based on some verses. There are further arguments as to which oils can and cannot be used as fuels, but that's the idea. It also gets itself into an argument about a small cloth, 3x3 finger breadths, whether or not it can contaminate leprosy impurity, which also goes on for a bit. This gets into a wider, sidetracked conversation about other forbidden cloth mixtures of shatnez, wool, and linen, and similar points. It goes on about the sources, some specific details and measurements, and the sources for those, but then there's a new Mishnah. Now about wicks again. Anything from a tree cannot be used for Shabbos candle wicks, besides for flax. Another point, anything from a tree does not become impure when being used as a roof for a corpse, besides for flax. The Gemara cites verses to let us know that yes, flax is referred to as a tree. It also brings sources for the points on impurity and flax roofs. This gets into a broader conversation about hides used for the tabernacle, specifically a strange animal known as a tachash that's referenced in the Torah, which was kosher apparently, and resembles some other animal in that it has many colors, which is why this animal is also called a saskona, meaning to rejoice in its many colors. This goes further on laws of impurity in regards to animal hides. This about animal hides gets into a brief point about the making of tefillin, which must be made using kosher animal hide. The head tefillin must have the Hebrew letter shin protruding, a passed down tradition from Mount Sinai. They must be sewn shut with kosher sinew. The straps must be kosher and black, also a passed down tradition. Based on all this, the tefillin must be made using kosher animals, but the tabernacle itself did not have to be. A bit more on the multicolored tachash animal. It also says that the one that existed by Moshe was a unique species, that the sages couldn't decide if it was undomesticated or not, and it had a single horn on its head. It presented itself to Moshe when it was needed. They used its hide for the tabernacle, and then it was hidden away. So, do with that information what you will. Based on the fact that it has horns, that probably means it was kosher, as it also says that the bull that Adam offered to God had one horn, which was kosher. There's also a similar animal, now a wild animal of some sort with a single horn. New Mishnah, some points on wicks. A folded garment used as a wick that was not singed, Rabbi Eliezer says it is susceptible to become impure, and you cannot use it for Shabbos candles. Rabbi Akiva says the opposite. The Gemara says the argument by impurity is based on whether you hold folding the garment makes it lose the status of a garment or not. Also, this case is discussing the minimum possible sized cloth, 3 by 3 finger breadths, and the candles are also being lit on a holiday that fell out on Shabbos. So, Rabbi Eliezer takes issue with this case, as when lighting the wick, it shrinks beneath the minimum cloth size, so you're now lighting a fragment of a utensil, which is not allowed on a holiday. Well, Rabbi Akiva says that the cloth never was considered to be a utensil in the first place, so it's allowed. It also lists some sources. It's discussed a bit longer, citing some additional similar cases with date pits. It's a complicated argument, but Rabbi Akiva eventually conceded the point to a Rabbi Yehoshua in regards to a cloth being hung on a peg, which is a related argument. New Mishnah. It is not allowed to hollow out an eggshell, then poke a hole in the bottom, fill it with oil, and put it above a lamp, so that way oil slowly drips out over a period of time. This is also not allowed using an earthenware holder. However, if it's attached to the lamp initially before Shabbos, then it's fine, as then it's a single vessel. Similarly, you can't have one end of a long wick in a bowl of oil to draw oil towards a lamp, but Rabbi Yehuda allows this. We had to mention an earthenware container along with an eggshell, because earthenware is pretty gross, so you might have thought otherwise that it's an exception. We had to bring the last point with the bowls, as there's an actual gap between the bowls, and it's clearly not one vessel, so you might have thought that we're strict there. Also, for the oil container and the lamp to be validly attached, it has to be properly secured by a skilled worker. There's a quick story about such a lamp, and also some stringencies mentioned in regards to dragging benches, as they could create a furrow, which is not allowed. Perhaps even indoors, although there's debate if this applies by only large, heavy benches, that'll definitely create a furrow, or by anything. We conclude it's fine by smaller objects. New Mishnah. It's allowed to extinguish a lamp on Shabbos if you're worried about bandits or idolaters because you're depressed and this is going to make you feel better if you're in the dark, or so that way a sick person can fall asleep. You may not do so to save the lamp wick or oil. Rabbi Yossi, however, allows it, except for extinguishing a wick, as that turns it into charcoal, which is forbidden. The sick person here is where it's deathly ill. Others disagree, and their opinions are reflected elsewhere. On this topic, it goes off topic for a few pages to discuss King David and Solomon. King David said that the dead cannot extol God, and King Solomon said, I praise the dead who have already died, and then later, now contradicting himself, a live dog is better than a dead lion. So the explanation is that when King David said his verse, he was referring to the fact that you can only do good deeds and learn Torah when you're alive, while King Solomon's first verse referenced the fact that Moshe had to invoke the names of the forefathers who had passed by the sin of the golden calf. Or, it's because Moshe made many ordinances, and yet they're all still followed even after his passing. Or, it's because King David begged forgiveness for his incident with Bathsheba, and God said he'd show forgiveness during the lifetime of King Solomon. The way that went was when King Solomon built the temple, the gates of the Holy of Holies remained shut, and he couldn't bring in the Ark of the Covenant. So he said many praises and verses, and said they should open so the King of Glory may enter. So the gates got mad when they heard this and tried to swallow him, until we clarified that the King of Glory was God. However, the gates only opened when King Solomon invoked the name of his father, King David, and everyone realized then that King David had been forgiven. There are further expansions on similar verses related to this incident. The next point, a live dog is better than a dead lion, references that King David begged to know when he would die. God said on a Shabbos, So he asked him to push it off to Sunday, but God said no, as Solomon's king time should not encroach on David's. So then he asked if it should be earlier, but God also said no, because he preferred a single day of David's Torah learning to 1,000 offerings from Solomon. So every Shabbos, King David would learn Torah all day, and the angel of death couldn't do anything to him. So when the day came, the angel of death shook some trees, so King David went upstairs to see what happened, and a stair broke, so he stopped learning Torah for one moment, and he died. Now, young Solomon saw his father had passed, but there are halachic issues with moving the body on Shabbos, and he didn't want the dogs to eat at his father's corpse, so he was told to either feed the dogs some other meat, or to put like a loaf of bread or something on the body, and that'll allow you to move it somewhere else. So that's that. There are some other points. The book of Ecclesiastes, Koheles, was almost not canonized, but they decided to do it as it has verses of Torah at the beginning and end. They teach that the entire world was created for somebody that fears God and keeps his commandments, and he's of equal importance to the entire world. There are some other odd contradictions that are resolved here. Things like it explains that better God's anger towards the righteous now than the laughter the wicked get in this world. However, the laughter that God has with the righteous is worthwhile. There's also the joy of a mitzvah and joy of other things, teaching that the divine presence rests on a person who does good deeds with joy. There are other points about joy and fear, such as that it should be with the teacher and the student should be with awe and respect. Or the teacher should be joyous at the beginning of his class, as the sage Rabbah would famously begin his classes with a humorous comment, and from there would teach a very serious class. A similar issue existed with the book of Proverbs, Mishlei, that it was almost not canonized due to the apparent contradictions. For instance, it says, "Do not answer a fool according to his folly," and then right after it says, "Answer a fool according to his folly." So it's answer that the first verse is about in general, and the second verse is about Torah. There are some stories of people speaking to fools, such as a sage, who some guy came over to him and told him that the sage's wife was actually his wife, and the sage's children were actually his children, so the sage offered him some wine, so the guy drank it, and then he exploded. The same thing happened to a different sage. This sage was also protected from having illegitimate children because he said the prayer She Tatzileni, which we say every day during morning blessings. Examples of speaking to fools in Torah matters is there's a story that a sage was expounding some verses about when Mashiach comes, that a woman will give birth every day, and some students said from the verse, "But there's nothing new under the sun," so the teacher showed him a hen which lays eggs every day. The sage also taught that fruits will bear fruit from trees every day, again based on a verse, so the student started causing issues and asked the same question, so the sage showed him a caper bush. Then the sage also taught that the earth by Mashiach will bring out ready-made bread and clothes. The student asked the same question, there's nothing new under the sun, so the sage showed him mushrooms and truffles, and then bast of a young palm. Also, we should always try to be humble like Hillel and not stern like Shammai. There's a story that these two guys made a bet that they could provoke the sage Hillel. So one of them went to his house where Hillel was preparing for Shabbos, so the guy started harassing him and asked, "Why are Babylonians' heads so round?" So Hillel told him that that was truly a profound question, and it was because that Babylonians don't have skillful midwives. So the guy waited a bit, started calling out for Hillel again, and then asked why the Talmudians' eyes are so round. So Hillel again complimented the question and said it's because they live in a sandy area. The same thing repeated itself, this time with the question as to why Africans' feet are so wide. So Hillel said it was because they live in a swampy region. So the guy said, "I have many more such questions." So Hillel sat down and said, "Great, ask away." So the guy said, I hope there are no others like you." So Hillel asked, "Why would you say that?" And the guy said, "Because I just lost a massive bet because I couldn't get you mad." Another story about how nice Hillel was, a non-Jewish individual once went over to Shammai and asked how many Torahs the Jewish people have. So he said 2, of course, the written and the oral Torah. So the guy said he'll only believe in the written Torah. So Shammai berated him and sent him away. So then the guy went to Hillel, who was a lot more patient, and eventually the man converted by him explaining the importance of the oral Torah. Then there's another very famous story where a guy walked over to Shammai and said he'd convert to Judaism on condition that he'd be taught the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. So Shammai whacked him with a ruler. So the guy went to Hillel and asked to be taught the entire Torah while standing on one foot. So Hillel told him, don't do unto others what you wouldn't want done to you. And the rest of it is all commentary. And now you should go and learn it. There's another story where a guy was walking past a school and overheard children being taught about the garments of the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, so he thought that was pretty cool and wanted to convert to Judaism so he could become a Kohen Gadol. So he went to Shammai, who sent him away, and then he went to Hillel, who taught him, and he became Jewish. Later, it says that these three converts met up and said that the sternness of Shammai tried to push them away from God, but the humility and patience of Hillel brought them to him. Another teaching: when you pass away and go for judgment, you're asked many questions, but the most significant of them all is if you had fear of God, which is explained using an analogy of wheat and a preservative. In fact, having Torah knowledge but no fear of heaven is comparable to having the keys to the inner chamber of a house, but you can't get inside because the outer chamber is locked. That's the reason why God created the world. This is brought from a few sources. It also says, do not be exceedingly wicked. This means that if you do something wrong, don't do more wrong. Another teaching, the verse says, for there are no ties that bind them upon their death, and their strength is robust. This is a reference to the wicked, who know they will die, and yet still live hedonistic, robust lives. Okay, back to the original point on extinguishing candles. The last opinion, Rabbi Yossi, said you could extinguish everything but the wick, as he holds that dismantling in order to build something else is not considered dismantling. This is unlike the tabernacle, which was dismantled and then rebuilt in a different place, but it wasn't considered to be a different place, as each time it was decreed by God. Alternatively, we're dealing with a case of a singed wick, as then by extinguishing he's repairing a utensil, and there are proofs brought for this. New Mishnah. There are 3 things that cause women to pass away during childbirth: not being careful by the laws of Nida, purity, separating challah, and Shabbos candles. The Gemara explains that Nida, impurity, is that as she rebelled against God through her womb, she is punished through her womb. There are sources brought for all of these. Childbirth is the time, by the way, as childbirth is a dangerous time, and there are many similar quotes regarding this. Men, however, have their dangerous time when they're judged as they do something dangerous, like crossing a bridge. Some sages would refuse to enter a boat with an idol worshipper in case they got wrapped up in that guy's punishment. Others would specifically go in their boats, as Satan does not have the power over 2 nations at one time, while some sages would just check their boats for leaks before crossing. Similarly, never do something dangerous that'll require a miracle to save you, because it might not happen, and even if it does, it's deducted from your merits. That is sourced from a verse. Some sages, if it was very windy, wouldn't go out by palm trees. Also, always pray that you don't become ill so that you don't need your merits to get better. Again, a source, and it says benefit is imparted through the meritorious and harm through the guilty. If you are about to pass, you should confess your sins. Also, if you're in a remotely dangerous situation, like going out to the market a little bit sick or very sick, you should look at it as a very extreme situation, and only repentance and good deeds will help you out. Still, though, if you have 999 accusers, or some say accusations, and 1 merit to counterbalance, you will be saved. Some say women pass early from these things, and some say it's because they launder their children's clothes on Shabbos, or because they refer to the Ark of the Covenant in a disrespectful, mundane manner, and there are similar points repeated. Another teaching, the laws of consecration of animals and tithes are fundamentals of Torah, and they were still handed to common people. Some say that the sin of unfulfilled vows causes your wife or children to pass away young. Some say children passing is from their parents neglecting to study Torah, again sourced from verses. Some even say it's from not having mezuzah up. Even further, some say it's because of not wearing tzitzis, and it's an argument of sources. However, some teach that if you're careful with tzitzis, you'll merit to have 2,800 servants for you. There are a number of other things listed with severe punishments, like hatred towards others, causing early deaths in your household, not dealing with tithes of many sorts, causing famine, robbery, causing locusts, corruption of justice, and not learning Torah, causing invasion and plundering. It lists a bunch of others: false oaths, desecrating Shabbos, and others cause wild animals to attack, murder causes the temple to be destroyed, forbidden relations, idolatry, and others cause exile of the Jewish people and others to settle in their lands. For bad language, it causes many other calamities, and also causes Gehenna for you, even if you hear it and say nothing. If you make time in your schedule to do wrongdoings, your body will develop welts and wounds, particularly with a disease referred to as hydrokan, which, if caused by sinning, will make your skin thicken. If from hunger, like by certain sages, it causes swelling beneath your skin, and from sorcery, it causes your skin to thin. Similar to this, it's said that an indicator of transgression is the disease hydrokan. An indicator of senseless hatred towards others is jaundice. Arrogance causes lack of Torah knowledge, and of slander, diphtheria. There are more points on slander causing disease, and according to others, many sins of the mouth, like eating certain forbidden foods, can result in this disease, or perhaps by young children for other reasons, but we say it comes from slander. During this conversation, the sage Rabbi Yehuda is described as being the first of the speakers in every place. This is because of a famous story wherein Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, and a few other sages were sitting together, and Rabbi Yehuda was admiring the Roman works of the city, of their markets, bridges, and bathhouses. One sage was silent, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai responded that everything was made for selfish reasons: the markets for harlots, the bridges for tolls, and the bathhouses to beautify themselves. A fourth sage told this story to others, and it spread around until the Roman government heard it. Rabbi Yehuda, who complimented the Romans, was elevated to the point where he had that title. The sage who was silent was then exiled, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai was sentenced to death. So Rabbi Shimon and his son, Rabbi Elazar, hid for a while, Rabbi Shimon's wife smuggling them food, but eventually it grew too dangerous, so they went out and hid in a cave. Miraculously, a carob tree and a spring of water grew there for their food, and they would sit in sand up to their necks all week long, only getting dressed for prayers, so their clothes wouldn't get worn out, as they stayed there for 12 years. Eventually, Eliyahu the prophet showed up and announced that Caesar had died, and their death sentence had been annulled. So, they were walking back, and they saw somebody working in a field instead of studying Torah, and forsaking something infinite for this world. So, from then on, wherever they looked, got incinerated. So God ordered them back to the cave for another 12 months. Then, they said, after those 12 months, it's known that Gehenna is a maximum of 1 year for everybody, so it's probably fine if we go out now. And a voice from heaven said that they could leave. So, they went out again, and this time his son, Rabbi Elazar's gaze would incinerate everything, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's gaze would fix everything that he looked at, saying that we're good enough, the whole world doesn't need to be at our high spiritual level. Then they saw an old man carrying bundles of myrtle home in honor of Shabbos, and when asked, he said he had 2 bundles for both parts of the verse, Shamor, remember, and Zachar, observe, so the 2 sages were then appeased. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai went to his son-in-law, who saw how ruined Rabbi Shimon's skin had become from years spent sitting in sand, so he began to cry, tears which fell onto his skin, hurting him. His son-in-law said he was sad to see Rabbi Shimon like this, but Rabbi Shimon said, on the contrary, as now he had become dramatically more knowledgeable on the Torah and spiritual matters. Anyways, Rabbi Shimon wanted to do something nice for his community as thanks for his miracle, similar to how Yaakov, after being saved from Esav, either established a new coin, new marketplaces, or bathhouses. So, there was a region that had a questionable status of impurity, so he went around and defined which regions were and weren't impure. Some other guy started criticizing him, so he looked at him and the guy died. Then Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai went to the market, saw the original guy that had told people about what he had said to the Romans, so he asked, "Is this one still in this world?" and looked at him, and the guy disintegrated. Okay, new Mishnah. There are 3 things a person should do before Shabbos starts. Ask to make sure that all the food you'll be eating has been tithed. Ask to make sure the Erev boundary is prepared, and to light the Shabbos candles. If you are not sure if it's dark yet, no tithing, immersing candles in a mikveh, or lighting Shabbos candles, but you may tithe demai, make an Erev boundary, and insulate hot food. The Gemara says the first source is about making peace in your home. Also, those 3 things you should say should be said nicely so your family listens. The points on Erev boundaries and insulation are expounded a little bit. The time of question as to when it's dark or not is called Bein Hashmashais. It's when the sun sets, the east is reddening, and the bottom part of the sky is dark, but the top half is still light. Basically twilight, but this region of time has some debate. Some say it's a period of time, some say it's not a period, it's only a dividing line between day and night. There's further discussion as to what and when this time exactly is, but that's the idea. It also gives some ideas as to how to calculate this time if you hold it's an actual period, mostly walking between certain distances. Some say simply that 1 star out means it's day, 2 means it's Ben Hashmashai, so that's twilight period, and 3 stars means it's night. This is assuming that they're medium-sized stars. It also gives some other methods of telling the times, and also says that they used to blow a series of shofar blasts to let people know when Shabbos was coming in. There's some other slightly pedantic points about definitions, what exactly is a trumpet or a shofar, and a rava, certain animal stomachs, all of which have practical differences by their respective obligations. Also, the regions known as Bursif and Babylon at some point changed names, which is relevant to certain documents like divorce papers, which require an accurate name of their country. And with that, that brings us to the end of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Shabbos predominantly discusses 2 major topics in the laws of Shabbos. Firstly, the laws of cooking on Shabbos, which are very lengthy and complex. Obviously, you're not allowed to cook food on Shabbos, however, there are particular cases that need to be discussed. The second area of discussion later on are the laws of Muktzeh, a whole topic in and of itself which will be explained when we get there. The first Mishnah discusses an old type of oven known as a kira. It's a rectangular stove that is open on top and is large enough to hold 2 pots, which are placed inside on coals. This is opposed to some of the other types of ovens which have different laws and will be discussed later. If you have a kira oven and it's heated with straw or stubble, it's considered to be not hot enough that you're actually allowed to put a cooked food in there. If it was heated with mark or wood, then you can't put cooked food on them unless you've shoveled away or covered the coals. Beis Shammai says we can put only hot water on a shoveled or covered kira oven, while Beis Hillel says we can put hot water or cooked food. Beis Shammai also holds that you can remove something from a kira oven on Shabbos, but not return it into the kira. Beis Hillel says you can remove or return it. The Gemara asks, when it says you can't put cooked food on a kira with mark or wood, does that mean you can't put food down there? Or does it mean that you can't leave food on such an oven from before Shabbos? Apparently, it's discussing leaving food on the oven from before Shabbos, as otherwise the later points of the Mishnah, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel's statements about being allowed to remove or return the food would be redundant. Or, alternatively, the Mishnah can be interpreted as follows. The first point, that if a kira oven is heated with straw or stubble, you can put food back there, and if it was heated with mark or wood, you cannot put food there unless it's shoveled or you cover the coals. So, according to this explanation, it's discussing placing the food down, and then, so it's not redundant, then it implies that you may leave food on such an oven from before Shabbos, even without shoveling the coals. So, Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai's next statement about which types of food are allowed is in regards to that case, and then the last point of disagreement as to whether you're allowed to remove or return the food is on the original topic about placing the food down. We try to bring a proof for this point that we're discussing placing the food down because it says elsewhere that this is only about putting food on top of the kira oven and not into the actual thing, as that's too hot, as that implies like our case. But no, as that could be specifically towards the later part of the Mishnah, which is, according to everybody, clearly referring to placing the pot up and down. We try to bring a proof towards the opposite now from a case of 2 kira ovens that are joined by a single wall, but again, that's disproved. Okay, bit of a new point. Regarding a kira oven that you can't put cooked food inside, because the coals aren't shoveled. Does this apply only to inside or on top of the oven, or also to placing it directly beside it? We can't prove anything from a unique case where it says you're allowed to place it on top, as there's a difference there as there's ventilation. Here, it's on the ground directly next to it, so that wouldn't apply. So we try to bring another proof. In the end, we say pretty clearly from a different source that you're allowed to put the food beside the kira and not on top of it. Okay, another point. If you bank a kira oven and the oven flares up, you're allowed to leave fully heated hot water or fully cooked food on it. This teaches that you're allowed to leave food that gets better as it condenses, even though the oven flared up, which you might have thought reverts the oven to its original status. This also applies even if you use coals from rosenwood, which are extremely hot. According to others, if your kira oven was heated with mark or wood, you can leave not fully heated water or not fully cooked food on it from before Shabbos, and you can put it back there if the coals were shoveled or covered. This is basically redundant from the Mishnah, but it does teach us an inference about bread. There are further opinions on different aspects of this topic, but that's the idea. There's further debate even about certain foods, as some say it matters if the food gets better as it condenses or worse as it condenses. It also mentioned an egg dish that improves as it's cooked that apparently was greatly enjoyed. By Beis Hillel's opinion that you can return the food to the kira even on Shabbos day. Others agree. There are qualifications to this and variations if you put the food down on the ground or not and you're still holding it, if you can return it to the kira. There are also a few miscellaneous cases, such as hanging the pot on a peg, putting it on a bed, or others that go unresolved. Okay, new Mishnah, now discussing the next type of oven. A tanur is a trapezoid-shaped oven with a much smaller hole at the top, which retains a lot more heat. Therefore, it's treated much stricter. A kupach is basically just a kira, but square and smaller, so more hot. So, if you put straw or stubble into a tanur oven, no putting food inside or on top of it. If it was a kupach with straw or stubble, it has the same laws as a kira. If it's heated with mark or wood, it has the same laws as a tanur. The Gemara brings an opinion that some hold that while you cannot put foods in or on top of a tanur, putting food beside it is allowed. This is attempted to be disproved from some other discussions, and we do have a source that seems to say that it's not allowed. A kupach oven is somewhere between a kira and a tanur in regards to its heat levels. It also gives the definitions of these ovens. Okay, new Mishnah. The previous few were discussing certain types and variants of ovens, so now we're going to be discussing some odd or atypical forms of cooking food. No placing an egg next to a hot kettle so it cooks a bit, nor may you cook an egg on scarves that have baked in the sun. Rabbi Yossi allows this. You also can't bury it underground so it bakes in the sun. There was a case where the people of Tiberia had a pipe of water running through a hot spring to heat it, and it was ruled that if the water flowed through on Shabbos, it's like you heated water on Shabbos, so you can't use it for bathing or drinking. If it was on a holiday, you can only use it for drinking. The Gemara discusses the first case, placing an egg next to a kettle, and says if it cooks even a little bit, it's in violation of a biblical obligation, and you'd be required to bring a chatas offering to the temple. It quotes a source from a later discussion. With cooking on scarves heated by the sun, cooking from the sun itself is allowed, and cooking with derivatives of fire is not allowed. So the argument as to whether or not this is allowed is whether you're allowed to cook with derivatives of the sun. Rabbi Yossi holds leniently in that regard, but he doesn't allow you to cook food underground, which is kind of a derivative of the sun, as there's two different concerns there, which is that if this is allowed, somebody might mistakenly believe that he's allowed to insulate his food in hot ash, which he's definitely not. And the second concern is that you might dig earth, which is not allowed either on Shabbos. Although, that second case would actually be permissible if it's loose earth. We try to bring a disproof for the second opinion that it says you can cook an egg on a roof, but that's not valid as roofs don't typically have loose earth. We try to bring a disproof from the later brought case of the pipes moving through hot springs, but that wasn't allowed by anybody, as it's a derivative of the sun. And even Rabbi Yossi says no, as he said it's a derivative of fire, as it's by the gates of Gehenna. Based on the water pipe issue, we learn it's not allowed to insulate food on Friday with material that gets hotter over time. Some say the law followed that the pipes were actually permissible, but in the end they decided to disassemble the pipes to follow the law that it's not allowed. When the Mishnah had discussed that bathing with heated water is not allowed on Shabbos, it's decided like the opinion that that constitutes rinsing your entire body, which is actually allowed on Shabbos. As for a pool of water, it's decided that it's impermissible if in a vessel and subject to dispute if it's in the ground. There's some discussion as to the source of who we follow in these opinions. Some say you can wash your body with hot water on Shabbos, one limb at a time. Others say you can only wash your face, hands, and feet. We bring a number of proofs each way, but we decide like the latter. Originally, there were circumstances where using a bathhouse was permissible, but people started heating water on Shabbos and claiming it was heated beforehand, so water bathing was forbidden, but steam bathing was still allowed. But then people would still bathe and claim that they were just steam bathing, so that was disallowed too. However, bathing in hot springs was still allowed. But then people started bathing in other water anyways, so in the end they decided that cold water was allowed, as they ended up re-allowing hot springs, but steam water and otherwise was not permissible. A point in this regard, violating a rabbinic prohibition intentionally makes you called a sinner. Also, you can just walk through a bathhouse on Shabbos, but if it's a smaller one in a small town, it's not allowed, as due to it being smaller, it's filled with steam, and walking through is basically steam bathing, which is forbidden. Similarly, you cannot rinse in cold water and then sit by a fire, as then you're heating the water that's on you. A similar rule, you may place a hot towel on your stomach on Shabbos for health reasons, but not on a hot kettle, which is actually never allowed because it's dangerous as you could get burnt. Then there's a discussion about heating other things by a fire on Shabbos. There's discussion about pitchers of water, flasks of oil, just to make them not cold. Anointing yourself with oil and heating it, there's discussion, but the rule is that you can heat up to the point of yad salah, a very important concept in regards to the laws of cooking, which is the level of heat that your hand would recoil if placed on it. This is roughly the heat that an infant's stomach would be scalded if placed on the surface, and if that doesn't help you, according to some modern opinions, it's about 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Another case, somebody wanted to heat up a flask of oil, so he was told to fill a second vessel with hot oil and place the flask in there. From this we learn three things: that oil is subject to cooking, a very important law by cooking and kosher, that a secondary vessel is not capable of cooking, and that warming oil is considered cooking it. This discussion happened in an actual bathhouse, and normally you can't discuss Torah there, but this was allowed as it was to prevent transgression. There's further points about hot springs and distinctions between bathing and swimming, and that discussion goes on for a bit. New Mishnah. Regarding a miliarion, which is basically a bowl of water with a surrounding receptacle for coals that had its coals removed, can be drunk from on Shabbos. Regarding an antichi, which will be discussed further, but essentially gets hotter as time goes on, even if the coals were removed before, you may not drink from it. The Gemara has two opinions as to what an antichi is. Some say it's a compartmental kira oven, others say it's a multi-tiered pot. If you hold it to the pot, then it definitely applies to the kira, as that's hotter, but not vice versa. There is a source for the pot opinion. New Mishnah. If you have a kettle that was cleared, you cannot add cold water to heat it up, but you can in order to just warm it. The Gemara explains what it means, which is that you can't put in a little bit of cold water, as that'll heat, but you may put in a lot of cold water, as that'll only warm up. There might be a concern that it'll harden the steel of the kettle, but it's fine as it's unintended, which is allowed according to this opinion. Some say that when it says the kettle was cleared, it actually just means that it was removed from the fire and there's still water inside of it. There's also some further argument if hardening the kettle is permissible or not. This gets into a further point that this opinion holds, that if something is done unintended on Shabbos, it's fine, but agrees that doing a labor not needed for its defined purpose is impermissible. There are examples brought. You can put hot water into cold water, but there's an argument about vice versa. We hold that it's not allowed to pour hot water into cold water in a bathtub. There's an argument about the status of a wash basin, and decided to be similar to the status of a cup, which is ruled that you can pour hot water to cold, or cold water to hot. Okay, new Mishnah. A frying pan that was removed from a pot while boiling, no adding spices, but you can add the spices to hot food in a bowl. Rabbi Yehuda says you can add spices to anything unless it has vinegar or fish brine, which makes the hot water cook better. The Gemara states that Rabbi Yehuda is referring to in the frying pan itself. There's variations of an argument about salt. Some say it cooks like all their spices, some say it cooks even in a secondary vessel, and some say it won't even cook in the first vessel. New Mishnah. For the remainder of this chapter, we're going to be discussing the laws of Muktzeh, which is essentially a rabbinic ordinance against touching anything that, for whatever reason, does not stand to be used on Shabbos or holidays, so therefore just isn't allowed to be touched at all. There are many categories of this, so let's get into it. No placing a vessel to catch dripping oil from a lamp on Shabbos, but it's allowed to be placed before Shabbos. You cannot benefit from the oil, as it's not prepared for use on Shabbos and is Muktzeh. The Gemara discusses a similar case about placing a vessel under a hen to catch its egg that it'll lay so it doesn't roll and break, which is not allowed. However, you may place a bowl over the egg to protect it. The logic is, he holds it's allowed to move something to protect a Muktzeh item, the egg, if the concern of it being damaged is common, and it's rare that a chicken lays an egg on a slope, so that's not allowed to protect it, but it is common for the egg to be laid in a dangerous place for the egg, like a trash heap, and it may therefore be covered. It brings a number of attempted disproofs, but they all involve common cases of danger, like earthenware kegs which burst often, catching sparks, which are common, fires in places with low ceilings, and broken beams, which refer to new ones. Alternatively, the logic as to why the egg being caught in a vessel isn't allowed is because doing that makes the bowl Muktzeh, as now there's a Muktzeh egg in it, so you can't move the bowl either. So we rebring all those attempted disproofs, now with different answers for each one, by earthenware barrels, that's dealing with tevel, untithed produce, which is not Muktzeh. The case of catching sparks in a vessel is permissible, as sparks have no substance. The broken beam case deals with supporting the beam very loosely, so that doesn't become Muktzeh. Some other cases, catching leaking rainwater is permissible, as leaking water isn't Muktzeh. Setting up a basket for birds to climb on is allowed, if you move the basket after the birds move off. By the way, if the birds were on the basket during the time of Bein HaShmashos, twilight, the basket becomes Muktzeh for the entire Shabbos, even after the birds climb off. Okay, we said you can, however, put a bowl over the egg to protect it. Others disagree, saying you can't even move an item on Shabbos for the sake of a Muktzeh item. And all of those unique cases brought could be exceptions where the objects being moved are allowed as you're doing it to make room for a permissible item, which is actually allowed. We try to bring a number of other unique cases in this regard as to whether you can move objects for the sake of a Muktzeh object, spreading mats over stones, or over bricks, or over a beehive, which are all answered that those cases aren't actually Muktzeh, because those stones or bricks have uses, and the beehive could have honey or honeycombs you planned on using before Shabbos, assuming you're not planning on trapping the bees. There's some discussion as to the source of that point. In fact, as a support for this opinion, that you can't move something for something Muktzeh, there's a case of a corpse rotting in the sun, which is Muktzeh. So it describes a method of which being able to create an awning, which can't be placed straight down, like this opinion. Rather, some people should sit right next to the corpse, and when they feel the floor is too hot, they should get beds to sit on, and then when they feel hot on top, they bring an awning, and then they leave, creating a cover for the corpse in a permissible manner. There are some other methods of moving the corpse. Some say you should roll it from bed to bed. Some say to put a loaf of bread on the corpse, and that allows you to move the body for the bread. Everyone allows the bread method. The disagreement between the two is if you have no bread on hand. The first opinion, about rolling from bed to bed, allows you to move Muktzeh indirectly, unlike the other opinion. There is a similar discussion elsewhere about moving a corpse away from a fire, but there the opinions cited both agree that you can't move Muktzeh indirectly. One of them, however, allows it out of concern somebody might be so distressed that the corpse is going to burn that then they'll extinguish the fire, which is definitely not allowed. That's the law we follow. Last point, leftover oil from a lamp or bowl is debated if it's permissible. New Mishnah, some further points on Muktzeh. You can move a new lamp, as it could still be used for things besides for lighting candles, but not an old, used one. Rabbi Shimon holds you can move any lamp as long as it's not actively burning. There's some further argument about this quoted elsewhere. It says elsewhere that a cup, bowl, or beaker, which are being used as lamps, they cannot be moved, difference being that these are large and can hold lots of oil and won't burn out before Shabbos ends. There's similar argument about a lit metal candlestick. A new opinion, if you verbally designate a bed to store money for Shabbos, it cannot be moved. This is explained to not contradict the lamp opinion, as what he's saying is that if the bed is designated to hold money, it can't be moved only if there's actual money on it. And the usual exception in regards to money being there on Vanish Mashais, Twilight, it's Muktzeh no matter what, all day, if that applies. This is argued a bit further. There's some further discussion on the classifications of Muktzeh, cases about wheat, eggs, oil, comparisons to stipulations regarding decorations on a sukkah, but this opinion holds that a useful item is not considered Muktzeh if it's set aside, unless it was set aside for a mitzvah. He also apparently holds that the only foods that are Muktzeh are not fully dried figs or raisins, as they can't really be eaten yet. Another opinion holds it's all fruits put out to dry, with his logic being that if it was left on a roof, he's taken his mind off of them. There's also comparison to a case regarding watering certain animals, whether domestic or otherwise, and more regarding chickens and eggs. And then a bit with a candelabra, which have a special status as they have a specifically designated place. There's more argument about a candelabra, with a debate being over a small candelabra with grooves which look like different sections, and that could be problematic. This gets a bit more into discussions on lamps too. This also gets into a point about releasing vows in regards to things that are necessary for Shabbos. Point is, there are a lot of suggestions, proofs, and disproofs to figure out who exactly the opinion is held like in regards to the logical principles of Muktzeh. A bit more on lamps and vessels, some points on bed assembly also. The rule in that regard as to assembly, which is that it's allowed to assemble things if the components fit together loosely, and you may not assemble something if it's a tight fit, even if you do it in a loose manner. Okay, last mission of the chapter. You may put a vessel under a lamp to catch sparks, but may not put water in this vessel, which extinguishes the sparks as they fall. This is allowed, as mentioned a lot earlier, as sparks have no substance, so you're not making the vessel unusable. Placing the water is not allowed, as you're doing something which directly causes fire to be extinguished, and extinguishing things is not allowed on Shabbos. And with that, that's the end of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Shabbos discusses the laws of insulating food on Shabbos. Obviously, it's subject to quite a lot of discussion, but broadly, before Shabbos starts, you may insulate food as long as it won't get hotter than it is now, and you can't insulate food at all on Shabbos itself. Okay, first Mishnah. Before Shabbos, if you want to insulate food, you may not use mark, manure, salt, lime, or sand, if they're wet or dry, as they all increase heat. Straw, grape skins, flocking, and grasses cannot be used when moist, but they may be used when dry. The Gemara asks, this mark, which is essentially pulp mass, does it refer to just olive pulp or also sesame pulp? Elsewhere, in a similar case, by placing an insulation box on top of mark, it only mentions olive mark, so that would imply not sesame. Well, no, that's a unique case, as only olive mark radiates heat upwards. As for insulation, even sesame works. There's a story brought where a sage's servant placed a cup of water over a kettle, and the sage told him off. This is different from the case of a kettle on a kettle, as that's just preserving heat, unlike the cup, which is increasing its heat. Another story, a servant spread a turban over a jug and placed a ladle on it, so the sage told him off. The reason why was because later, as the turban is a cloth that's cared about, the servant ended up wringing the cloth out, which is not allowed on Shabbos. The use of flocking is actually Muktzeh on Shabbos, even though you might have thought otherwise, as it could technically have a use on Shabbos of reclining on it. You can, however, return flocking stuffing to an old pillow on Shabbos. Some hold you can't open the neck opening of a garment for the first time on Shabbos, and that makes you liable. This would be different from a barrel lid, which is an actual separate piece from the barrel. There's a discussion in this regard between clothes that were loosely stitched together by a launderer, which are considered one entity even after the washing, which is because you're fine with the stitches, as it makes rewashing easier, as opposed to an axe, which the head and handle are considered separate entities after it's done being used, as people would reuse the stick for other purposes. There are similar conversations regarding compartments in an oven. In regards to laws of impurity, there are similar rules by the axe, that is considered two entities after usage, now by laws of impurity, by scissors, which have two parts, and a carpenter's plane also. However, we still rule strictly by these with laws of impurity, even when they're not being used, so you don't make mistakes. Okay, by the Mishnah, it said that there were certain things you cannot use to insulate when they're moist. We try to figure out if this means that they became moist on their own or even from an outside source. Well, one of them was flocking, and elsewhere it mentions clothing too, but those actually can get moist from an internal source, being from sweat of the animal it was harvested from, so that remains an unresolved point. Okay, new Mishnah. You may insulate with clothing, produce, dove feathers, sawdust, and fine flax combings. Rabbi Yehuda only allows with coarse flax combings, which is explained later. The Gemara states a pretty famous story in relation to the concept of dove feathers. It states that Elisha Baal Kenafim, the winged one, instituted that you should maintain a clean body while wearing tefillin, either not passing wind or not sleeping. So why was he called the winged one? At some point during this time period, the Roman government established a law that anyone wearing tefillin would have their brain gouged out. So Elisha was walking around wearing tefillin in defiance, so an officer saw him and chased him into an alley. Elisha took the tefillin off and was holding them in his hands, so the officer asked him what he was holding, and he said, "Dove's wings," and when he opened them, there were miraculously dove wings instead of tefillin. Specifically, a dove, as the Jewish people are compared to a dove, as their wings protect them, and the commandments protect us. New Mishnah. You can insulate food with animal hide for Shabbos, and they're not considered Muktzeh, so you can move them. You can also use wool shearing, but that is Muktzeh and can't be moved, as you'd have to just remove the lid and let the shearings fall off themselves. Then, to get the food out, some say you have to tilt the pot and pour the food out and not remove the pot in case you're not able to replace it. Others say you can remove and replace it. There is some debate in the Gemara if this is discussing hides used by a common person, who is more likely that he'll use the hides for stuff and therefore they're not Muktzeh on Shabbos, or if we're discussing hides of a craftsman who wouldn't use them, thus making them Muktzeh on Shabbos. There are suggestions back and forth, but it's an unresolved dispute. Okay, touching on a topic in a later chapter, and one of the main topics in all of the laws of Shabbos, there are 39 forms of work on Shabbos, which are not allowed. The list and discussions will be in chapter 7, but for now, what do the 39 correspond to? Some say to the 39 forms of labor done in the construction of the tabernacle. Some say to the 39 times the word work or its variations are used in the Torah. The second answer has some debate because there are sometimes the word work is used, but it's not counted as it's not referring to actual work, so it may not exactly be 39. It also mentions in the list of labors of the assembly of the tabernacle, transferring from wagon to wagon, which teaches no transferring from private domain to private domain through a public domain. In regards to the point about wool shearing being Muktzeh, some teach that they're actually not considered to be Muktzeh if they're being used for insulation, meaning they're Muktzeh in general if not being used. Specifically, if they're permanently designated for insulating. That makes them not Muktzeh. Clearly, the Mishnah is discussing wool for insulation to some extent. This obviously is subject to lots of dispute, with proofs going either way. There's a similar argument about bringing a basket of earth into your house, some saying it's required to have a designated corner or else it's Muktzeh. The logic by earth is unique, however, as there's nothing you can really do to earth to make it more designated for use. You can just intend to use it as your designation, which is sufficient there. This gets into a further point about polishing silver. And there's a point that polishing substances can be used to wash your face on Shabbos, which could be a problem of removing facial hair, but that source that says it's allowed is explained to be speaking about a minor, or a woman, or a eunuch. It also gives a list of things you can wash your face with on Shabbos that don't have a concern of removing hair: powdered brick, sesame pulp, crushed pepper, and an aloe plant mixture of some sort. A quick side point, there's a discussion about if you can bruise olives to sweeten them on Shabbos. Some say no, as it's considered wasting food when you do this to an olive. There's a bit more on washing your face. The dispute in the Mishnah, if you can remove the pot or not, is basically that everybody agrees that if the wool slot collapses, you can't put the pot back. So the argument is if we're concerned about the wool slot collapsing. Some somewhat random points on Muktzeh. There was a fragrant plant that was routinely pulled out of the ground to be smelled. So if you pulled it out and replaced it before Shabbos, it's not Muktzeh to do again on Shabbos. Elsewise, you can't. There's a similar rule by a knife stuck into some bricks for safekeeping. Both of those points are refuted, that you can remove them even if you didn't do it from before Shabbos, from a similar case in regards to pulling turnips from the ground, which is permitted. New Mishnah, you may not insulate food after Shabbos starts. If you did insulate before Shabbos and it gets uncovered, you can recover it on Shabbos. You can also fill a bottle with cold water and put it under a cushion on Shabbos. The Gemara states an opinion that in addition to cold water, you can insulate any food to be cold on Shabbos. A different opinion says the opposite, that it's not allowed, but they conceded to the lenient opinion as it was said by an older sage out of respect. Some particular individuals did act stricter. A few other miscellaneous points are mentioned about insulation, some of which were already said, like a kettle on top of a kettle. And a final rule, no crushing snow or hail on Shabbos to collect the water, but you may use snow or hail to place into some liquid in order to cool it. And with that, that's the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Tractate Shabbos largely discusses the laws of animals on Shabbos, particularly things like your animal going in and out of public domains, what it can be wearing while it does that, concerns about objects it's wearing that could fall off and cause it to carry in the public domain, and similar. So let's get into the first Mishnah. A camel can go out wearing a halter, and a female dromedary, as will be explained, a white one, which is harder to control, can wear an iron nose ring. A donkey from Luv can wear an iron bit, a horse can wear a collar, and any animal that normally wears a collar can go out on Shabbos with a collar and be pulled by it. A side point about purification, you don't need to remove the collar from an animal while purifying it with ash water or immersion. The Gemara lists a lot of the definitions of animals and gear listed above. Also, a female dromedary with a halter is not allowed, it's considered a burden, and there's argument if a nose ring on a camel serves as an excess burden and is thereby not allowed. There's debate about a cat, and it's ruled that a rope collar on a cat is an excessive restraint, but an excessive restraint is not considered a burden. There's a story brought which proves this. Okay, regarding a goat, it says you're allowed to go out with it on Shabbos with a halter attached through holes carved in its horns. There's an unresolved question about a halter in the goat's beard. It also brings up later about a cow with a strap between its horns. It's not allowed if it's for decoration, and there's a disagreement based on whether it's allowed for controlling the animal. There is the other opinion that an excessive restraint is actually classified as a burden. We try to bring a disproof from the fact that it's allowed to put the para aduma, the red heifer, on a leash, but that could be unique either because the cow is being led from city to city, because it's expensive, or because it could be a particularly rebellious cow. Going out or being pulled by a leash, according to one, means either having the leash wrapped around the neck or being pulled on, and according to the other, it means only going out pulling the leash. There is a lot of support for the first opinion, which are discussed. Also, normally animal collars can't even become impure at all. However, the case we mentioned at the end of immersing the animal from impurity is either applicable because it's a human adornment of some sort that's being repurposed on an animal, or, as you're now pulling on the collar, it's now considered a human utensil. Also, the immersing doesn't have an interpolation between the water because the collar here is hammered out, so it could get totally and properly immersed. This would actually cause further issue with the discussion on the reason why this collar needs immersing, as technically by hammering out the collar, it should reset the vessel from any impurity, but maybe not, as it could not apply by a constructive change. Or perhaps there's no issue at all and we're just dealing with a really wide collar. There's also discussion on if there's a difference by the type of ring, and by extension, different types of needles, whether or not they have the laws of impurity apply to them. New Mishnah. A donkey can go out with a saddlecloth if it's tied on. Rams can go out attached. Ewes can go out while held, tied, or fastened. We're going to explain these cases soon, what they exactly mean. Goats can go out with their udders tied. Rabbi Yossi doesn't allow any of these, besides that ewes can go out fastened. Rabbi Yehuda holds that goats can be brought out with their udders tied only if it's to dry their milk, not to milk them. The Gemara has an opinion which states that this is where the saddlecloth was tied to the donkey before Shabbos, and there's a few supports for this. There's an argument if a saddle is allowed, based on if a feed bag is allowed. The issue with a saddle is either that it could fall off, or that it's only to cool the donkey, which isn't really necessary for the donkey's well-being, unlike the saddlecloth, which is necessary to warm up the donkey and is definitely necessary to alleviate its suffering. We try to bring some cases to disprove this. There's also an argument if you can bring an amulet on an animal. Okay, we just said that you can do something to an animal to alleviate its suffering. We try to bring some cases which imply otherwise, but they are explained to not apply because in each case the action doesn't help the animal in this manner. The goats may only go out with their pouch on their udders if it's secured properly, according to some, or according to others, the above point only if it's to dry up the milk. It also mentions some unique goats that had particularly large udders and needed pouches so they wouldn't get damaged. Okay, a bit of an odd story. There was a husband whose wife passed, leaving a nursing child, and he couldn't afford a wet nurse, so a miracle happened and he became able to nurse his child. Some say this is because he was a very great man and deserved a miracle. Some say he was not, as he required a miracle, as opposed to the normal means of a livelihood. Normally, miracles don't happen by creating food. Another story, there was this lady who had her arm cut off, and the husband didn't notice until she had passed. Some say this was due to the modesty of the wife, some say it was due to the modesty of the husband. The point on goats was that they can go out tied together in pairs. Some say what it refers to is actually leather tied over their hearts so wolves don't eat them, specifically male sheep which walk in a manner which can antagonize wolves. Alternatively, it refers to a leather blocker to prevent mating. The point on ewes being tied was a similar tying to prevent mating, based on some verses. Them being fastened meant putting leather sheets around the wool to protect their cleanliness. There are many opinions as to who to follow by the goats argument. Okay, new Mishnah. What can't animals go out with? A camel can't go out with a saddlecloth, it can't go out bound or hobbled, and this applies to all animals. You can't pull a train of camels tied to each other, but you can hold each camel's rope individually, as long as you don't wrap them around your hand. The Gemara says you can tie the saddlecloth to the placenta. It also defines binding and hobbling. No tying the camels in a train, as it looks like you're taking them to be sold in a market. The point about pulling all the camels at once, some say it has nothing to do with Shabbos, rather it's a law about forbidden mixtures of the ropes. Furthermore, the rope shouldn't hang out of your hand more than a handbreadth or two, and the rope in between him and the animal must be a handbreadth above the ground, so it looks like you're actually leading the animal. New Mishnah. A donkey can't go out with a saddlecloth if it's not tied on, or with a bell, even if it's stopped up. It can't go out with a ladder on its neck, which will be explained, or a strap on its leg. Chickens cannot go out with cords or leg straps. Rams cannot go out with a tail wagon, which was this little wagon used to carry the tail so it wouldn't get damaged. There's a thing about ewes and calves, which will be explained. A cow cannot go out with hedgehog skin on its udders to prevent rodents from taking its milk, or with a strap on its horns. One sage's cow did go out with a strap on its horns, but the sages didn't allow it. The Gemara says donkeys can't go out with a saddlecloth, as explained earlier. It's only allowed if tied on before Shabbos, in regards to keeping the animal warm. The bell is an issue because it looks like you're taking it out to market. The ladder we mentioned was a cheek brace, so it can't scratch itself. The strap is also so it can't hurt itself by kicking its own legs. The cords on chickens were as identifying marks. The strap was so it couldn't break stuff as it walked. The ewe thing mentioned is either oil warmer or a parasite remover. The calf thing was a small yoke. The strap thing on the cow is basically the same argument as before. If it's for decoration, no. If it's for controlling the animal, then it's an argument. Last thing we said was that there was this one sage who had a cow that he had acting against the law of the sages, and it explains that it was actually his neighbor's cow, but since he didn't protest against her, it was called his cow. Some teachings in that regard: if you can protest against others, your household, your town, or the world, and you don't, you're punished for the wrongdoing. The examples of being able to protest against the world, for instance, are the Reish Galusa and similar leaders of the Jewish people. There's a story brought about sages transferring the judgment to the head of the rabbinical court. Another teaching: God never issues a good decree and retracts it for not good, besides for if you fail to rebuke. There's a verse that's explained that God told the angel Gabriel to mark the righteous' foreheads with ink to be spared, and the wicked's foreheads with blood for destruction, but the righteous didn't rebuke. And the rebukes wouldn't have worked, but they didn't know that. The angels of destruction listed were Fury, Anger, Wrath, Destroyer, Breaker, and Annihilator. The people were marked with the Hebrew letter Tuf, referencing either that you, which is tough, shall live or die from that letter, or it references the merit of the patriarchs, or it's the last letter of God's seal, MS, Truth. Or it's that they learned the entire Torah from the first letter Aleph to the last letter Tuf. Some say the merit of the patriarchs lasted until the time of the prophet Hosea or the prophet Eliyahu Hanavi. Another point: there is no death without transgression, and there is no suffering without sin. All of this is based on verses. But there were 4 people who died without any sin: Binyamin, Amram, Moshe's father, Yishai, King David's father, and Kilov, King David's son. So that's a refutation of the point. Okay, one of the 12 sons of Yaakov, Reuven, it says he lay with Bilhah, the concubine of his mother. But that's not literal based on another verse, rather it means that he moved his father's bed, so it's considered as if he did this transgression. This was either as he thought it was unfair that Bilhah, the concubine, was rivaling his mother, or that he mixed up the bed of his father and of the divine presence. There are similar points about Eli the Kohen Gadol and Pinchas, who didn't protest against Chafni. A similar point on the sons of Shmuel and King David, that they never actually sinned, as by Bathsheba, people who went to war then wrote bills of divorce before fighting, and Uriah was considered a rebel against the monarchy, so he was killed. But perhaps King David did sin, as he accepted a slanderous report about Mephibosheth, so it's a difficulty. It also says that if not for accepting the slanderous report, the house of David wouldn't have been split, idol worship wouldn't have been a thing, and there would have been no exile. Also, King Shlomo never sinned with idol worship, although it says he did. It means he didn't protest against his wives, who did. So it's considered as if he did the idol worship. For instance, it says he married the Pharaoh's daughter, and she showed him 1,000 musical instruments and explained how they were used for idolatry, and he didn't protest. It's also taught that at the moment King Shlomo married the Pharaoh's daughter, the angel Gavriel stuck a reed pole into the ocean, a sandbank formed around it, and it eventually became Rome. A similar thing happened when King Yerovam made his idolatry. A hut was built, which eventually became Italia of Greece. Another person who didn't actually sin was Yoshiyahu, who was the greatest penitent of his generation. The greatest penitents of this generation, it says, are either the sages, the brothers Abba and Acha, or Okavan, son of Nehemiah. An individual dozed off in a lecture once, then he had a dream where he saw an angel reach out his hand to accept the sage's repentance. And that's the end of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Tractate Shabbos discusses further the laws of carrying between domains, now in regards to clothing you wear as you walk around. The Mishnah begins by listing a bunch of accessories that a woman shouldn't go outside while wearing on Shabbos. Linen or woolen strands in her hair, or straps in her head. Also, she can't go to immerse in a mikveh with these, as they'll act as an interposition unless they're loosened. Also, no going out on Shabbos with a frontlet or head bangles unless they're sewn onto her hat. Also, no going out with a woolen cap, a city of gold, which was a tiara of some sort that had Jerusalem engraved on it, a choker, a nose ring, a non-signet ring, or a needle without an eye, as that's only an ornamentation. However, the prohibition is only rabbinic, so you wouldn't be liable to bring a chatas offering in the temple. The Gemara asks, why was that bit on immersion put in the middle? Answer is, that's basically why she's not allowed to wear those hair accessories. There's a concern she'll need to immerse in mikveh on Shabbos. She'll remove the hair accessories to be able to immerse properly and then accidentally carry them outside on Shabbos, which is forbidden. Wearing woven thread chains in your hair is permitted as they don't act as an interposition between the water and yourself. There's some variation and concern if the chains are dirty, in case they're removed to be cleaned. Some teach that there's no concern about strands tied around the neck, as those aren't going to be tied very tightly. This would, however, apply as a concern by a thing called a katla, which was this thing women tied around their necks to press their skin up to make them look more well-fleshed back in those days, because that was the desired look back then. Anyways, rule is with bindings made of strands of hair that they don't really count as an interposition, and no one really disagrees. There's further definition given to all the other ornaments listed above. There's also a scarf, which is used to keep back stray hairs, and it's thought that such a garment is not subject to the laws of shatnez, impurity, through leprosy, and it cannot be worn outside on Shabbos. Some say that it can be worn by a wedding, unlike many other similar head coverings back then, which were forbidden as mourning since the destruction of the Second Temple. There's further discussion about a servant carrying an emblem. Some say yes by their neck and no by their clothes. Emblems are an issue because it could cause you to fold your cloak and carry it if it falls off. A source is brought which says it's not allowed, but there that's talking about a metal emblem which the servant will try to save if it falls off and come to carry. This is unlike a clay emblem, which as mentioned can't be worn on your cloak, as if it falls off, you might fold your cloak to cover the missing spot. But if it's worn by their neck, it's allowed, as if it falls off, they're not going to try to pick it up. He also can't wear an emblem he made himself out of similar concerns of him removing it. A very similar point exists by wearing a bell of some sort. That gets into a bit more of a lengthy point on bells in general, differences if they have a clapper or not. It also gets into how this relates to the laws of purity and impurity for a bit. The next thing mentioned earlier was that golden tiara shaped like Jerusalem. It mentions that such an ornament was given by Rabbi Akiva to his wife. It's rabbinically forbidden out of concern that someone wearing it will take it off for a moment to show their friend and wind up carrying. Based on that, some allow a distinguished woman to wear it because she's not likely to take it off to show. A tiara made of gold or silver is not allowed. There's debate by a fabric tiara with studded stones or gold, whether or not the fabric is the main part, in which case it's allowed to be worn on Shabbos, or the gold and gems are the main part, in which case it's not. Alternatively, they both agree that it's a fabric tiara, and the debate is by a gold or silver tiara, whether we're concerned she'll take it off to show people. This is discussed a bit further along with the sources. Then there's a point on ornate belts, a corset, and explanations on a lot of listed ornaments. This gets into a bit more about laws of impurity with very specific objects, what part of them decides if the object overall is impure or not, the needle without a hole that we mentioned at the end was a needle with a piece of gold on the other end. The sharp end is used to part your hair, and on Shabbos, the gold end is displayed while pinned as an ornament. New Mishnah. No going outside on Shabbos with hobnailed sandals, which are sandals that the top leather straps are attached to the wooden soles with nails. No going out with a single sandal if your foot isn't wounded. No going out with tefillin with an amulet unless you're an expert. No going out with a coat of mail with a helmet or shin guards. But again, these are all only rabbinic institutions, and you're not liable to bring a chatas offering. The Gemara explains that the reason hobnailed sandals was outlawed was because during the persecution of Emperor Hadrian, a bunch of Jewish people were hiding in a cave, and they made a rule that nobody could leave, and one person who was entering, their sandal got flipped around, and the footprint looked like someone was leaving, not entering the cave. So everybody freaked out because they thought they had been caught, and they all started pushing and shoving each other, and a bunch of them died. Some say they heard a noise outside, some say this happened in a synagogue. Anyways, this happened on a Shabbos, so these sandals aren't allowed to be worn on Shabbos. This applies to holidays too, but not to fast days, as those are different. You can have gatherings that are permitted to work. Some say that these sandals are not allowed if it's to strengthen the sandal. If it's for decoration purposes, it's allowed. The amount of nails in the sandal for decoration is either 5, it's 2 nails on either side and 1 by the strap, or it's 7 nails, 3 on each side and 1 by the strap. Some hold more nails are allowed. Also, a shoe sewn onto the inside of a sandal is allowed because it's just a shoe now, which is allowed to be worn on Shabbos outside. If the nails were bent in half and then placed into the sandal, it's allowed. If there are enough nails sticking through the bottom of the sandal that the sandal never actually touches the ground, it's also allowed, assuming the nails didn't get worn down. If the nails in the sandal started falling out, it's still allowed if there's 4 left in a small sandal or 5 in a big sandal. You can have more nails if the sandal is uneven. We rule that these sandals may be moved around on Shabbos, and there's some further points on the opinions. The next point was on a single sandal. We said it's allowed if there's a wound. Some say this refers to wearing the sandal on the foot with the wound to protect it. Some say on the opposite foot to be comfortable. There's an argument about who's right, and it says when putting on your shoes, put your right shoe on first. Some say the left. Some say right shoe first, but tie your left shoe first. Some say it doesn't matter. The source says put on your right shoe first, remove your left shoe first, wash your right hand first, and if washing your body, do your head first, as is the ruler of all your limbs. The next point was to not carry your tefillin. We don't put tefillin on during Shabbos, but this would apply even if you said you did. The next point was about an amulet, but it's allowed if it was made by an expert or that it's effective. An effective amulet is an amulet which has successfully cured the same disease 3 times and may be worn as a preventative measure. That's how you prove an amulet. If you want to prove a person as an expert, he needs to make 3 different amulets which heal 3 different people. This is debated a bit further. Amulets often have little scrolls of Torah verses inside, so there's a question if they have the same sanctity of other holy scrolls. It's argued a bit. We try to bring a proof from the fact that you can bring them into a bathroom, but that's actually only if they're in a leather covering, and tefillin are technically also in a leather covering, but those can't be worn in a bathroom, as they have that letter shin protruding on the outside, which is a law from Moshe at Mount Sinai, so that would not be allowed to be exposed in a bathroom, and therefore can't be brought in. Also, the way the knots are made on tefillin to form the letters Daled and Yud are also a law from Moshe given at Mount Sinai. It also says these sets of definitions for all the assorted armor listed above. Okay, new Mishnah. More things a woman can't go out wearing on Shabbos. A proper sewing needle that's stuck into your clothes, a signet ring, a brooch, a spice bundle, which was a little pendant filled with spices, and a flask of balsam oil. All of these are biblically forbidden to carry on Shabbos. The sages say it's not a biblical issue if you go out with the spice bundle or the balsam oil. The Gemara has an opinion that the inverse applies by a man with a ring, that it's only not biblically an issue by a signet ring, but a regular ring would be an issue, and the logic is explained. The reason given why these people would be wearing the opposite ring is because they're wearing it while going to deposit someone for their spouse. It gives definitions now for the brooch and the spice bundle. They're discussed a bit, and in regards to the balsam oil, some actually banned its use along with many other things that just increase pleasure. It also mentions some heinous actions, some that bring to poverty, which are urinating before your bed, facing it, and onto the ground, not properly washing your hands before eating, and being cursed by your wife in front of you, specifically in regards to not giving her adornments when you have enough money to do so. It also lists several verses which are used to describe and reprimand the beautiful Jewish women back in those days who would act improperly and in an illicit manner, and further expounds the verses how people who do such things will lose their beauty in the end. It also says that men of those days were basically just as improper in this regard. Last point, in regard to the general fragrances, it says that the logs used in Jerusalem as fuel were cinnamon trees, and all of Israel could smell the fragrance when they were burnt, but after the destruction of Jerusalem, only a tiny piece of wood remained, the size of a barley grain, which was kept in the storehouses of a Queen Sinai. New Mishnah. Some things a man can't go out with on Shabbos: a sword, a bow, a shield, a mace, or a spear, as a biblical ordinance. Some say these are allowed as they're like ornaments, some say no, they're disgraceful, as the verse says, they shall beat their swords into plowshares, nation shall not lift up a sword against nation, etc. A garter is not susceptible to the loss of impurity and may be worn on Shabbos. Leg chains can become impure and cannot be worn on Shabbos. The Gemara discusses the point on weapons, that when Mashiach comes there will be no more war, and they will be useless. This and its verses are discussed a bit. It also discusses many verses which allude to the importance of Torah study and its reward. It mentions a few teachings in this regard about giving to the poor, being around Torah scholars, and also a point about if you have a dog, if you raise it poorly, it prevents kindness from coming to your house. This is seen in a story where a dog is in someone's house and barked at a pregnant woman and caused her to miscarry. There are more points. It also discusses the garter and the leg chains a bit in regards to the laws of purity. It also briefly brings up the tzitz, the golden forehead plate that have the words Kodesh LaHashem, holy to God, inscribed on it. There's argument about the placement of the words, and one sage said he had been to Rome where it was displayed, and he said that the words were all written on one line. This gets further into some points on the laws of purity. Then there's some additional points about certain other garments and the laws of purity and impurity, and also mentions at the end that a man should never inappropriate look anywhere at a woman. New Mishnah. Okay, some things that a woman can go outside on Shabbos with. Her hair braided with strands of hair, hers, someone else's hair, or even animal hair. A frontlet or a head bangles that are sewn onto her hat. A woolen cap or wig aren't allowed fully in public property, but may be worn in a courtyard. Some of the things that can be worn, some cloth of a sort in your ear, or in your sandal, or for menstruation. You can have a peppercorn, salt, or otherwise placed in your mouth for health reasons, but only if it was there before Shabbos. You also can't put it back in your mouth if it falls out. There's debate over a false tooth made of gold. Gemara mentions that it had to mention all three types of hair strands to allow it, even if it's viewed as repugnant by somebody else's hair, and even if it's unlike your hair by animal hair, it's still allowed. It also mentions that an old woman can't wear the hair of a young girl, and vice versa, for respective reasons. Some say that everything forbidden to be worn in public property also cannot be worn in a courtyard, besides for the woolen cap and wig. Others disagree and say everything is allowed in a courtyard. This is discussed a bit more. The cloth in the ear, sandal, and for menstruation are only allowed if it's tied to you. Others disagree. It is discussed a bit more. It also gives definition for the remaining listed items. The silver tooth is definitely allowed. The issue with gold is that it's worth a lot and might be removed and carried. Some say it's allowed because it's embarrassing and would not be removed, which is a principle that applies to many items. New Mishnah, more things a woman can go out with on Shabbos. A coin bound to your foot for therapeutic reasons. A young girl can go out with threads or splinters that were placed in her pierced ears to keep them open. Arabian women can wear their headcloths, and Median women can wear cloaks with stones or nuts as button fastenings. This actually applies to everybody, but they mention medians because those were the ones doing it back then. In fact, you can use a stone, nut, or coin as a fastener on Shabbos, but only if it was done beforehand. The Gemara explains that the reason that the bound coin was used was because it's hard and it's silver, so it generates moisture, and it has an image stamped onto it. One sage didn't allow his daughters to go out with temporary earring threads, but that was because they were colored and he was worried they might remove them to show people. It also mentions some other things in this regard, and mentions that he made mikvahs during the month of Nisan, as he didn't allow rivers for immersion during that period as there was lots of rain, and he held that that could invalidate a river as a mikvah. It also brings up the topic of maybe being allowed to fasten one of those buttons in order to be able to save it from a fire, as you normally can't carry it outside, but you can if it's on your clothes and it remains an unresolved point. New Mishnah, an amputee can wear his prosthetic foot on Shabbos. Others disagree. If the prosthetic has a receptacle for rags, it's susceptible to the laws of impurity. The leather supports used by a double leg amputee are susceptible to types of impurity, but may be worn on Shabbos, and you can enter the temple courtyard with them. The crutch chair contraption used by people with atrophied legs are susceptible to certain laws of impurity, and you cannot go out with that on Shabbos, and you may not enter the temple courtyard with it. Masks of a sort, used playfully to frighten children, are not susceptible to the laws of impurity, but may not be taken out on Shabbos. The Gemara tries to figure out who exactly we hold like by the first amputee prosthetic leg case. It also expounds a bit on the rag receptacle impurity point as to which types of impurity it's susceptible to. These and the others are discussed a bit more. We also mention at the end those masks. Some say those are actually stilts, and some say they are wooden donkeys carried by clowns on their shoulders. New Mishnah. Boys can go out on Shabbos with knots, which will be explained. Princes can wear golden bells, and so can everybody. Again, it just mentions princes because those are the people doing it. The Gemara mentions some opinions on some properties of matter knots, which it holds are those knots being spoken about. 3 knots can contain an illness, 5 can heal it, and 7 knots can ward off witchcraft. Some add that this only applies if they haven't been exposed to sunlight, moonlight, rain, or the sound of metal clinking, roosters crowing, or footsteps. However, if the knots were actually for this purpose, it should have said knots for anybody, not just boys, so rather it means it's speaking of knots tied from a father's shoe strap onto his son's right arm if he'll be leaving for a while, so the son won't be sad. It also says that tying it to the left arm is dangerous, as it could cause excessive yearning on the son's part. It then mentions some other medical practices allowed on Shabbos. It also says some other methods of working with medical talismans and similar. It then mentions a list of other ancient medical practices and talismans of sorts to cure a fever, with a whole practice with an ant and a tube, and others. There are a number of such medical practices and incantations listed for a few illnesses, be it blisters, burning fever, and otherwise. It also says an incantation used to banish a demon and a bathroom demon, which I'll put up, and others. The point on bells, it's either allowed by everybody because all Jewish people are considered like princes, or it's where the bells are woven onto your garment and won't be removed. New Mishnah and last Mishnah of the chapter, no going out on Shabbos with locusts, eggs, a fox's tooth, and a nail from a used gallows for healing purposes. Some sages don't allow these ever, as it's like following the magical practices of the Amorites, which is not allowed. The Gemara lists the medical and therapeutic practices that used to be done with those items. It does mention two practices which are allowed in regards to copying the Amorites, which are a thing you say if somebody's choking to make them unchoke by a regular bone and by a fish bone, which involves placing a bone by their head and saying some verses. It then lists a whole bunch of things you can't say or do in this regard, which copy Amorites as they relate to idol worship. And with that, that's the end of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Tractate Shabbos finally goes through and explains the 39 malachos, the 39 forms of work which are forbidden on Shabbos, which are really the main bulk in regards to the practical laws of Shabbos. Beforehand, however, it's going to go through the rules for inadvertently violating them, so with that said, the first Mishnah of Chapter 7. Okay, a major rule regarding Shabbos. If you forget about Shabbos and its laws and violate many different Shabbosim by doing many forms of work on each Shabbos, you're only liable to bring one Chattas offering to the temple to cover everything. If you know about Shabbos but accidentally violated it once, but repeatedly on a bunch of different Shabbosim, you're liable to bring a sacrifice to the temple for each of the Shabbosim. Similarly, if you know it's Shabbos and violated the laws of Shabbos many times on the same Shabbos, you're liable to bring a different Chattas offering for each form of work performed. Also, there are 39 categories of work, called avos, fathers, and each of those have subcategories called toldos, children. So it says that if you violate a main category, and also several of its subcategories, you're again only liable for one Chattas offering in the temple. Okay, the Gemara discusses why exactly this is being referred to as a major rule. After a bit of discussion, it basically says that it's because it has a more severe punishment than the laws of the sabbatical year, as the laws of Shabbos apply to detached and attached produce, while the sabbatical year applies just to attached produce. However, by the sabbatical year, it also refers to it as a major rule, as that has similar comparative severity, being that it applies to human and animal food, unlike the laws of Meiser tithes, which apply only to human food. Some take this even further, that by Meiser tithes, it also refers to it as a major rule, as those apply to figs and vegetables, unlike the Peah charity, which does not. Then there's some argument as to what exactly is meant by somebody who forgot about Shabbos. Initially we suggest it's a Tinuk Shenishba, which is a child who was captured when he was young, so therefore never really learned the laws of the Torah, and generally isn't really responsible for the laws of the Torah. However, the wording of he forgot implies that he knew about it beforehand at some point, so it's agreed that it actually refers to a person who knew about Shabbos and then for whatever reason forgot about it. But it does amend, according to one opinion, that status of a kid who was captured and never learned these laws does have these same laws apply to him. Another opinion disagrees and says he's totally exempt, as the kid is totally not at fault, and they cite verses which imply like their opinion. This is argued a bit further, at length, citing opinions and proofs and disproofs. It also discusses some particular cases, like of swearing oaths, non-Kohanim eating teruma, and similar, just generally in regard to the opinions and penalties of these issues. Okay, new point, if you're wandering in the desert or something, and you don't know when Shabbos is, one opinion says from that point you count 6 days, and the 7th day will be your Shabbos, like the creation of the world. The other opinion says that you have Shabbos and then count 6 days, like the creation of Adam, that the day after was Shabbos. We bring sources which prove like the first opinion. It's explained that daily practice in such a situation should be to only work the bare minimum to stay alive during all 7 days. Just, you'd say the Kiddush and Havdalah prayers before and after Shabbos. If you know which day you left on, so that one definitely wasn't Shabbos, you can work on that day of the week. You can't assume that you weren't traveling on Friday, and therefore you should be able to work your day and the next day, as sometimes people did travel on Friday, if there was a caravan available. It also discusses the verses which source the rulings in this Mishnah. It also lists the source for many of the 39 malachos, the forms of work, which are tradition passed down from Mount Sinai. It says, these are the things in the verse, wherein it explains how you can derive a lot of numerical equivalents from the verse to get to 39. It also specifies the prohibition against kindling in the Torah. Specifically, some say to specify and designate it as a slightly lesser status as a prohibition, as opposed to all the other ones, which you'd get stoned if you violated them. Some say it's specified to separate each of the 39 into distinct categories of liability. The verse is argued about a bit to determine who it implies more like. Then it discusses what if somebody simultaneously forgot about Shabbos and about the work. Some say there's variance if you remember that it's Shabbos, in which case he's only liable for one violation, or he remembers that he's doing work, in which case he's liable for each of the variations of work. Others disagree and say he's only liable for one violation overall. This is argued further. This gets into a bit of a longer point about people doing multiple violations of Shabbos laws and multiple violations under the same category under one lapse of awareness, things of that nature. This discussion continues on a bit, citing many opinions on the topic. It also discusses similar concepts outside of the laws of Shabbos in regards to, say, multiple violations in regards to the laws of intimacy and similar. This discussion finally gets into an important principle in regards to the laws of Shabbos, in regards to inadvertently violating a form of work on Shabbos while trying to do something else. For instance, if you want to pick up something up off the ground and while doing so, accidentally pull, say, a vegetable out of the ground. There's a violation of Shabbos, of the work of reaping, but you're exempt because of this circumstance. However, if you're trying to cut something detached from the ground and you cut something attached, which is not allowed, there's no argument. Some say you're exempt as you didn't intend to do a prohibited act of cutting. Others say you're liable as you did intend to cut something. They bring proofs which are debated, including points about worshipping idols inadvertently in similar circumstances. There's a similar argument about throwing something. If you intended to throw it 2 amos, cubits, which is allowed, and accidentally threw it 4 amos, which is the minimum for it to not be allowed, the first opinion would say you're exempt, and the second liable for basically the same reasons. The same argument exists if you were throwing something in what you thought was a private domain and it turns out to be public. All 3 of these cases need to be brought, because the first case is where you didn't intend a prohibited act at all, the second is where the prohibited act includes half the action he made, and the third where he fully did the prohibited act and just didn't realize the circumstances. So we need all those cases to say the first opinion holds he's exempt by all of these. In the Mishnah we're about to cite, it's prefaced by saying that there are 39 forms of forbidden labor on Shabbos. It prefaced by saying the number, according to one opinion, to teach that if you violate all 39 in one lapse of awareness, you're liable to bring a chatas offering for every single one of them. One opinion holds that you're exempt if you know about Shabbos and knows about the malachos, but was just unaware that he did the actions in the amount over the minimum threshold. So according to him, this must be referring to where he knows about Shabbos, but it was inadvertent in regards to the work. According to one opinion, the circumstance of the case must be where he didn't know that any of the 39 malachos were prohibited. So, how could the circumstance be that he's liable to bring a chatas offering for each performed action? So we answer that he could have been aware of the techum laws, according to the opinion that they're biblical, so that's sufficient to have him be aware of the Shabbos, and therefore he's liable for each of the inadvertent malachos. Okay, new Mishnah, a very important one. In accordance to the forms of work done in the building of the Mishkan, the tabernacle, there are a list of forms of labor, which total 39. They are sowing, plowing, reaping, gathering, threshing, winnowing, selecting, grinding, sifting, kneading, baking, which are all the labors required to make bread, shearing, whitening, disentangling, dyeing, spinning, mounting a warp on a loom, setting the 2 heddles on a loom, weaving 2 threads on a loom, removing 2 threads on a loom, tying a knot, untying a knot, sewing 2 stitches, tearing to sew 2 stitches, which are all the labors required to make clothing, trapping an animal, slaughtering it, skinning, salting, tanning, smoothing it, cutting, writing 2 letters, erasing in order to write 2 letters, building, demolishing, extinguishing, kindling, striking the final blow, and carrying from one domain to another. So, those are the 39 forms of work, the 39 malachos, which are forbidden to perform on Shabbos. As explained, I prefaced by saying the number 39, according to one opinion, to teach that if you violate all 39 in one lapse of awareness, you're liable to bring a chatas offering for every single one of them. So, let's go through them. First, why say sowing before plowing if you generally plow first in the order of things? It's because it was taught in Israel, where the earth is very hard, so they sow, then plow a second time. Included within sowing is pruning, planting, propagating, and grafting, which are all forbidden on Shabbos, and it's taught to show that if you do many labors similar to one of the main 39, you're only liable for one chatas. Specifically, if you prune, you're liable for planting. Planting, propagating, and grafting are an issue of planting and sowing. If you prune and need the wood for fuel, you're liable for both reaping and planting. If you cut a specific plant that grows back very quickly, you'd be liable for reaping and planting. If you cut beets, which grow back after being cut, you'd be liable for reaping and planting. Okay, next was plowing. Included are digging a hole and making a furrow. If you have a mound of dirt or a hole and you remove it or fill it in, if it was inside your house, you're liable for building. If it was in a field, you're liable for plowing. According to one opinion, if you dig a hole, but not for the hole, only because you need the dirt, you'd be exempt, as even according to the opinion that says it's forbidden to do a forbidden labor, but not for its defined purpose, that would only apply if you're rectifying something, whereas here, you're ruining something. Okay, next was reaping. Included is cutting grapes, harvesting dates, collecting olives, and gathering figs. If you throw some dirt at a palm tree and sever some dates, you're liable for both detaching and extracting. Others disagree by both, as it's not the normal manner of doing either of those. Next was gathering. One opinion says this includes gathering salt from salt ditches. Others disagree, saying it only applies to things that grow from the ground. Next was threshing. Included is beating flax and striking cotton. Winnowing, selecting, grinding, and sifting are next, which are listed as separate things as they were separate by the Mishkan. Pounding is not included in the list, as some poor people eat their bread without pounding their wheat first. Next was selecting, or sorting, which has some very important qualifications. We offer a number of exceptions based on a source. Some say you can select for yourself or somebody else for today, but not for tomorrow. Some say that you can select less than the minimum amount. Some say it's that you can only do it by hand. Some say it's that you can only select the good food from the waste, while some say it's only allowed for immediate use. A lot of these have issues with them. Some rule more stringently if you're using a utensil specifically used for sorting, such as a sieve. There was another case where a bunch of students were visiting a teacher and he spread out a basket of fruits all over the table, and they weren't sure if he was doing that just because he held removing food from waste is forbidden, or he was just trying to be generous with his food. Also, selecting lupine beans from their water is not allowed, and this is an exception to the allowance of food from waste, as lupine beans have some unique qualities explained by the commentaries that you have to boil them 7 times, and it spoils if not removed from the shell, so it's considered actually like removing waste from food. Okay, next was grinding. Someone includes mincing beets in this, others add chopping chips of wood, and others qualify this to be if he's particular about the size of the chips. Kneading and baking are listed instead of cooking herbs, which was done in the Mishkan because we're going according to the order of making bread. Included is putting a peg in an oven to harden it as it first softens and then hardens. Heating pitch is also forbidden, even though it will eventually reharden. If you make an earthenware barrel, that's violating 7 of these: grinding, sorting, sifting, kneading, smoothing, kindling, and baking. And if you make an oven, that's 8, including striking the final blow. It also gives the example of making a reed basket of a sort, which would make you liable for 11, and if you add a border to the basket, that'll be 13. In regards to shearing and whitening, if you spin wool while it's on the actual animal, some say you're liable for shearing, disentangling, and spinning. Others say no, as that's not the normal manner of doing those. They actually did that by the Mishkan, but that's an exceptional action done by exceptional people. Also, plucking feathers from a bird is an issue of shearing, clipping it is an issue of cutting, and pulling off its hairs is an issue of smoothing. The issue of tying is based on the tying and untying of the nets of the chilazoin fish, whose dye was used for the Mishkan. It wasn't tying the curtains onto the tents, as that was tying in order to untie, and it wasn't re-tying the broken threads on the curtain, as that just looks bad and wouldn't have been done. Sewing 2 stitches is provided he ties the ends of the threads afterwards. Tearing was done in the Mishkan. If a worm ate a hole on a curtain, they tore the bit and then resewed it. Okay, a few miscellaneous laws. According to one opinion, stretching the thread of a stitch on Shabbos is forbidden, and if you learn from a heretic, you're liable for death, and if you know how to calculate the astronomical progression of the seasons, and you don't, it's forbidden to learn Torah from you. Also, you're allowed to learn sorcery in order to rule laws on its regard. In regards to trapping, if you trap a chilazin fish and squeeze it for its dye, some say you're liable for trapping, some also for threshing, based on if you hold squeezing is included there. not just to things that grow from the ground. This is either where the fish was already dead, so that's not an additional liability, or that's just not an issue as you were preoccupied with a different act. Normally that'd still be an issue due to the principle of psikresha, that according to some, you're not allowed to do an action on Shabbos if the forbidden consequence is inevitable, meaning it's definitely going to happen. But that doesn't apply here, as you don't want the fish to die, as the blood dye is better quality while the fish is alive. In regards to slaughtering, which was the next on the list, some say that the issue is of dyeing the flesh from the blood along with killing, while others say it's just an issue of killing something. The issue of dyeing the skin here, which would need to be a desired action, is that the meat looks freshly slaughtered and people will buy from you, hence it's actually something wanted. Salting and tanning are kind of the same thing, so some say to remove one and add tracing lines as one of them. Some say salting meat is an issue of tanning, others say it doesn't apply to food. Fine, so the argument is if you're salting the meat for travel, where unlike by home use, you heavily salt it. It says that walking in between pillars in order to clear the dirt in an area is an issue of smoothing. Sharpening the top of poles is an issue of cutting. Spreading a dressing on a wound is an issue of spreading. And chiseling a stone is an issue of striking the final blow. Other issues of striking the final blow are assuming you're particular about them, engraving an image on a utensil, blowing a glass utensil, and removing unwanted protrusions from a garment. Next was writing 2 letters. If you write a letter the size of 2 letters, it's not an issue, but if you erase that letter, leaving a space big enough for 2 letters, that's not allowed. The final act of a labor is an issue of striking the final blow. In addition, based on the wording of the Mishnah, you're not liable for a subcategory of these if you're already liable for its main category. We also exclude lining warp threads with a rod on a loom and beating the weft threads, as those are included in the other loom-related malachis. And basically, based on those 39, determine most of the laws of Shabbos, practically at least. Anything and everything that is or isn't forbidden is predominantly based on those listed things. Okay, new Mishnah, another general rule. Anything that is generally stored, and the amount in question is generally stored, if you carry it on Shabbos are liable, even if it's not an item that you care about. If it doesn't have those qualifications and you carry it on Shabbos, you're liable if you yourself store it. The Gemara mentions that this idea of being fit to store excludes either menstrual blood or wood of the idolatrous Asherah tree. According to the one who holds that blood is an issue, that definitely includes the Asherah tree. However, according to the opinion that holds it's the Asherah tree wood, that wouldn't include menstrual blood because that's sometimes eaten by cats. The other person says not to do that as it could make you weak. Others disagree. New Mishnah. If you carry processed straw, the minimum for it to be an issue is a cow's mouthful. Straw from beans, a camel's mouthful. Straw, a lamb's mouthful. Grass, a kid's mouthful. Garlic and onion leaves, if fresh, the size of a dried fig is the minimum. If dry, a kid's mouthful. None of these listed can combine because the measurements are dissimilar. These measurements are argued a bit over in the Gemara, and there are some points in regards to the laws of impurity. New Mishnah. Some more minimums of issues with carrying food the size of a dried fig. Foods can combine because they have similar measurements in this regard, besides for their shells, pits, stems, coarse bran, and fine bran. Rabbi Yehuda says that you can combine the measurements of shells, but not with lentil shells, as those are cooked with the lentils. The Gemara explains that bran can't be combined because poor people eat bread with unrefined flour. This is all speaking of old produce, and old bean shells don't combine with their beans because they look like flies and no one wants to eat them, so they're not combined. Okay, and that's the end of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Tractate Shabbos starts with a continuation with a few of the previous Mishnahs, listing the minimum amounts of specific objects in regards to them being forbidden to carry on Shabbos. So, first Mishnah, the minimum amount that you're not allowed to carry outside of some more substances on Shabbos, being wine, the minimum for it to be problematic is enough to mix a cup with, milk enough for a swallow, honey enough to place on a sore, oil enough to anoint a small limb, water enough to mix in eye salve. All other liquids, even wastewater, a revi'is, which is an old form of measurement, which is somewhere around 4 ounces. Rabbi Shimon holds that all of these substances are minimum a revi'is, and it's listing the smaller substances for people that store these substances. The Gemara explains the wine amount, saying it's enough for a nice cup, which is a cup of wine for the blessing after a meal. That amount is a quarter of a revi'is, so if you mix in water, it adds up to a revi'is total. The sources for this in regards to wine mixing are argued. One opinion states that if you carry dried, congealed wine, the minimum is an olive-sized piece. Again, proofs are brought. With regards to milk, enough for a swallow, it discusses the spelling a bit. It cites a few verses in this regard. Regarding milk, it also clarifies that animal milk, the minimum is a swallow, but human milk and also egg whites are enough to use as some sort of an ointment. And regarding that ointment, it's the minimum amount required to mix it with water. It's an unresolved question if this is enough ointment for the application or enough to hold on your finger. Honey, we said, was the minimum to place on a sore. It's unresolved if this is the entire sore or just the tip of it. Bit of a side point, everything God created was necessary. The slug can remedy sores, the fly to cure hornet stings, the gnat for snake bites, the snake for certain boils, and the spider for the sting of scorpions. The snakes are good for boils, apparently by cooking a black and white snake together and rubbing that mixture on the boil. It also says that there are 5 fears, where the strong fear the weak. The mafkia, which is some sort of an animal with a powerful cry that the lion is afraid of. The elephant fears the gnat, the scorpion fears the spider, the eagle fears the swallow, and the kilbis, a little fish that burrows into big fish's ears, is feared by the leviathan. A few other miscellaneous teachings. It's said that goats, which are darker, walk at the front of flocks in front of lighter sheep to reflect the creation of the world where it was dark than light. Furthermore, a sheep's tail covers itself, unlike a goat, because people get their clothes from sheep. Also, a camel has a short tail because it eats thorns, which could get tangled, and an ox has a long tail because it lives in swampland and needs to chase away gnats. Locusts have antennae that are soft because it lives by willows, so if the antennae were rigid, they'd break and it'd be blinded, which is how you blind an antenna. Also, roosters have their lower eyelids closed first because there's often smoke under the beams where it lives, and if smoke got into its eyes, it'd be blinded. It also explains why many words are called by their name. Lastly, it says there are 3 animals that get stronger as they age: fish, snakes, and swine. Next, we said the minimum for oil was enough to anoint a small limb. This is explained to be the little finger of a day-old infant. This is argued on a bit, but that's the opinion we hold like. In regards to water amounts, there's a principle, which is that if a substance has 2 uses, one common and one not common, it follows the common use always. If they are both common uses, it follows one that will result in astringency. For instance, wine is used for drinking and less often healing, so it goes according to the drinking, even though that's more lenient. Honey is used for eating and also equally healing, so it goes like the healing, as that's stricter. Water, however, goes by its healing use, even though that's not common, as it is actually commonly used for healing in Galilee, or possibly just everywhere. The point on other types of bloods being a revius includes bloods of some animals. Wastewater is useful for kneading clay, of some amount depending on your intent. New Mishnah. Some more minimums for carrying. Rope, the minimum required to make a basket. Reed grass, enough to make a handle for a sieve. Rabbi Yehuda holds it enough to measure a child's foot for a shoe. Paper, enough to write a tax collector's receipt on it, and if you take out a tax collector's receipt, you're liable. Erased paper, enough to wrap around the mouth of a flask of balsam oil. Hide, enough to make an amulet. Parchment, enough to write the smallest passage of tefillin on it, Shema Yisrael. Ink, enough to write 2 letters. Eye paint, enough to paint 1 eye. Glue, enough to place on the head of a board. Pitch or sulfur, enough to form a hole. Wax, enough to place on the opening of a small hole. Crushed brick, enough to make an opening for the crucible of a gold refiner. Rabbi Yehuda says enough to make a tripod. Bran, enough to put on the opening of a gold refiner crucible. Lime, which was used as a depilatory, enough for the littlest finger of a girl. Rabbi Yehuda says it's enough to make the hair on your temples lie flat, while Rabbi Nehemiah says it's enough to smear on your forehead. The Gemara explains that rope is not used for handles of sieves, as this is coarse rope, which is not used for that, as it could damage the utensil. It expounds on many of these, particularly on the points about tax collectors' receipts, which is argued if it's still useful, whether to show to the tax collector's runners, or it's an argument if there's a chief tax collector and a subordinate, so you need to keep it to show both, or it's because you need the receipt to show to other tax collectors to prove that you pay your taxes in general. A similar dispute exists by a loan document. It also discusses many of the other measurements, particularly in regards to hides and its attributes, along with other specific types of hides and some points on laws of impurity. It similarly discusses the different scrolls, be it for tefillin, mezuzah, and their respective sizes. In regards to ink, it asks what's the law if you have a combination of a letter's worth of dried ink, a letter's worth on a quill, and a letter's worth in an inkwell, as each of those normally have the minimum of an amount sufficient to write 2 letters, so what's the law if smaller amounts of them all combine? So it says we don't know. This gets into a bit of a longer point about minimums in regards to ink and writing. Eye paint minimum is only for 1 eye, as some modest women will veil their faces and only paint 1 eye. By village women, it would be 2 eyes worth based on a source. The amount of wax was sufficient to plug a wine barrel hole. The glue is on the head of the board on a reed of a bird trapper. The point about crushed brick, according to Rabbi Yehuda, could actually be to plaster the cracks in the tripod of a small stove. Some more points in regards to lime, which was used as a depilatory. It was used by the poor, while the rich would use fine flour, and the daughters of kings would use oil of myrrh, which is either perfumed oil or oil of olives which have grown less than a third. Also, it mentions that you should only spread lime on your body one limb at a time, because one guy did it to his daughter all at once, and she died as her body temperature raised too high. Also, this is only really required if you drink beer. It gives further definition as to the locations of the application of lime. It also mentions that this one sage tried to expound on the verse of the Maaseh Merkava, the esoteric passages from Ezekiel, so a hornet stung him on the forehead and he died, and they said it was his fault. Anyways, this is brought to teach us the word for forehead, which is used here. New Mishnah, some more minimums. Earth, Rabbi Akiva says the amount for the seal of cargo sacks. The rabbis say enough for the seal of letters. Fertilizer, or fine sand, Rabbi Akiva says it's enough to fertilize a single stalk of cabbage, but the sages say a leek. Coarse sand, enough to put on a full trowel of lime. A reed, enough to make a pen, but if it was thick or a cracked reed, the minimum is the amount to cook the most easily cooked eggs, which have already been beaten and placed in a pot. The Gemara explains in regards to mixing sand with lime. Some say this makes it better, as it's stronger. Some say it's better after the destruction of the temple, as it looks worse. The reed, which is minimum pen size, is where it reaches to the joint of your fingers. We're not sure if this is the upper or lower joint. The egg that's easy to cook is either a dove egg, a hummingbird egg, or a hen egg, depending on which you hold is the easiest. Specifically, it's a dried fig's volume of this egg. New Mishnah, new list of minimums. A bone, large enough to make a spoon. Rabbi Yehuda says large enough to make a lock. Glass, large enough to scrape the head of a weaver's pick. A pebble or stone, large enough to throw at a bird. Others say an animal. The Gemara explains that the bone is being used for the teeth of a lock, which is smaller than the first opinion of a spoon. The others are also defined. The stone being thrown must be large enough that the animal could feel it, which is about 10 zuz. It also discusses the laws of a bunch of types of stones for different uses, particularly in regards to using them to clean yourself after using the restroom, which was something done back then. The principle in this regard and the discussions go on for a bit. It also explains some other of such things used for the restroom, like shards of pottery, which are problematic, mostly because it's dangerous, but also because it makes you susceptible to witchcraft. It mentions a story here where the sages were traveling on a boat, but they didn't take a noblewoman with them, so she said a spell that immobilized the boat, so they said a spell which released them. Anyway, she said she could do nothing to them, as they didn't do things that make them susceptible to sorcery, such as cleaning yourself with a shard of pottery, killing a louse while it's on your clothes, and they also don't pull vegetables out of tied bundles to eat. It also lists the proper, healthy manner of using the restroom, and discusses some other materials like stone and grass. Last mission of the chapter, some more minimums. Earthenware, enough to place between two slats. Others say enough to pick up fire, like a coal. Others say enough to hold a revi'is of liquid. They try to bring proofs from a verse, which says, "And there shall be found among its pieces a shard, with which to pick up fire from the hearth, or to scoop water from a hole," implying like those last two. The Gemara argued about which of these were larger, and based on implication from the verse, it says that the fire opinion is a large fire. The argument is over the size of the shard in question, whether it's a significant piece which is large enough to carry water, whether it is or isn't, and what the verse references, and that's the end of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Tractate Shabbos is largely a continuation of the previous discussion, listing the minimum amounts of various miscellaneous items that are forbidden to carry outside on Shabbos, and also an interesting portion on Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. So, new Mishnah. But before we get into the topic of object minimums to forbid carrying, it's going to do a brief bit on some laws of impurity. An idol can cause impurity while being carried, similar to a nida, an impure woman. As the verse states, you will cast them away as you would a nida, you will say to it, go out. In regards to idols, to teach that an idol will also impurify somebody in this manner, the same way a nida does. The Gemara explains that it says elsewhere that if your house shares a wall with another house, which is worshipped as an idol, and your wall collapses, you can't rebuild it, as that benefits the idol. Rather, you rebuild the wall 4 handbreadths into your own property. Then it discusses the walls stone, timber, and mortar, and say that they all have carrying impurity, similar to the laws of nida, like we explained here. There is an argument if the idol is on a placed rock which people could go beneath. Some say it's like a nida, in which case the things beneath are impure too. Some say it's like a bug or similar, called a sheretz, which have slightly different laws of impurity and will not contaminate the things beneath. There's argument about both as to what they're trying to teach with their comparison. According to the first one, there's a comparison to bugs to teach that the idol service items generate impurity the same way these bugs do through contact, and according to the latter opinion, it's compared to a nida to show that an idol's severed or disassembled limbs do not have impurity. This is all discussed at further length. There's further questions about the laws of purity in regards to an idol's disassembled limbs, in regards to different levels of disassembly which are unresolved. It also discusses if a really small idol is considered an idol, if it's less than the size of an olive in regards to impurity, which, no, it needs to be larger than an olive to generate impurity. It also adds that an idol, on top of being compared to a nida and a bug, sheretz, it's also compared to a corpse to teach that it doesn't generate impurity with a piece the size of a lentil. These are all being interpreted towards a leniency, as impurity by an idol is of rabbinic origin. New Mishnah, we know a ship is not susceptible to impurity because it's compared to the ocean, which doesn't either. It says, the path of a ship in the heart of the sea. The Gemara explains that obviously a ship is on the sea, so it's to teach this law of impurity that it doesn't apply to a ship. There's disagreement on this point, particularly in regards to an earthenware ship or a boat on the Jordan River, which are smaller, which also carry things while empty. It then lists several teachings about the importance of learning Torah constantly. These points on impurity in regards to ships and earthenware are discussed further. It learns that an earthenware vessel is not susceptible to midras, tuma, a specific form of impurity. New Mishnah, this one's about some laws on kilayim, forbidden mixers, here about not planting different types of seeds together. A garden path, 6 handbreadths by 6 handbreadths, can be sown with 5 different types of seeds, 4 on the sides and 1 in the center, based on a verse. The Gemara explains the verse. It says, "For the earth gives forth its plant." The usage of words, some being plural, some referencing singular, totals to referencing 5. The distances of the 6 handbreadth field is so they're far enough away that they won't draw nourishment from each other. It explains the basis for this and references the sons of Seir, the Chorite inhabitants of the land. Inhabitants of the land to show that they were experts on the land and could grow produce super well, whether by smelling it or tasting the earth. It gives some further clarification to this patch of land. The border is a handbreadth. Due to the fact that there must be distances between these seeds, if you have multiple of these patches, they can't really be in proximity. We try to suggest what if we shift the lines of the seeds to their corners, so there are gaps between, but it's explained that 2 of the sides are filled up to their corners, so nothing can be shifted, and this isn't allowed as there's a concern someone will plant this way. There are further variations of such cases discussed. It also teaches that if you want to sow your garden with patches of different vegetables, then each one should be 6 by 6 handbreadths with a 5 by 5 circle within, and with whatever species of plant you want, and the corners can also have a different species of plant. Some say to leave the areas in between patches fallow, some say you sow in the opposite way, vertical as opposed to horizontal, or vice versa, in the areas between patches. This is qualified further to list exceptions by the border of the entire field. New Mishnah. Some additional miscellaneous laws in regards to bodily fluids and impurity after 3 days. You can bathe an infant after circumcision on the 3rd day after, even on Shabbos, as it's still considered ill based on the verse, and it came to pass on the 3rd day when they were in pain. A strip of red wool is tied onto the he-goat, sent to Azazel as part of the Yom Kippur service, based on the verse, "If your sins will be like crimson, they will become white as snow." Anointing yourself on Yom Kippur is as forbidden as drinking, as alluded to by the verse, so it will come like water into his innards and like oil into his bones. The Gemara discusses these laws of bodily fluid impurity for a period. This goes further, also explaining some of the laws and times of immersion on this topic. Then it uses this opportunity to get into a topic about some of the points of the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai. Some say it was given on the 6th of the month of Sivan, and some say it was on the 7th. Everyone agrees that the Jews got to the desert of Sinai on Rosh Chodesh, the 1st day of the month of Sivan, based on the verse. Everyone also agrees that the Torah was given on Shabbos, again based on verses. So the opinion that says that the Torah was given on the 7th of the month holds that the 1st day of the month was on Sunday, so on the 1st day nothing happened because they were tired from the journey. On Monday, Moshe told them, "You shall be to me a kingdom of ministers." Tuesday, they were commanded to set boundaries. Wednesday, everybody separated from their wives and stayed like that for Thursday and Friday. According to the opinion that the Torah was given on the 6th, the 1st day of the month was Monday, and everything is shifted a day later. The verse does say they would abstain today and tomorrow, which implies like the second opinion, but the first opinion could just say that Moshe chose to add a 3rd day, which is actually referenced as something he chose to do on his own, along with permanently separating from his wife and breaking the tablets based on individual logics. 3 days of abstinence as excluding the actual day of the commandment, separating from his wife as the Jewish people separated from their wives when the Shekhinah spoke to them once. So for sure Moshe always, who the Shekhinah spoke to always. Breaking the 10 Commandments, as an idol worshipper can't eat of the Paschal sacrifice, so for sure they shouldn't be able to receive the entire Torah. It also references based on a different verse that God approved of this. It's argued back and forth as to who exactly is right in regarding the dates by citing sources which imply like each opinions. We try to bring a proof from dates that happened in earlier months, but that's not valid, as you can maybe make the month in between a leap month. There are more attempted proofs along these lines. We have proofs for the opinion of the rabbis. It also says famously that by Mount Sinai, God threateningly held the mountain over the Jewish people, saying they had to accept the Torah or else he'd drop it on them. So they were kind of coerced into accepting the Torah, but they did a full, proper acceptance by the times of Purim. As it says, the words Kimu v'kiblu haYehudim, the Jewish people established and accepted, establishing what they had already accepted. It also says, based on another verse, that by the giving of the Torah, the earth was afraid at first, as if the Jewish people didn't accept the Torah, God would revert the world back to nothingness, but then they calmed down once they saw that the Jewish people were going to accept it. It also says that as the Jewish people said, "We will do and we will hear," 600,000 angels came to each Jew and tied 2 crowns onto each of them for both parts of "we will do" and "we will hear." But when the Jewish people sinned with the golden calf, double that number of angels removed the crowns. But it says Moshe merited to receive all of them and took them, and in the future, by Mashiach, the crowns will be returned. This is all based on verses. It teaches some other points on the words "we will do" and "we will hear." That's how the angels pray, and the Jewish people are compared to an apple tree whose fruits precede its leaves, like these words. There's a story in this regard about a Sadducee heretic trying to mock a sage for the impulsiveness of these words, to which the sage responded, citing some verses. It also says that accepting the Torah has God view you with one eye, but when you perform the Torah, it's with both eyes, again, based on verses. Then it gets into the sin of the golden calf. One sage compares it to the shamefulness of a bride being unfaithful in her bridal chamber. Side point, people who suffer insult but do not insult, people who hear disgrace and don't reply, people who do God's will with love and are happy even in suffering. It's about them that the verse says, "But they who love him shall be as the sun going forth in its might." It also says, again based on verses, that by Mount Sinai every statement of God was divided into 70 languages. The words of Torah are compared to a prince because both have the power to give life or death, or compared to princes, as each statement had 2 crowns tied to it. There are further teachings that with every statement by God at Mount Sinai, the world was filled with the fragrance of spices, and each time God spoke, the Jewish people all died and were then resurrected, and also ran away to the edge of the camp, and were helped back by the angels. When Moshe himself received the Torah, the angels got upset that it was being given to a human, so God told Moshe to argue his case, and to hold on to his throne for safety. So Moshe argued, as the verses of the Torah speak of descending to Egypt and being enslaved by Pharaoh, which only the Jewish people did, not the angels, and also that only people do labor, which you can refrain from on Shabbos, and only people can do business, which have laws in the Torah, and only they can honor their mother and father, which only humans have, and only people have an evil inclination, and similar. So clearly the Torah can only be for people, not angels. So the angels became friends with Moshe, and they all gave him gifts, including the angel of death, who taught him how to cure the plague by the Jewish people later on. It also taught that the Satan asked God after the giving of the Torah, "Where is the Torah?" So God said, "On earth." So Satan searched everywhere and told God he couldn't find it. So God told him to ask Moshe. So Satan asked Moshe where the Torah is, and Moshe said, "Who am I that God should have given me the Torah?" So God asked Moshe, "What, are you lying or something?" So Moshe said that the Torah, which is God's coveted treasure, should he flatter himself by saying it was given to me? So God said, because of your humility, he'd call the Torah by Moshe's name, which it is. It also says that Moshe saw God fastening crowns to the letters of the Torah, and God asked him why he hadn't greeted him. So Moshe said that it's not proper for a servant to greet his master, so God told him that he should have offered him support at least, so Moshe did with a verse. It also says how Moshe told the Jewish people he'd come back after 40 days, but the Jewish people miscounted, including that day that he told them it on, so Satan caused everything to look terrible and told everyone that Moshe had died, and made the image of Moshe's funeral bier go into heaven, and then the golden calf thing happened. There's discussion on why Mount Sinai is called Mount Sinai, saying it references many notions about these events, although it's actually just called Chorev. It then explains the point of the scarlet wool used by a goat representing God forgiving the Jewish people, which will be done by any amount of sins if you rely on God and are forgiven. This is explained further, and also says that the forefather Yaakov was originally going to go to Egypt in chains, but because of his merit, he did not. New Mishnah, back to minimums for carrying wood. The minimum amount is the amount necessary to cook an easily cooked egg. Seasoning, the amount to season an easily seasoned egg. Also, seasonings can combine in this regard. Nut husks, pomegranate peels, safflowers, and madder. the minimum amount is to dye the little cloth worn on top of women's hats. Urine, natron, soapwort, and other stain removers enough to launder that small hat cloth. Others say enough to remove a blood stain. The Gemara repeats the point about wood to teach that it's not applicable with something smaller like the tooth of a key. The seasonings here are fit to flavor a pot of food. The cloths used for dyeing are the hat cloth, because something smaller, like a weaver's bobbin, no one's preparing dyes for that. The urine in question as a detergent is 40 days old. The natron is from Alexandria. Other cleaning agents are sand or possibly sulfur, possibly aloe or soapwort, and also a substance made from the inside of pearls. New Mishnah. Taking out pepper, tar, perfume spices, metal, stone, or earth from the altar, decayed scrolls, and decayed scroll wraps for storage, you're liable for any amount. Rabbi Yehuda also adds accessories of an idol based on a verse. The Gemara explains that pepper, tar, and spices are being used for medicinal reasons. The metal here could be used to be fashioned as the tip of a small ox goad or other small objects. It also says some minimums and uses of copper. These scrolls are being ruined by worms, which are dangerous if swallowed, as seen in a story where a student ate a fig which had a worm and then he died. New Mishnah. If you carry a peddler's box on Shabbos, you're only liable once, even though it has many types of spices. With cardon seeds, the minimum is of less than a dried fig. Some say he's liable even if he takes out 5 seeds. Cucumber, gourd, and Egyptian bean seeds, minimum is 2 seeds. Live kosher locusts is any size. Dead kosher locusts, the size of a dried fig. A specific species of locust with medicinal use, whether alive or dead, any amount is an issue. Rabbi Yehuda says that it's an issue to take out any sized live non-kosher locust, as kids sometimes play with them. The Gemara explains that a single seed isn't an issue, as nobody's taking a single seed to plant. It lists amounts of some other specific plants. It also mentioned the medicinal benefits of the specific locust, and the child can be given a live non-kosher locust, as there's no concern of it dying and the child eating it, as it's more likely that the child will eulogize the dead bug instead. And that's the end of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Tractate Shabbos begins with a Mishnah discussing some exceptions to when you're liable for carrying certain items, even though it's less than the defined minimums. Seeds, which are stored for planting, a substance to use as a sample for customers, or as a medicine, and you carry with those things, you're liable for carrying any amount. Other people are liable for the defined amounts earlier. If this person carries these items back in and no longer has the above specific intents, then they're no longer liable for any amount, and he's liable for the earlier defined amount instead. The Gemara explains that these exceptions apply even if you forgot why you stored them and you're just carrying them around. You're presumed to be carrying them based on your original intent. We teach that these laws of any amount even apply to something as tiny as a kernel of wheat. We also ask if it goes according to what you intend as you go out. Does that mean you could intend to take everything in your house out and then take out a few objects and that means you'd be exempt because that wasn't the full extent of your original intention? Well, no, as your intent is negated by the consensus of everybody, which is that the smaller amount you're carrying is still a significant amount, even though it's not everything in your house. There is further discussion and argument on these concepts. There's also a point on throwing seeds into storehouses, which is presumed to have nullify your intent if you do that. New Mishnah, if you take some food and put it on the threshold of your house between the private and public domain, and then you or somebody else picks it up from there and takes it into the public domain, everybody's exempt because you didn't do all the actions at once. Similarly, if you have a basket of food and place it in the public domain, with part of it still being in the private domain, you're fine unless it's all the way in the public domain. The Gemara has an option that the threshold in question must be a carmelis, a neutral area, as mainly discussed in Chapter 1 of Tractate Shabbos, for this case to work, but others disagree. The case of the basket of produce, partially between domains, must be with larger produce, because if it's something small, like mustard seeds, there's definitely going to be some seeds that are fully in the public domain, according to the opinion that the produce don't go according to the basket overall. Others disagree and say they do. This would cause some issues with the actual case, but they're resolved. It also explains their opinions with other cases, like spice peddlers' baskets. We try to bring proofs either way for each opinion. New Mishnah. You're not allowed to carry items on Shabbos in your right or left hand, on your chest, or on your shoulders, as that's how the implements were carried by the tabernacle. You're exempt, however, if you carry it in a different manner, such as with your foot, in your mouth, in your underarm, in your ear, in your hair, in your money belt with the opening hanging downward, between your money belt and your shirt, in the hem of your cloak, or in your shoe or sandal. The Gemara says that carrying an item between domains above 10 handbreadths in the ear is not allowed, as that's how some things were carried by the tabernacle. And within our calculations, it said that the Levium, the Levites, were 10 ames tall, which is very tall, and they were carrying implements on poles above their shoulders, so the math makes it above 10 handbreadths. We have to learn that the Levium were that tall, and not just Moshe, which we know was 10 ames tall based on a earlier source, because you might have thought that Moshe was an exceptionally tall person, as it said that the divine presence only rests on a person who is wise, strong, wealthy, and tall. There's discussion about carrying something on your head, which a small minority country did, so we say anybody, even people from that country, are exempt if they do that, as most people don't do such a thing. New Mishnah, if you're carrying an item and it shifts, so now it's behind you, you're exempt. If you're carrying it behind you and it shifts in front of you, you're liable. By a woman carrying something by her underskirt or a letter carrier, they're liable if it shifts either way. The Gemara argues about the first case. Some say the first and second statement about it shifting behind or in front of you are actually discussing the same point in regards to it shifting, and it's actually two arguing opinions saying you're either liable or exempt. Some say that no, there is a difference, as if you're carrying it in front of you, you want it to be guarded, so if it shifts behind you, it's now in a poorly guarded manner, so that's not what you intended, so you'd be exempt. On the other hand, if it was behind you, you didn't care what it was doing, so you're still liable if it shifts in front of you. There are further qualifications brought. There's further discussion. It's brought that if you tie it behind you and it stays behind you, you're still liable, and if it's on the back of your hand or foot, you're exempt. There's argument to which of these two the case of a money belt with a downward opening is compared to, and it clarifies the remaining cases of the Mishnah. New Mishnah. Obviously, if you carry a loaf of bread from a private domain to a public domain, you're liable. However, if two people take it out, they're both exempt. If the item required two people to take it out, some say they're both liable, others say they're both exempt. The Gemara elaborates their opinions and explains their logic. There's a bit more stated on that topic. It also says that if a person was able to carry an item himself and somebody helps him, the person who could carry it himself is liable, as the other guy was only aiding him, which is not considered to be significant. This about being aided gets into a point about bugs and the laws of impurity in regards to its legs aiding it. We say that this opinion is correct, that in those regards that the legs are considered aids to the animal, and that has ramifications by the laws of impurity. There is another proof brought from points on a Kohen standing while performing his service that both his legs need to be on the floor of the temple, not one of them on a vessel or something. Another point is brought that it's permissible for a Kohen to do his service with his right hand while aided with his left hand, a left hand not normally being allowed, as an aiding hand is considered insignificant. There's further argument and proofs on this topic. New Mishnah. If you carry food, but less than the above listed amounts, but it's in a container, you're exempt, as the container is considered secondary to the food. Similarly, you're exempt for carrying a bed with a person on it, as the bed is considered secondary to the person. You're liable for carrying a corpse on a bed, though. Carrying a corpse part, or part of an animal carcass the size of an olive, or part of a dead sherrit, an insect or similar, the size of a lentil, some say you're liable, some say you're exempt. The Gemara expands on these cases a bit. It discusses certain types of animals on this topic, and it discusses if you're allowed to carry a bound creature. These topics are, of course, discussed a bit further. New Mishnah, we're going to discuss some of the Taldice, the subcategories of some of the forms of work listed earlier. Removing your fingernails with other fingernails or your teeth, or removing hair or facial hair with your hands, or a woman who braids her hair, paints her eyes, or fixes her hair. Some say you're liable, some say these are only rabbinic enactments. The Gemara says that obviously removing your nails with a tool on Shabbos makes you liable. There's some discussion that you're exempt for removing the fingernails of somebody else. The amount of hair that's problematic, according to source, is 2 minimum. There's further discussion on cutting nails, including the discussion on exceptions if they're in a uniquely painful manner. There's argument as to what exactly the issue of braiding, painting, and adjusting your hair is. Some say the works of weaving, writing, and spinning. Others say the last two are actually dyeing and building, which is a term used for hair braiding in some places back then. Some other things you can't do on Shabbos: coagulating milk, making cheese, sweeping, sprinkling water to prevent dust, removing honeycombs from a hive, all are problematic. Some say only of rabbinic enactments. Some say the issue of milking is extracting, coagulating milk is selecting, and making cheese is an issue of building. It says the sources and discusses the other ones we said. New Mishnah, removing a plant from a perforated flower pot makes you liable. From an unperforated flower pot, you're exempt. Rabbi Shimon says you're exempt by both. Rabbi Shimon has an exception by laws of purity by a perforated flower pot. There's discussion if there's a hole right beneath the flower, if there's a small gap, then the roots are considered attached to the ground and it may not be pulled out. There's some qualifications with an earthenware pot in regards to impurity. If there's a hole large enough to let out liquid, it's impure as a shard. It could be used to mix the purification waters of the paraduma. If it gets a hole big enough for liquids to come in, it can't be used for purification liquid, but it's considered detached from the ground in regards to plants growing inside and the laws of impurity. If the hole was the size of a small root, it is unfit to render seeds growing inside susceptible to impurity, but it is a valid utensil with regard to holding olives and impurity. If the hole is large enough that olives can fall through, it is pure with regards to being able to contain olives, but it is a utensil with regard to containing pomegranates. If the hole is big enough that pomegranates can fall through, it's no longer subject to the laws of impurity, but if it has a sealed cover It has the status until majority of the utensil has broken off. Some hold that this point about the sealed cover blocking impurity unless majority is broken applies to a large earthenware utensil, and that about a pomegranate-sized hole only applies to a small utensil. This is discussed a bit further. One opinion says that if the hole is big enough to let olives through, then it's considered pure with these laws, and others say that such vessels are similar to dung, stone, or clay utensils, that they are totally non-susceptible to impurity, biblical or rabbinic, and the same point about the sealed cover majority breaking applies here too. And that's the end of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Tractate Shabbos begins by discussing some laws of throwing items between domains. The Mishnah begins by saying that if you throw an object from a private domain to a public domain, or vice versa, you're liable. If you throw the item from a private domain to a private domain with a public domain in between, Rabbi Akiva says you're liable, the rabbis say you're exempt. Specifically, if you have two balconies, both private domains, one opposite the other, you're allowed to pass or throw stuff between them. But if the balconies are on the same side, you can throw stuff, but you can't pass stuff between the balconies, because that's considered similar to how the Levium worked by the tabernacle, handing boards back and forth between the wagons lined up along the length of the public property, but not throwing them. The Gemara brings the source for the prohibition against carrying, which was Moshe standing in the Levite camp, which was a public domain, and telling people not to bring anything in. And we know this was a Shabbos from a linkage of words towards Yom Kippur, implying this is a day without work, being Shabbos. That's the law of taking stuff out. Logically, based on that, you wouldn't be allowed to bring anything in either. This is discussed further, and if parts constitute primary labors or subcategories. We know throwing things is an issue after some discussion, as maybe the source is from the sewers of the curtains by the tabernacle throwing needles to each other, but no, they would be sitting within 4 amos cubits of each other, which is smaller than the minimum amount you can't throw. We try to learn it's from the weavers throwing the shuttle back and forth, but there are issues with that, so in the end it's just a tradition passed down from Sinai. During the wandering in the desert, there was a famous incident where one person violated Shabbos and was put to death. He took a bunch of wood. Some say he violated the law of carrying, some say it was reaping, and others say it was gathering. We know from an earlier mentioned topic that there's an opinion that one of the 39 forms of work does not have the death penalty for its violation, so this rules out these 3 according to their respective opinions. The person who did this in the desert was named Tzalaf. This was learned from a source. It also discusses leprosy, which could be caused by suspecting others of misdeeds. We also see by Moshe having his hands get leprosy, it healed faster than it contracted the disease, meaning God gives healing faster than a punishment. It also says that when Aaron's staff swallowed the Egyptian magician's staves, there was a miracle within a miracle. Back to the debate about throwing the object from private domain to private domain. Possibly both would hold he's exempt if the item is thrown over 10 handbreadths, as that's the maximum height of a public domain, or maybe they actually do argue based on if they hold we learn throwing things from the laws of handing over, while holding if it's within the domain that they're both definitely liable. So based on a proof, it's the former argument. We don't learn about throwing things from handing things over, and if the object is above 10 handbreadths, it's allowed according to both of them. Others, of course, argue with this. There's another case of throwing an item from public property to public property over a private property, where there's an argument if you're liable or exempt. Some say that the opinion that he's liable is only where the private property is roofed, and others say that he's actually liable for 2 violations of bringing an item out and bringing an item in. There's lengthy argument on this, and also in the case of if you throw an object at a different distance than you intended. Some say it's fine to carry in a public domain that's roofed, as that's not comparable to the carrying in the desert. Others disagree, saying the areas around and beneath the wagons in the desert is like a roofed public domain, so there's lengthy argument to determine the exact dimensions of the wagons to figure out if they would have been viable for such a domain. The answer brought is that the wagons didn't really have floors, it was more 2-wheeled sides connected with wide pegs. This gets into a bit of a longer point about the exact dimensions of many of the boards and structure in the tabernacle, and how the cloths draped over them. It further discusses the dimensions of the wagons. New Mishnah. If you have a pile of dirt by a pit or a rock in a public domain that are 4 handbreadths wide and 10 handbreadths tall, that's considered a private domain, so you can't place or remove objects from it. If it's smaller than this minimum, it's obviously fine. The Gemara says that it says a pile of dirt by a pit as opposed to just a pit, to show that the depth of the pit and the height of the pile can combine to form 10 handbreadths. There's discussion on the case of throwing an item on top of a post with these dimensions. This case is where the thrown object never enters the exempt airspace above the public domain, as there's a protrusion or a crevice, so the thrown object, which is very small, like a needle, never enters above the public domain. A similar question, what if there's a wall 10 handbreadths high that surrounds a carmelis, a neutral area, thus turning it into a private domain, but the wall is thinner than 4 handbreadths? It's considered to be a private domain as it turns the carmelis into a private property, so also for itself. There's a case discussed of having a 9 handbreadths pit that you dig a piece out to make it 10. You're carrying at the same time the pit becomes a private domain. So is that an issue? There's a similar case of throwing a board on top of pegs that are 10 cubits in the air. That one stands unresolved. It also brings the case discussed way earlier about a nut in a vessel floating on water. Is the nut at rest from the vessel or not? Is it not at rest because it's in water? So that stands unresolved. There's also that dispute about oil on wine, if they're considered connected or not. There's also a case of an 8x10 pit, which is obviously problematic if you throw a mat inside. But if you throw the mat inside vertically, so it lands cutting the pit in half, so it's no longer landing in a private domain, you'd be exempt. Some disagree. If a private domain pit is filled with water, it makes no difference, but filling it with produce does, and it's no longer considered a private domain, and there's a source brought. New Mishnah. If you throw an object into a public domain at a wall, if it hits the wall above 10 handbreadths, you're exempt. If it's below, you're liable. It's as if it's on the ground, which is not allowed. The Gemara says this is a case of something that's sticking to the wall, so that it's not bouncing back and becoming less than the minimum 4 cubits that you can't throw. There's disagreement if it lands in a crevice in a wall, based on what you hold in that regard. There's also a point on that you're liable if you throw something on a mound 10 handbreadths by 4 cubits, 4 being the slope of the mound. New Mishnah. If you throw an object less than 4 cubits, but the wind blows it further than 4, you're exempt. If you throw it over 4, and the wind blows it back to you, you're liable. The Gemara says that the issue with the second case is that it stayed over 4 cubits for a brief instant. Some require the item to be within 3 cubits of the ground for it to be considered at rest. New Mishnah. Throwing an object 4 cubits into the sea makes you exempt. A shallow pool of water less than 10 handbreadths in a public domain makes you liable. It then repeats this. The Gemara says that it repeats this twice about a passage to teach inconvenient passage is considered a passage, but inconvenient usage is not considered usage, and does not make an area considered a public domain. It repeats the point on a pool, according to one to teach that a shallow pool is considered a public domain in the winter and summer, so when people aren't cooling themselves and when it's muddy, or it's to include a pool 4 cubits wide or 4 cubits long that people walk around or step around as a public domain. This is applied to other cases. New Mishnah. If you throw something from a sea to dry land, or vice versa, or from the sea to a ship, or vice versa, or from ship to ship, you're exempt. If the ships are tied together, you can carry stuff between, but if they're not tied, you can't carry stuff between the ships. The Gemara says that if you're on a ship and want a bucket of seawater, some say you should extend a rod to fill a bucket, as according to this opinion, the ocean is a carmelis, but that only applies to the ocean bed up to 10 handbreadths, so you can just pick the water up. However, you use the rod just as a reminder. The other opinion is that you need to make an enclosed area 4 handbreadths wide above the water and fill your bucket from there, as they hold that the whole ocean is a carmelis from the water's surface. By the first opinion, there's no concern of the ship entering shallow water under 10 handbreadths because ships don't travel in water that shallow, and they have probers with poles to make sure of that. By the second opinion, you can pour your wastewater out of the ship by pouring it on the wall of the ship, and it's fine that it's your force as it's into a carmelis, which is allowed in such circumstances. There's a proof brought. There are smaller boats that have exceptions and stricter rules. There's arguments on the point. You're also allowed to carry between ships tied together if there's a little boat wedged between. This is discussed further. New Mishnah. If you throw an object on Shabbos and after throwing it realize that it's Shabbos and another person catches it or a dog catches it or it burns, you're exempt. If you throw the object to inflict a wound and then realize it's Shabbos before it hits, you're exempt. Basically, the rule is that you're liable for a chatas offering if both the start and completion of the action was unintentional, but if one of those was intentional and the other was unintentional, then you're exempt. The Gemara argues as to what exactly the context of the cases of the Mishnah are. Some say the later cases are about an item tied to a rope, possibly to cause a wound, possibly to others. The case of throwing it into a dog's mouth or fire is where that's not your intent. If it was your intent, like a different case, it's considered like a significant target and may not be thrown at. This is discussed a bit further. And that's the end of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Tractate Shabbos begins with a sequence of individual discussion and analysis on each of the 39 forms of work forbidden on Shabbos, the first of which to be discussed in the first Mishnah is that of building. The amount of building to make you liable is any amount, including chiseling the stone, striking the final blow with hammer or sledgehammer, or drilling. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel includes striking a hammer on an anvil as you're improving the work. The Gemara explains that any amount includes even very small things like digging a tiny hole to store coins, as the sewers in the tabernacle would also dig little holes to store their needles. Others say no, as that would rust the needles, so rather it's crafting a small stand for a stove, as by the tabernacle some would have little stands for their dye kettles. Others disagree and say it's to include sealing a small hole in your wall with clay, as was done by the tabernacle with molten lead. Some even say that positioning a stone in the ground makes you liable, according to a source. The issue of chiseling is debated between one of building or striking the final blow. There's a similar debate by making a hole in a chicken coop, wedging a peg into the cavity of a hoe. We need to list all these cases to include a normal manner of building, an atypical one, and others. Some hold it's an issue of striking the final blow by chiseling, others disagree, it's discussed further. Included in this work is hollowing out 3/4 of a block, and the issue with the anvil, some say, is that you're training your hand. Some say it's just that was something done in the tabernacle to make sure the hammer is smooth, while pounding sheets of gold. New Mishnah, now on plowing. Plowing, any amount, weeding, pruning, dry branches, or young shoots. Again, any amount makes you liable. If you're gathering wood off a tree, if you're doing it to improve the tree, you're liable from any amount. If you're doing it to get some kindling wood, you're liable for the minimum amount of wood required to cook an easily cooked egg. The same applies to gathering grass. If it's to improve the soil, liable in any amount. If it's for fodder, liable in the amount of a kid's mouthful. The Gemara says you're liable in any amount of plowing to include the smallest amount, to plant 1 seed for a pumpkin, as that was something done by the tabernacle, to plant 1 stalk of herb for a dye. The other forms of garden work are also discussed. New Mishnah, now on writing. Writing 2 letters with either hand, 2 of the same letters, or 2 different letters, with 1 or 2 inks in any language makes you liable. An opinion says the source from the tabernacle when they marked letters on the boards to know which ones went next to each other. Another adds that if you started writing a long word and then stop, and the first letters of the long word formed a word by themselves, then you're liable. The Gemara says that we're either discussing somebody ambidextrous, so the right and left hand can apply equally, or it's the view of the opinion that the issue with writing is the marking, which could be done with either hand. There's argument on the point of only writing 2 letters. This gets into a bit of a point on specificity when writing tefillin and mezuzah in regards to precision with letters, so they don't resemble other letters. There's further points on the institution of certain letters and spelling of verses. It also describes why the letters are in their order and shaped as they are, each representing different concepts of proper behavior and practice. New Mishnah. If you write 2 letters in 1 lapse of awareness, you're liable once. This applies with most inks, be it ink, paint, red pigment, copper sulfate, or otherwise, even on 2 walls which meet at a corner, or on 2 separate tablets that you can bring together. You're also liable for writing on your skin. There's an argument about scratching letters into your skin. If you wrote using liquids, fruit juice, dust, or anything impermanent, you're exempt. You're also exempt if you write in an odd manner, like with the back of your hand, with your foot, mouth, or elbow, writing 1 letter next to a pre-existing writing, or over pre-existing writing. You're similarly exempt for intending to write the letter ches, which is made of 2 other letters, 2 zions, and accidentally writing those 2. Also, if you wrote a letter on a ground and another on a beam, or 2 letters on 2 separate walls of a house, or on 2 separate ledgers that cannot be read together. So, all those you're exempt. There's an argument if you write 1 letter as an abbreviation. The Gemara gives definition and explanation on a lot of these cases. Some say if you write 1 letter but it completes a book, you're liable, and the same applies to the last thread of a garment. If you write 2 letters in different cities, so the only action required is to bring them together, you're liable. If you intentionally turn a ches into 2 zions, you're liable. This is discussed further. It gives some examples of abbreviation using letters. Last mission of the chapter, if you write 2 letters in 2 lapses of awareness, once in the morning and once in the afternoon, there's an argument if you're liable or exempt. The Gemara explains that the basis for the argument is if you hold that you can become aware of half a measure in these actions. And that's the end of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Tractate Shabbos continues with elaboration on the various 39 forms of work forbidden on Shabbos. In regards to weaving 3 threads, or adding 1 thread to a woven fabric makes you liable. The rabbis say it's 2 threads either initially or being added. Also, on a loom, you're liable for setting 2 heddle eyes. In a winnow, a fine sieve, a coarse sieve, a basket, or others, you're also liable. Finally, sewing 2 stitches or tearing in order to sew 2 stitches makes you liable. The Gemara says that the opinion that weaving threads is with 3 threads is where it's thick threads, which won't unravel. If it's thin, then it's an issue with 2. Some say it's the opposite, with thin threads by 3, where they're noticeable, and thick threads by 2. This is discussed further. It also describes the loom setup with the heddles on their frame. The Mishnah is repeating points about tearing stitches to teach some points that come up in the next Mishnah. Included in the point about tearing stitches to resew is where the garment is sewed unevenly, leaving lumpy folds that are torn to be smoothed out and resewed. New Mishnah. Further on tearing due to anger or for the dead or just to act destructively, you're exempt. But tearing to repair is the issue with the measures listed. The minimum measure that you're liable for whitening, disentangling, dyeing, or spinning is a measurement that's about double the width between your stretched apart index and middle finger. For weaving 2 threads, it's the minimum measure of one of those amounts. The Gemara says that the mourning can't be for a relative or a sage, who everybody is like their relative, because tearing your garment for them is an obligation, so it's a constructive act, and you would be liable for that. So, or it's where it's not an upright individual, or you weren't there by the passing. Some say that tearing out of anger is actually constructive, perhaps to satisfy your evil inclination, but we say no, because that's how the evil inclination gets you. First you tear your garments out of anger, then you break utensils out of anger, then you scatter your money out of anger. The principle is that you start off with little things, and they get progressively bigger and bigger until it tells you to perform idolatry and you listen. So rather, it's acting angry, even though you're not actually mad, in order to affect proper behavior from your household. It also says the importance of mourning and eulogizing sages. It also discusses destroying things on Shabbos and how that relates to other forms of working. It also explains measurements of the whitening by the space between fingers. New Mishnah, now on the subject of trapping. If you drive a bird into a closet or a deer into a house and shut the door, you're liable. Others include also trapping a deer in this manner in a garden, courtyard, or enclosure. Others say that not all enclosures are the same. The general rule is that if you drive the animal into an enclosure where it's not fully trapped, you're exempt, but if it doesn't require any further trapping, you're liable. The Gemara discusses these laws and classifications. For instance, a small enclosure is defined as where you can reach the animal in a single lunge, or it's where the shadows of the walls reach each other, or it's where there aren't many corners for the animal to escape to, with a large enclosure being what's excluded. It says we hold like the opinion that driving a deer into a small enclosure makes you liable. Furthermore, it says trapping a blind or sleeping deer still makes you liable, as those will run off if they sense a person near, unlike a lame, old, or sick from fatigue deer. In regards to trapping grasshoppers and similar bugs, some say you're liable, some say not, as they aren't usually trapped. Some say you're exempt if they're swarming. Quick little Mishnah, if a deer enters a house by itself and you close the door, you're liable. If 2 people close the door, both are exempt. If the door requires 2 people to close, some say you're liable, some not. The Gemara says an opinion that you're only liable for trapping a lion if it's in a special lion cage. New Mishnah. If the deer is in the house and you sit by the entrance covering half of it, and somebody else sits covering the other half, the second guy is liable. If the first guy blocks the door fully and a second guy comes by, even if the first guy leaves, the first guy is liable and the second person is exempt. This is comparable to a case where you locked your door for safety and it turns out that there was a deer inside, which means you're exempt. The Gemara says a similar case, that if a bird flies into your shirt and can't escape, you're not liable and you can just sit there all day with it. By the way, where the person was fully blocking the door and there happened to be a second guy there too, the second guy was exempt. Now, normally, whenever it says something is exempt in the laws of Shabbos, it means exempt but still prohibited. This is one of the few exceptions based on the comparison to the mistakenly locking a deer inside case, where exempt actually means exempt and permitted. The other cases are lancing a boil, not to open it, but only with the intent to remove pus, and the last case, trapping a snake, not for medicinal reasons, but just so that way it doesn't bite you. Those 3 cases are exempt and permissible, and these are sourced from similar rulings. That's the end of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Tractate Shabbos begins with a discussion on trapping or bruising the 8 sharutzim, 8 special creeping animals whose carcasses can convey impurity. The translations of the animals aren't 100% certain, but they are probably a rat, a mouse, a toad, or possibly a ferret, a hedgehog, or possibly a porcupine, or beaver, a chameleon, a lizard, a snail, or a slug, and a mole. Trapping or bruising them makes you liable on Shabbos. You're exempt for bruising other vermin, but trapping them is not allowed, if it's for a positive purpose. Elsewise, you're exempt. Animals or birds that are under your control, you're exempt for trapping them, but liable for bruising them. The Gemara says that the implication is that all of those 8 sharutzim creatures have hides in regards to the laws of Shabbos. There's arguments if this applies and by laws of impurity. In regards to other vermin, we said you're liable for bruising them, but of course you're liable for killing them. Some hold otherwise about a louse, which they say doesn't reproduce. Others disagree, saying a source that lice lay eggs, but the other opinion still argues, saying that eggs of lice is just the name of a species. Regarding a flea, some say you're exempt from trapping it, others disagree. Everybody says you're liable for killing it. The point we said on trapping, only applying for a positive purpose, is like the opinion that doing a labor not needed for a defined purpose makes you not liable. This is discussed. In regards to killing the fish, some say it's considered dead after removing it from the sea, if there's a dry spot of a certain size on it. Some say the spot must be between its fins. Others say it doesn't even need to be dry. It's considered dead if there's bits of slime if you touch it. Similarly, one opinion said that if you reach inside an animal on Shabbos and dislocate its embryo, you're liable of a subcategory of reaping. Reason is because you're uprooting something from its place of growth even though it's not touching the ground. You'd be similarly liable for detaching a fungus from a pitcher. Some say this doesn't apply where it's not the thing's usual place of growth, such as a plant in a flower pot without a hole. Some say you can write to fill in on the hide of a kosher bird even though it's full of holes as the ink doesn't seep through them. This is discussed further. We don't know if this applies to a kosher fish, and if the fish skin's smell has departed for this to be allowed. There's a story in this regard where a man badgered a sage with many questions, some of which were in this regard, so the sage cursed him. The sage was also being hosted by a different sage, who was feeding him in a way to help his illness, but he didn't realize as it made him sick, so he cursed the sage to not be survived by his sons, and then realized his mistake. So the other sage only ended up having daughters. It discusses some points further and more on which hides make kosher tefillin. New Mishnah. No preparing brine on Shabbos, but you may prepare salt water to dip bread into or to add to cooked foods. Others say you can only make salt water if you add oil first. The Gemara explains the difference between brine and salt water, that brine is a lot of salt water and salt water is a little. Others take issue with these cases. Another point is taught that you can't make strong salt water on Shabbos. Strong salt water is that an egg will float in it, for fish brine, which is 2/3 salt. There's argument if you can salt a radish. There are further points. In regards to salt water, some say that no one has ever sunk in the Sea of Sodom if they would have sunk on a regular ocean. There's an opinion that you can wash with this water on Shabbos, along with some substances you can't put in your eyes on Shabbos as they constitute a medical practice. Things like wine and raw saliva. It also lists a few medical practices of those times in this regard. This goes further, listing many more medical practices. New Mishnah. Some medical procedures not allowed on Shabbos. No eating certain types of hyssop, which is eaten by unhealthy people. You can eat any food or drink for healing on Shabbos, but not palm tree water, a potion of sterility, which are used for treating jaundice. You may, however, drink palm tree water out of thirst and anoint yourself with root oil if it's not for healing. The Gemara goes on a lengthy sequence of listing medicinal foods, their uses for certain illnesses and ailments, and similar concepts and practices, things like worms, drinking uncovered water, and a snake bite. There's also what to do if a snake wraps itself around you, if it's chasing you, and many such situations. It lists more medical foods. Then it lists even more medical illnesses and the practices for curing them. New Mishnah. If you feel pain in your teeth, no drinking vinegar through them. You may drink vinegar in a regular manner, and if it cures you, then great. If your loins hurt, no putting wine or vinegar on them. You may use oil, but not rose oil. Princes can use rose oil, as that's what they usually use. Some say all Jewish people are like princes, so they can use rose oil on Shabbos. The Gemara argued when vinegar is actually good for your teeth. There's argument on this and the usage of rose oil. And that's the end of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Tractate Shabbos, further going through the 39 forms of work on Shabbos, now on tying knots. The knots you're liable for tying and untying were known as the driver's knot and the sailor's knot. Rabbi Meir is of the opinion that a knot that could be untied with one hand you're not liable for. The Gemara describes these knots, and if a bow knot is allowed, that stands unresolved. New Mishnah. Knots you're not liable for are at the front of a shift, a hat string, a girdle, shoe or sandal straps, wine and oil canteens, or a cloth pot cover. There's an opinion that you can tie a rope in front of an animal stall so the animal can't escape. The Gemara discusses these and teaches that these are all necessary to be taught, to include if the opening to the garment has two straps, one of which could be left tied permanently by the shift, and a hat is allowed as it will be untied before removal to not mess up the woman's hair. There's further discussion on the topic of shoes, what if they break while walking, and on the subject of chalitza, a later topic. This is discussed at length. We need to teach that the canteen was allowed, to teach that it's permissible even if there's two flaps, one of which could be left tied permanently. A similar logic by the pot lid, which has a spout, so you might have thought that the knot would be permanent as you'd empty it through the spout. The same principle applies by the animal stall. It's allowed even though there might be two ropes, one of which will be left permanently tied. We rule with the opinion that allows you to tie the stall shut. New Mishnah, you can tie a pail with a girdle, and there's disagreement if it's allowed with a rope. Rabbi Yehuda says a general rule, which is that you're not liable for a non-permanent rope. The Gemara says that the rope in question is weaver's rope, which will be untied. This is discussed further on similar topics and about weaver's implements. New Mishnah, you can fold a garment many times, even 4 or 5, and you can prepare beds on Shabbos night for Shabbos day, but not on Shabbos day for the night after Shabbos. There's an opinion which states that you can fold garments and prepare beds on Yom Kippur for Shabbos the day after. He also holds that you can offer fats from the Shabbos sacrifice on Yom Kippur, but not vice versa. A different opinion allows neither sacrifice swap. The Gemara qualifies the point on folding your clothes, saying, not with 2 people folding, not with old clothes, and not with colored clothes, and not if you have other clothes to change into. There's an opinion that you should wear nicer clothes on Shabbos, and if you have none, then wear your weekday clothes in a non-working manner, meaning don't have them hitched up. This isn't considered to be disrespectful, as you're only doing it on and for Shabbos. It lists some verses about respecting Shabbos. It also gives many instances of this, such as walking in a proper manner. It also says not to eat the dust of Babylonia, also called Shinar, as all the dead of the flood were dumped there, and it's bad for your health. It gives further instances of dressing well on Shabbos based on some verses. It also expounds some verses from the book of Rus. This goes further, and there's points on the proper dress code of a Torah sage to look proper and respectable. There's more on folding garments. It also mentions the point of the shofar being sounded to let people know before Shabbos, and whether or not that happens when Yom Kippur falls out on Friday, which is debated. There are further points on what's not allowed on Yom Kippur. Some say you're allowed to start preparing fruit and similar before Yom Kippur ends. Some say it's to increase your distress during the fast, some say it's to decrease it. There were instances of some sages doing this, but people started doing it too early, so they began prohibiting it. And that's the end of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Tractate Shabbos begins by discussing whether you can save certain pieces of holy scripture on Shabbos from a fire. It says that all pieces of scripture, the Torah, the books of Nevi'im, prophets, and even Kesuvim writings, which aren't read from on Shabbos, can be saved from a fire by carrying them outside, even if they're written in any language. Also, the reason the books of Kesuvim aren't read from on Shabbos is because they're very interesting, and if they're read, people might not come to the study hall to learn on Shabbos. The Gemara says an argument if you actually can save them if they're written in any language, which means they're not read from on Shabbos. One opinion says they're not read from, so you don't save them. The other opinion says that you can still save them because they are still scripture and it would be disgraceful to let them burn. This is argued further based on some sources. It also says an opinion that you can't save amulets or written blessings from fire, even though they have verses and similar written in them, and in fact that's why you shouldn't write down blessings. Also, if the Torah or similar was written with a different form of ink, it's either allowed as it's still in Hebrew, or not allowed as it's not black ink. We hold it's allowed. There's more points on if it's allowed with a large amount of the letters missing. With less than 85 letters left, some say it cannot be saved. With 85 letters, there's argument if this is allowed with the letters next to each other or even scattered all across the pages. This is discussed further. There's a lot of discussion on saving the blank parts of a Torah scroll, comparison to similar cases, but it's unresolved. There's further discussion on other such books. It also mentions a story wherein a certain philosopher made it as if he would never accept a bribe, so 2 sages, Rabban Gamaliel and Imam Shalom, decided to expose him by both offering him bribes, one a golden lamp and the other an expensive donkey, and he took them both and switched his opinion to rule like the one with the more expensive gift, so he was caught. As for the point on not reading books of Kesuvim, some say this applies during the time of learning in the study hall, some say even the rest of the day. This is argued, but they seem to rule that it's allowed the rest of the day. New Mishnah, you can save the container of a scroll along with the scroll from a fire, and the tefillin container along with the tefillin. This is allowed even if there's money inside of the cases. You can carry them either to a closed or open mavoi, which will be defined, depending on your opinion. The Gemara cites a comparison to a similar case of offering the paschal sacrifice on Shabbos in regards to flaying it, and if we can save a scroll on Shabbos with its case, it should also be permissible to flay the Pesach offering of its hide. So that's not comparable because it's the difference between an actual form of work by the sacrifice and only Muktzeh by this case. So rather it's the issue of moving the hide, which is also Muktzeh to get to the meat. Again, not comparable. The scroll case is the base for something permissible to move versus the hide, which is the base for something impermissible to move. It's also not comparable to the case where there's money in the scroll case, as there's still something also permitted in that being the scroll. So, after some further suggestion, it's actually the original issue of the hide being a form of work, but the answer is that it's where you don't need the hide and you're doing it in an atypical manner, by removing the hide in strips. As for what an open and unopened mavoi is, it's an alley of a sort, here closed meaning it has 3 walls and 2 posts, open meaning it has 3 walls and 1 post. There's some argument on these definitions. Some argue saying that in regards to carrying food. By a Torah scroll, a closed mavoi, it has 3 walls and 1 post, and by an open mavoi, it has 3 walls and no post. New Mishnah. Some further things you can rescue from a fire on Shabbos. Enough food for 3 meals, food for people, and you can save animal food for animals. Some say that if you ate 1 meal already before the fire broke out, you can only save 2 meals, and if you ate 2 meals before the fire broke out, then you can only save 1 meal, etc. Others say you can always save 3 meals. The Gemara says we don't allow him to save more than the allotted amount, as then he'll become panicky and extinguish the fire. This is similar to a case where a barrel of wine broke on your roof, so you can have a bowl in your courtyard to collect the wine, but that's it, because more would cause you to try bringing more bowls, and you'll end up messing up and carrying them outside. This is discussed further along with a similar case. It lists some more rules on saving bread, and also about how to break bread during the Shabbos meal. There's some discussion on how many meals you actually eat on Shabbos. It's agreed that it's more than a weekday, but only if you can afford it. It also describes the proper amounts in meals to assist other people in this regard, whether it's 3 or 4, along with the bed and pillow if he stays overnight. It also says that if you eat 3 meals on Shabbos, you'll be spared from the travails of Mashiach's coming, Gehenna, and the war of Gog and Magog. It brings the sources for all of these. Some also say you won't be oppressed in exile. Some say your heart's wishes will be granted based on verses. It also describes the foods you should eat, and says on the importance of keeping Shabbos that if you do properly, your sins, even super severe ones, will be forgiven. And if the Jewish people had properly kept the first Shabbos, then no people would ever have been able to attack them, all based on verses. There are further teachings in this regard, including about proper prayer during certain times. There are many of such points listed as to what are admirable actions in this regard, about what they hoped for their portion to be, and similar points on proper and modest conduct. It also says some good things people do that they should be rewarded for. Again, eating 3 meals on Shabbos, focusing during prayer, not walking 4 cubits with your head uncovered, wearing tefillin and tzitzis, which there's a quick story brought to show the importance, where a sage went up a ladder, one of his tzitzis strings got cut short, so he stayed up there until he got it fixed with a new string. It also lists some other things, making a big party whenever a student finished a tractate, putting a lot of focus on cases brought by rabbinical students, and one sage even said he was disqualified to judge a lawsuit involving rabbinical students because he loved them as much as himself. Then it lists more proper practice and conduct by sages on Shabbos, buying fancy foods to honor the day, cooking things themselves, or being involved, and similar. There's a very famous story brought about the reward for Shabbos. There was a man named Yosef called Yosef Moker Shabbos, Yosef who honors Shabbos. Anyways, one of his neighbors was told by an astrologer that all his possessions would go to Yosef, so he decided to protect it by selling everything he owned and buying a single pearl, which he protected by sewing inside his hat. So he was walking along, and then the wind blew his hat into a river, and a fish ate it. The fish was caught, but it was late Friday, so the fisherman brought it to Yosef, who bought expensive fish to honor Shabbos. When he bought it, he cut it open, found the pearl, and sold it for 13 attics of golden dinarim. It also says that Israel, they got wealthy because they tied their crops, and in Babylon, outside of Israel, they got wealthy for keeping Shabbos, and there are further instances of this listed. It also says that this Roman Caesar once asked the sage Rabbi Yeshua ben Hanania why Shabbos food smells so good, so he said there's a spice called Shabbos, so the Caesar asked for some, but he told him it only works if you keep Shabbos. It also says other ways of honoring Shabbos: by wearing clean clothes, by having your meal later or earlier, the opposite of what you usually do. It says some points on the proper words in Friday night prayers, and to prepare your house properly for Shabbos. As it says, there are 2 angels that accompany you home on Friday night, one good and one not. And depending if your house is set for Shabbos, the good or not good angel will say that next week should be like this week, and the other angel says Amen. There's further points on proper preparation for Shabbos. It also says that answering Amen with all your might will cause the gates of the Garden of Eden to open for you. It also says that not keeping Shabbos causes fires, and opinion says that Jerusalem was destroyed as Shabbos was desecrated. Some say Jerusalem was destroyed because people didn't say the Shema prayer in the mornings and evenings. Some say it was because people diverted children from their Torah study. Some say it was because people had no shame for each other. Some say it was because the great and small were considered equal. Some say it was because they didn't admonish one another. Some say it was because they demeaned Torah scholars, which it lists some points on, and the importance of children studying Torah, that they shouldn't be diverted even for the sake of building the temple in Jerusalem, and similar points on its importance. Some other opinions as to why Jerusalem was destroyed: some say because people of truth had disappeared. Others say people of truth never disappeared from Jerusalem, even as it fell. Some clarify this to mean that men of truth in regards to Torah never disappeared, but in regards to business they did, unfortunately. New Mishnah, further things that can be saved from a fire: a basket full of loaves, as much as you want, a cake of pressed figs, and a barrel of wine, more than 3 meals, and he can also tell other people to go and save food for themselves, and if they want to be smart, they can request wages after Shabbos. Some say you can only move them to a courtyard which is connected via an Erev boundary, others say it doesn't need the Erev boundary. It also says you can bring your utensils for a meal out there, and if you want to save your clothes, then you should put on tons of layers of clothes and walk out with them. Some say he can only wear 18 garments, but he can keep going back in shifts, and even get others to help him. The Gemara says that the difference between the prior Mishnah, which said you can only save 3 meals, and this one, which says you can save as much as you want, is that the prior is where the food is not bundled together, so you can only save 3 meals worth, but here, it's where the food was pre-bundled in large amounts, so you can carry them out at once. Alternatively, they're both discussing where you're bundling the food together. It's just our Mishnah is where you're taking them out to your courtyard, the prior is where you're taking it to another courtyard. There's further points on this topic. In regards to the point about the helpers being paid wages, it said that this is a person who fears heaven, so he shouldn't be benefiting off of others. But he also shouldn't be working without compensation, and it doesn't count as a wage on Shabbos. It gives instances of all the layers of clothes you can wear. New Mishnah. In order to contain a fire, it says you can spread a kid's hide over a carriage, trunk, or closet where there's a fire, as the hide doesn't singe. You can also put vessels, full or empty, to block the fire, but some say you can't block with earthenware vessels filled with water, as the vessels will break and extinguish the fire. The Gemara says that if half of a coat is on fire, you can put water on the other half, and if the fire goes out, then great. Some disagree, some don't, and would allow having earthenware vessels filled with water to block a fire. There's more points in this regard, whether you can open a door opposite a fire to let air in, and similar. There's argument about the point on making a barrier. The opinion that doesn't allow the water vessels is because he holds that if you let the person start extinguishing things somewhat, then when his property is burning up, he might just end up extinguishing things directly himself. There's more on using a reed grass covering to cover a name of God on your skin while you're undressed, and arguments in that regard. There's more discussion on this topic. New Mishnah. A non-Jewish individual can extinguish your fire on Shabbos, but you shouldn't tell him to do it. But you also shouldn't tell him not to do it. A Jewish minor is not allowed to do it, as he's your responsibility. The Gemara says an opinion that you can say within earshot of a non-Jewish individual that anybody who extinguishes the fire will be rewarded. We try to bring a proof or disproof, but we can't. There's a story where a sage, who was the king's treasurer, caught fire, so a bunch of Roman men ran and tried to put him out, but he said not to, as it was Shabbos. So a miracle happened, and it rained on him, and he was fine. After Shabbos, he gave a lot of money to all the people who tried to help him, and the sages said it would have been totally permissible for him to just let them put him out anyways. We also say this is not comparable to a case of a minor eating nevela meat on behalf of his father's self-interest, as here the non-Jewish person is acting out of his own self-interest because there's a reward being offered for putting the fire out. So it's not comparable to the nevela case. New Mishnah. You can put a bowl high over a lamp so it's not being extinguished, but it won't burn down a beam above. You may similarly put a bowl over a child's feces or over a scorpion to prevent it stinging. There was a case where somebody did this over a scorpion that wasn't chasing anybody, and there was a concern that he was liable. There's discussion in the Gemara on the case of feces and why you can't just remove it, so we say it's in a trash heap in a courtyard. Some say all lethal creatures can be killed on Shabbos, others say only 5, the Egyptian fly, the Nineveh wasp, the Chadiav scorpion, the snake from Israel, and any mad dog. Some answer that those 5 can be killed if they're not chasing you, and any lethal animal can be killed if it's chasing you. Some were careful with this, and once a sage saw somebody killing a bee on Shabbos, so he sarcastically asked him if he had finished all of them off. There's more points in this regard. There's also some discussion on candelabras. New Mishnah. If a non-Jewish person lights a lamp for himself, a Jewish person is allowed to use it. But if the lamp was lit for the Jew on Shabbos, it's not allowed to be used. The same point applies to a non-Jewish person drawing water for his own animal or for you, and by making a gangplank to disembark from a ship versus him making one for you, which can't be used on Shabbos. There's an incident recorded where sages used a gangplank made by a non-Jew for himself. The Gemara says that it brought the somewhat redundant case of the gangplank to tell over that incident. A similar case where an animal can eat from leftover grass picked by a non-Jew for himself applies, and is allowed if you have the animal eat of its own accord. The story of the gangplank was allowed as while this person did know the sages were on the ship, he expended no extra effort for them in making the gangplank, so it was allowed for them to be used. Similarly, regarding a bathhouse that was heated on Shabbos, if majority of the city are Jews, then they have to wait the time after Shabbos for the water to have reheated. As the water was heated on Shabbos for the benefit of majority of the city, which was Jewish people here. It's allowed if majority are non-Jewish people. The same principle applies by using a public public lamp. And there's a story where a sage was visiting somebody, and a non-Jewish person there lit a lamp, so the sage didn't use it by looking away, but then saw the person reading something from its light, so he realized that it wasn't lit for his use, so he could benefit from it at that point. And that's the end of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Tractate Shabbos is largely a continuation of a lot of the principles from the latter half of Chapter 3 on the laws of Muktzeh, or not touching objects which aren't used on or set aside for Shabbos. The first Mishnah states that all utensils with doors, such as trunks, carriages, or cabinets, may be moved on Shabbos along with their door, even if it became detached. Excluded are house doors, which, if detached, may not be moved on Shabbos, as they weren't prepared for Shabbos use. Some specific items and their permissible uses: a hammer to crack nuts, a hatchet to cut a cake of pressed figs, a saw to slice cheese, a shovel to scoop dried figs, a winnowing shovel or pitchfork to pass food to a child, a spindle or weaver's reed to spear fruit, a hand needle to remove a splinter, and a larger needle for sewing sacks or to pick a door lock. The Gemara argues if the cabinet doors case was where they were detached on a weekday or on Shabbos. It also discusses regular doors and the prohibition of reattaching them to their hinges, not because of the malachos of building or demolishing, but because you might fasten them in securely, which would be the malacha of striking the final blow. Further, in regard to the hammers for nuts, some say that's only with a nut hammer, as they hold that something typically used for a work forbidden on Shabbos cannot be used even for something permissible. Others disagree, as we said you can use a pitchfork for feeding a child. So, they would hold that you could use something forbidden on Shabbos for its typical use for something else. Others disagree, but they agree that some specific items which people are particular about and are designated in specific storage may not be moved on Shabbos, such as spindles, clothes presses, and mallets. There are further opinions as to which hammer you can use. There are further points on the remaining utensils allowed. Some allow straightening out the limbs of a baby, others don't, as unlike removing a splinter with a hand needle, the limbs are actually attached to the body, so relocating them is akin to repairing a vessel and not allowed. New Mishnah: a cane used for turning olives in their vats. If there's a knot at the end, it's susceptible to impurity, otherwise it's not. Either way, it can be taken out on Shabbos. The Gemara says the reason why is because the knot forms a cavity which fills with oil. New Mishnah: some say all utensils can be taken on Shabbos except large saws and a coulter. The Gemara says that some include a launderer's riddle due to its similarity to a coulter. Some also say a tanner's knife, a butcher's knife, and a carpenter's adze. These are explained further and some additional points and on tubes. There are further points also on certain parameters, such as if the hollow of a doorway is considered inside a house, and similar. New Mishnah: all utensils may be taken either out of necessity or not. Some say only with necessity. The Gemara clarifies, when it says out of necessity, some say that means to make room, some say that means out of the sun into shade. There are sources and similar cases. This is discussed further along with a point on skylights. Among others, it also discusses moving pillows out of the sun. There's also an argument if you can move brooms of palm as opposed to of cloth, which people allow in order to get into the shade. New Mishnah: any utensil which can be used on Shabbos, you can also use its fragments, as long as they can be used for a task. For instance, fragments of a mixing bowl or fragments of glass to cover the mouth of a flask. Some say it's only allowed if the fragments have a semblance of their former use. For instance, the bowl fragments can have porridge poured into them and the glass fragments oil poured inside. The Gemara says that some say this argument applies if the vessel broke before Shabbos, but if it was during Shabbos, all permit its use. Others disagree, saying the inverse. The argument is if it broke on Shabbos, and it's permitted if it broke before, because it's prepared for a new task before Shabbos started. There are some sources, and it says regarding leftover bricks from a construction site, you can move them as they're technically usable on Shabbos, as you can recline on them, but if they were stacked, they've been set aside for construction and can't be used. It also says a point about a sage using a shard to scrape mud off the shoes of another in a public domain, as it would be permissible to use in the courtyard. It also says that the lid of a shattered cask can be moved on Shabbos. It says somewhere, if you throw it out, it's now forbidden. This is explained to apply if it was done before Shabbos started. It also says that reed pieces that detach from a mat can be moved, as they can be used to cover dirt, similar to the mat itself. Patches of a talus that are smaller than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths cannot be touched on Shabbos, as those are unusable even for a popper for patches. There's an argument in this regard about shards of an old oven and how it relates to impurity if it's attached to the ground. This is explained to the shards are usable by baking on them, as is done with tiles, but some say that's not considered similar to the original use of the oven, which some require, and others do not. for it to be able to be touched on Shabbos. The difference being the tiles are heated on the outside versus the oven, which is heated on the inside. We hold an oven cover does not need a handle to be moved on Shabbos. New Mishnah. Gourd shells used to be used as well buckets, with a stone inside as weight. You can draw water using the shell on Shabbos if the stone is securely attached, meaning it won't fall out while drawing water. Otherwise, no. A vine tied to a pitcher you can use to draw water with on Shabbos. Regarding a window shutter, some only allow it to be shuttered if it's tied to the window with a short rope, so it won't look like you're building by adding to the structure. Others allow it even without this. The Gemara says regarding a stone left on a cask, you can tilt the cask to have the stone fall off, if it was left there unintentionally. If it was intentional, some say you have to leave it there, others say it's now classified as the cover of the flask and may be moved. This is not comparable to our case with the gourd and stone, because there it's secured tightly. The argument by the intentionally left stone on the cask is based on if you hold you need a significant action of preparation to designate something as a utensil. The one that says not allows just placing it to make it a utensil, the other disagrees. There's a similar case where somebody holds that a minor act can designate a stone as a utensil, thereby wiping them clean. Some say it was with beams or with the sounding pole of a ship, which its owner is particular about and is set aside from use, so requires a greater leniency than the other to allow. There's discussion on the vine tied to a jug, and some require it to be tied to the jug before Shabbos, so people don't start cutting down vines on Shabbos. The argument by a shutter is if you can make a temporary addition to a structure on Shabbos and holidays, although you definitely can't make the temporary structure itself. There's discussion on shutters and comparison to a door bolt. This is discussed further. New Mishnah. All vessel covers with handles can be taken on Shabbos. Some say that this applies to covers of holes in the ground, and vessel covers don't require handles. The Gemara says, some say this applies only if the covers can function as utensils. It also says the argument about utensil covers with handles or not applies to utensil covers that were attached to the ground. They agree with the other points. Some say it's over the cover of an oven, whether it's considered a ground cover or a utensil cover. And that's the end of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Tractate Shabbos continues going through the laws of Muktzeh, items that you can't touch due to the lack of use or designation on Shabbos. The Mishnah says that while normally you can't do certain activities that involve excessive exertion on Shabbos, you may clear even 4 or 5 boxes of straw or grain to make room for guests or students in a study hall. You cannot do this with a store of straw or grain. Further things that can be cleared away, a bunch of tithe-related terminology, pure teruma demai ma'aser rishon that has had teruma taken, redeemed ma'aser rishon or consecrated produce, dried lupine beans, which is goat food, but you cannot clear away tevel non-terumad ma'aser rishon, non-redeemed ma'aser sheni or consecrated produce, none of a type of raw legume, no unground mustard. Some allow legumes as it's raven food. Regarding bundles of stubble, twigs, tender reeds, if they were set aside as animal feed, you may move them on Shabbos. If not, no. The Gemara says, when it says it allows 4 or 5 boxes of straw, some say this means you can clear maximum 4 out of 5 boxes. Some say it means you can clear 4 boxes from a small store and 5 boxes from a large store. Then when it says you cannot clear from a store, that refers to an unused store. And this would be like the opinion that applies a broad application of Muktzeh. Some say that 4 or 5 boxes is just an expression, you can actually clear out more. And when it says you can't clear out of a store, that means you can't fully empty a storehouse, as it'll expose the floor and you might level holes in the ground, which is not allowed. This would be like the opinion that doesn't hold a broad application of Muktzeh. With an unused storage house, you can't clear stuff there, but it says if you're walking through, you can clear a path with your legs. Regarding piled grain, some say you can only take from it if you took from it before Shabbos, others say it's fine either way. There's arguments about who holds which opinion. It also says that the amount of a pile of grain is a lesech, an old form of measurement. There's argument that the point on 4 or 5 boxes is to teach that it's that amount, but not larger, requiring more trips, meaning it's better to carry more and walk less, or is it better to carry less and walk more? It's potentially argued from sources, but we say not. There's further argument on this. It also talks about the importance of receiving guests and treating them properly. It also says how God is different than mortals, that Abraham was allowed to ask God to wait for him when he went to greet guests. It also says there are 6 things that doing them allow you to receive reward for them in this world and the world to come. Receiving guests, visiting the sick, concentration in prayer, getting up early to go to the study hall, raising your children to study Torah, and judging your fellow favorably. Some also say honoring your parents, bestowing kindness, bringing peace between two people, and that studying Torah is equal to all of them. There's a story about judging your fellow favorably. There was a guy who worked for somebody for 3 years, and after requested payment, but the other guy said he had no money, so he asked for produce, and the guy said he had none, so he asked for land, then livestock and pillows, but the guy said he had none, so the guy left sadly. Afterwards, the employer went to him and repaid him with tons of goods, food, and drink, and asked what he had thought by the initial lack of repayment. So the guy said, when you said you had no money, I assumed you had spent it all and had none to give. And by livestock and land, perhaps they were leased to others. By produce, perhaps it wasn't tithed. And by pillows, perhaps you consecrated everything to God. So the guy said, yes, actually, that's exactly what happened. And he had just gotten his vows annulled so that way he could repay him. And as God judged me favorably, so should God judge you favorably. There's some other similar stories about judging people favorably, such as by a sage who paid the ransom for a young Jewish girl who was a captive, and a different sage who entered into seclusion with a non-Jewish noblewoman, but that was to discuss confidential government matters and similar. There's further discussion on those tithes listed. These and the others are discussed further. It also mentions laws of Muktzeh by certain types of meat. It's fine by raw salted meat, and there's an argument by raw unsalted meat. Duck meat is uniquely permissible as it can be eaten raw. It does say in a different source, however, that raw salted meat is fine to be moved on Shabbos. Raw unsalted meat is not, and unsalted or salted meat can be moved on Shabbos. It also says that bones are not muktzeh and can be moved on Shabbos, as they can be food for dogs. Spoiled meat can be food for beasts, and exposed water can be given to cats. Some disagree on exposed water, saying that that's forbidden outright because it's dangerous and you might drink it. New Mishnah, you can invert a basket in front of chicks so that way they climb up and down into their nest. If a hen escapes, you can push it back in. You can help calves and young donkeys walk. A woman can help her child walk if it's actually lifting up its legs, not just dragging them and being pulled along. The Gemara says that if an animal falls into a stream, you can put pillows under it, and if it pulls itself out, then great. Based on a different source, if you're able to just give it food to keep it from suffering, do that, but if that won't work, then you can place pillows to get it out. Also, you're allowed to use the pillow, as the Muktzeh issue here is rabbinic, but there's a biblical obligation to help animals that are suffering, which overrides this. You can push a hen, but not help it walk, as if you grab it, it'll lift itself off the ground, and you'll wind up carrying that. There's more discussion on that. It also says that when slaughtering a rooster, lift it off the ground or press its legs to the ground, because otherwise it'll use its claws to grab the ground and it'll dislodge its pipes, and the slaughtering will be invalidated. New Mishnah, no delivering an animal's child on holidays or Shabbos, but you may assist. You may deliver a woman's child on Shabbos. You can even summon a midwife from far away, violate the Shabbos on her account, tie the umbilical cord, and some say you can sever it, and you can do all of the requirements of circumcision on Shabbos. The Gemara says in regards to assisting an animal giving birth, some say that means taking the newborn so it won't fall on the ground. Some say it means pressing the mother animal's flesh so the fetus comes out. There's support for the first opinion. It also says to do things to endear the animal mother to its newborn, which were putting a large piece of salt into the womb so she remembers the labor pain and takes pity on the newborn, and also dashing water mixed with afterbirth on the newborn so the mother will smell it and take pity on it. This applies to kosher animals. Non-kosher animals, you don't do this because they don't typically reject their offspring, and if they do, they're not going to re-accept them. In regards to helping a pregnant human mother, you can violate Shabbos on her behalf, so you can light a candle for her. And if she needs oil, carry it in your hands, and if you needed more than that amount, carry it in your hair, and if more, use a container. You can even light the lamp for a blind woman so she feels at ease, that people will be able to see and take care of her better. Regarding carrying oil in your hair, some say that's not an issue of squeezing, as it doesn't apply to hair, and some say it does, but here we're using our hair to carry a container, to deviate from the typical manner of doing the work. You can help her with anything as long as her womb is open. There's more on this. The time the womb opens is either defined as when she sits on the birthing stool, or from when there's blood, or from when she needs to be supported to walk. Some say the womb closes after 3 days, 7 days, or 30. Some, the Nehardians, say that until 3 days you can do whatever you want for her on Shabbos, at 7 days only things she needs, and after 30 days no more violating Shabbos on her behalf. This is discussed further, and it also says you can make a large fire on Shabbos for a woman who gave birth, and this is explained to include also a sick person, and during the winter or summer, based on a source. It elaborates further on making a fire under these circumstances, even cutting up chairs, as health has priority. It also says this applies after bloodletting, and gives a lot of health advice for what to do after letting blood. It also mentions proper times for bloodletting on certain days of the week, and times, and how they confer to the influence of the planetary bodies. There are more points. We also say we hold like the opinion that you can sever the umbilical cord on Shabbos, and the others will agree by twins, as they can pull in opposite directions and cause damage if you don't cut it. We bring sources for this, and also that you can wash, prepare, and swaddle a newborn on Shabbos. And that's the end of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Tractate Shabbos predominantly discusses the laws of performing the act of circumcision, the bris milah, on Shabbos. The first Mishnah states, if you need to circumcise on Shabbos and you need to carry the knife, carry it exposed, and if it's a time of danger for the Jewish people where circumcision is forbidden, cover it before a witness. If there's no knife, you can even cut down a tree to be able to make coal to forge one. Others disagree, saying a preliminary to work that can be done before Shabbos may not be done on Shabbos. It can only be done on Shabbos if you aren't able to do it beforehand. The Gemara explains that the knife must be exposed to express love of the commandment of bris milah. When we say it needs witnesses when you cover it, that means one other person besides for you. It just says witnesses because they are legally qualified as witnesses. There's also a brief point on whether the prohibition against eating milk and meat applies to bird meat. We say it does apply, some didn't hold that. It also says that there was this city that followed these rulings about bris milah and the knife, and they were rewarded that they would only pass away in the proper times, and it was one of the only cities that wasn't included in the Romans' bans against the bris milah service. It further lists some points on the importance and significance of bris milah, and also repeats an earlier mentioned story about tefillin and a sage and dove wings that was said in this tractate. Some people once forgot the knife, so they carried it via adjoining roofs and courtyards as it was lying in an outdoor enclosure when Shabbos started. There's further discussion in dimensions of alleys and courtyards and similar, and carrying across them in this regard. We also said that not all preliminaries for mitzvahs can be done on Shabbos, and after some discussion it's said to be referring to tying tzitzis and putting on a mezuzah, as you're able to renounce ownership of them, thus giving them a unique status. The reason is not because they don't have a fixed time, as that just means every moment is their fixed time. Some of the mitzvahs we said you can do the preliminaries for on Shabbos were lulav and esrog, the omer, and the 2 loaves offering, which we bring sources for. We have to specify those 3, and not just lulav and esrog, as lulav is unique, as it requires 4 species. We also said the preliminaries of the mitzvah of the sukkah override Shabbos, and it's unique in a similar point as before, as unlike those offerings, it applies by nights and days. We also said that Muktzeh is one of these, and that's unique, that it needs to be listed, as it's unique in that it applies to men and women the same. Then we said shofar too, and this one's also unique as it can't really be learnt from Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur, as they give different attributes. Bris milah, of course, also has the status that its preliminaries can be done on Shabbos, and this is unique as 13 covenants were made over bris milah. There's debate over the source that bris milah overrides Shabbos, and we bring a few verses and opinions. We also said that the mitzvah of bris milah overrides the tzara'as leprosy prohibition, that you can do circumcision even if there's leprosy there, and we similarly debate over the source for this rule. It's mostly over the extraneous use of the word flesh in a verse, although some interpret it differently. There's further argument on this topic. We say we hold like the opinion that you can only do a preliminary for something if it could only have been done on Shabbos, and it's permissible by both bris milah, which has 13 covenants, and the paschal sacrifice, as the punishment for its non-fulfillment is the punishment of kares, so both are unique. New Mishnah. You can do all of the necessities for circumcision on Shabbos. You can do all of the steps of the actual circumcision, draw the blood, put a bandage, and therapeutic spices. Cumin, for instance, which if not crushed can be chewed and applied. If you didn't mix wine and oil before Shabbos, you can just pour them both into a bowl, one after the other, for medication. You can't prepare a special bandage, but you can wrap a cloth, and if you don't have one, you can wrap it around your finger and bring it over, even from a different courtyard. The Gemara explains some details. Some hold that the moil does not return to cut off non-impeding shreds of foreskin after the circumcision, and there's argument over who holds this. Some say that these pieces are required to be removed. The removal of the blood and the cumin and bandage are all required, as it's dangerous if you don't do them, and you should dismiss a moil who doesn't do these steps. It also lists many medicinal salves and similar for these kinds of things. It also gets into a point about allowing straining eggs through a mustard strainer, but not mustard, as that looks like sorting. We also say no sweetening mustard with a burning coal on a holiday, if it's wooden, as it could have been done before the holiday without it getting worse after. Similarly, cheese cannot be made on a holiday, as it's actually better if it's made before. It lists the practice of proper bandage placement and other things to keep the baby healthy, and similar medical and nursing advice, such as that if the baby is the wrong color, too red or too yellow, meaning there's a blood-related problem, you should delay until the baby looks normal. There's a story about this happening. New Mishnah. You can bathe a baby in hot water before and after the circumcision. You can sprinkle water on it by hand, but not with a utensil. Some say you can even bathe the baby on the third day after the circumcision if it falls out on Shabbos, based on a verse. A premature baby, we cannot violate Shabbos on its behalf. There's an argument by an androgynous, a baby with both male and female organs. The Gemara says that the point about sprinkling water could actually be about, and an argument with, bathing on the third day. It would disagree with the verse, which was about the people of Shechem being circumcised and in pain during the third day, as babies heal faster than adults. We bring an incident in regards to this dispute, and there are further arguments between hot water that was heated on or before Shabbos. We also say that while you can't put hot water and oil on a wound on Shabbos, you can put it next to the wound and let it flow towards the wound. This is where there's no issue of squeezing, and by an old cloth, as new cloths cause healing. The points and details on circumcision are debated further. Some actually say that if the mother didn't become impure from childbirth, you do circumcision immediately, not on the 8th day based on a verse. We say we disagree, as the law was established as 8 days once the Torah was given. This is argued on further. This goes further also about animals and whether they're viable for things like slaughter until after 8 days. There's debate in this regard about gestation periods. This gets into an adjacent point on chalitza and the Levirate marriage. It also debates the point on whether we can circumcise an androgynous. By other laws, an androgynous isn't really considered to fall under the qualifications of a definite male, but here, by the laws of bris milah, they are, as the verse says, to circumcise all your males, all including an androgynous. New Mishnah. If you have 2 infants to circumcise, one on Shabbos and one after, and you accidentally circumcise the one for after Shabbos on Shabbos, you're liable. If you had 2 infants, one to circumcise on Shabbos and one on Friday, and you do the Friday one on Shabbos, some say you're liable, some say you're exempt. The Gemara says that some hold you're liable by the first case, and we hold you're exempt by the second. And the debate is based on if you hold this is comparable to a case of idolatry, that if done inadvertently you're liable, or it's not comparable as you're actually doing a mitzvah here. Others, on the other hand, say that in the first case of the Mishnah, you're exempt, with the same dispute and logic of the second case. This is debated further. New Mishnah. A bris milah can happen on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th day. No earlier or later, though. 8th is the normal day. If born on twilight, it's on the 9th day. If twilight on Shabbos Eve, it's on the 10th day. If a holiday fell out the day after that Shabbos, it's the 11th day. And if the holiday was like Rosh Hashanah, which has 2 days, we wait 12 days. This is because you cannot override a holiday for a postponed circumcision. If the child was sick, we wait until he gets healthy. The Gemara says, after its fever is over, we wait 7 days. This is 7 full 24 hours. New Mishnah. Any shreds of flesh that cover the larger part of the corona must be removed, and if not, you're invalidated from eating teruma. If the child is fleshy and still looks uncircumcised, you should touch it up so it looks properly. If you did the circumcision but didn't uncover it, it doesn't count. The Gemara defines these qualifications. It also lists the blessings said by a bris milah, and that's the end of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Tractate Shabbos begins by discussing some laws of preparation of food on Shabbos and holidays. You can suspend a strainer on holidays only, but you can pour stuff into a suspended strainer on holidays or a Shabbos. Others say we cannot suspend a strainer even on holidays, and you can only pour into a strainer on holidays. The Gemara debates the comparison of the setting up a strainer case to generally constructing a temporary tent on a holiday. We said that the strainer is lenient, as it's a preliminary to food preparation, and others definitely allow it, as they permit even preliminaries that could have been done before a holiday. According to the opinion that you cannot suspend the strainer, that's a rabbinic violation based on a similar case of suspending a jug from a peg, so you don't act in the manner you do during the week. This is discussed further. We also prove that the straining itself, if not allowed, is a biblical prohibition. Some say it's an issue of selecting, as you're taking out the good food and leaving the undesired behind. Some say it's an issue of sifting, as the undesired food stays on top, and the desired food falls below. There's discussion on bed assembly. Some allow the bed, some also allow the canopy, and similar. The dimensions are discussed and how they compare to a felt hat. You can't wear the hat if it's loose. There's further points on not doing parts of bed assembly on Shabbos. This gets into a point of bread baking and the laws of impurity if you find a sheretz creature in the oven. It also says that if the Jewish people are suffering, look at the deeds of their judges, and it lists many points on the tremendously negative impact of a corrupt judiciary. It also says an unrelated point that when Joseph was exiled to Egypt, him and his brothers stopped drinking wine. It also says that in the merit that God testified about Aaron merited to wear the chosh and mishpat breastplate upon his heart. It says further that you shouldn't build a canopy on a Shabbos, and also certain people weren't informed of leniencies in case they started making up their own stuff. There's also points on growing stuff in a vineyard that regards to forbidden mixtures. Also regarding a corpse that needs burial, you should have non-Jewish people bury it on the first day of a holiday, and on the second day you can bury it. But that again wasn't told to certain people in case they started making up their own stuff. There's further points on if you can wrap yourself in a canopy to be able to carry the attached strings. This is not comparable to tzitzis, as tzitzis strings are significant, unlike by a canopy. Some say that you can set up a strainer by setting it up just to hold pomegranates, and then you can use the strainer. Some say this is only allowed if you actually use it to hold pomegranates, as it's clear that a usually prohibited act is intended. Some other tricks that were used: someone plugged up a spigot with a piece of garlic, saying he wanted to put the garlic away, and someone once crossed a river by sleeping in a boat and then said he was just sleeping. These exceptions were allowed as they were circumventing rabbinic prohibitions, and they were done by Torah sages who wouldn't violate the prohibition without this method. New Mishnah. You can pour water over wine dregs so that way they're cleared out. You can filter wine through cloth or through a basket made of palm twigs. You can put an egg into a mustard strainer. A drink called inulmin, which was wine, honey, and pepper, can be made on Shabbos. Some say only in a cup, and on a holiday in a bottle, and on an intermediate holiday day it can be made in a barrel. Others say it depends on your number of guests. The Gemara says that some allow pouring clear wine or water through a strainer, but not murky liquids. You can strain wine if it's being drunk right by the wine press, as that's usually intended to be unfiltered. You can filter the wine through the cloth as long as you don't make a hollow in the cloth. You can use the palm basket as long as there's not a handbreadth gap between the basket strainer and the container, and there are similar points mentioned. You can strain the egg as it's only done for coloring. It discusses a longer piece of preparing mustard on Shabbos and points on cress and mint, and it says that mint benefits cress. It gives the definition of the inulmin mixture and says it's very good and has a strong cooling effect, although it doesn't affect you as much if you drink it daily, like one sage did. New Mishnah. Asafoetida, a root resin, cannot be soaked in warm water, but it's allowed in vinegar. You can't pour water on vetch so the refuse separates and floats to the top, and you also can't rub them to separate the refuse. You may put them in a sieve or basket, even though the refuse can fall through and be sorted. No sifting straw with a sieve, and no putting it up high so the chaff drops out, but you can scoop it into a sieve and pour it into a feeding trough. The Gemara says that some don't allow soaking asafoetida in warm water as a rabbinic prohibition, so you're not acting in the same manner as the rest of the week. The majority opinion is that soaking it in cold water is prohibited. It also says that asafoetida is good for alleviating chest pain, and it gives some instances. It also says you can rub a freshly laundered linen shirt, as it's done to soften the shirt, not to make it brighter. That's not allowed by a kerchief because it looks like you're trying to make it brighter. It also says that you can remove this shirt from a rod, but you can't remove the rod from the shirt. Some allow it by a weaver's rod. Similarly, a string of raw meat can be removed, as it can be eaten, but not of raw fish, as that's not eaten raw. Just some general pieces of advice. It's very improper to stay in the bed of a married couple, as it'll lead to improper thoughts. Some allow it. It also says when buying vegetables or reeds, buy longer ones, as then you have more. It also says not to eat herbs when you don't have bread to satisfy your appetite. Some didn't eat herbs even when they were rich, because they then just had meat and fish. It further gives advice as to what you should do when you're poor, how you should portion your food, and general advice for meat and clothes purchasing. He also gave lots of advice to his daughters in regards to being modest with their husbands. In regards to floating vetch, some disagree about using a sieve. New Mishnah. You can sweep a trough before a stall ox. You can also move excess fodder to the sides of the stall so the excrement doesn't ruin it. Others disagree. You can take feed from before one animal and put it before a different animal on Shabbos. The Gemara says that actually both statements of the Mishnah are disagreed on. In regards to sweeping the trough, they argue if it's allowed if it's a utensil. They agree it's not allowed where it's an earthenware trough, as you'll even out crevices. Regarding taking feed from one animal to another, we allow taking from a donkey to give to an ox, but no taking from an ox to give to a donkey, as oxen drool and ruin the feed, and are also picky eaters. New Mishnah. Straw on a bed may not be moved by hand, but may be moved with your body, in an unusual manner of moving it. If it was animal feed or a pillow or sheet left from before Shabbos, you can move it by hand. You can also release a clothing press of a householder to get your clothes on Shabbos, but you cannot press it down. No releasing or pressing a clothing press with a launderer's clothing press. If it was partially released before Shabbos, you can release it all the way to remove the garment. The Gemara refutes an opinion that indirect movement of Muktzeh is not allowed, involving a case with moving a radish from dirt. Some allow crushing many peppers at a time with a knife handle, as that's not a normal manner of crushing. It also talks about drying yourself before leaving water, so you don't carry water on your body. There's no issue of entering water, as the water that's being pushed by your force past 4 cubits is in a carmelis. It also talks about scraping clay off your foot, potentially an issue when it's onto a wall, as it resembles building, potentially an issue onto the ground, in case you level a hole. Some allow on a wall or on the ground, some allow neither, and some allow it on a beam. No rocking a barrel back and forth in case you level a hole in the ground. Also, no packing wet cloth into a jug's mouth in case you end up squeezing liquids out of the garment. If there's clay on your garment, you can rub only from the inside of the garment. Some allow only scraping clay off a new shoe with the back of a knife. Others allow it. There's also a point about putting oil on yourself and touching leather, for instance on your foot, and then putting it in a shoe. Some allow it if it's enough to polish the leather and not to tan it. It lists some other miscellaneous things not to wear out on Shabbos in regards to shoes. There's also an argument over removing a shoe from a shoe mold, depending on if it's fastened on loosely or not. That's the end of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Tractate Shabbos continues with some further points on touching Muktzeh items on Shabbos. The first Mishnah says you can pick up your son even if he's holding a stone. You can also lift a basket even if there's a stone inside. You can similarly move impure teruma with pure teruma, or chulin, which is unconsecrated food. Also, in general, you can remove 1 part teruma from a mixer with 100 parts chulin. The Gemara says in regards to the issue of transferring between domains, if you carry a child which has a pouch around its neck, you're liable for carrying the pouch, not for the child, as this is like the opinion that a living creature supports its own weight, so there's no issue in carrying a child. The pouch is not an accessory to the child, as it doesn't service him. If it's a corpse, you'd be exempt, as that's like the opinion that you're exempt for a labor not needed for its defined purpose. This is unlike our Mishnah, where you're allowed to pick up the child, as it's a child who is longing for his father and will become sick if not lifted, so it's allowed over there. It mentions a stone and not a coin, as if the child drops a stone, the father won't pick it up. We bring a proof. The basket we're discussing is not being the base of a forbidden object, as there's produce in the basket that the stone's resting on. It also is where you can't dump everything out to get rid of the stone and put the produce back in, as these are produce that will get ruined if they're dumped out. It's also not an option to just shake the basket, as it's actually a basket with a hole in it, and the stone is lodged inside, so it's therefore no longer Muktzeh. The points on teruma are discussed, and points on mental designation. New Mishnah. A stone on the opening of a cask. You can tilt the cask to get the stone off. You can also move the cask to a safe place to do this. You can similarly shake money on a pillow so it falls off. Also, if you have a dirty pillow, you can wipe it with a cloth, but not rinse it with water. If it's a leather pillow, then you can pour water on it until it's clean. The Gemara says you can't tilt the cask to remove the stone if it was put there intentionally, as the cask is now the base of a forbidden object and can no longer be moved. It also discusses moving the cask. With the money on a pillow, it also says by the same logic this is where it was left unintentionally, and it's where you need to use the pillow. If you need the place of the pillow, you can just move it with the money on it. It also says that you can put a loaf or a child on many objects to be able to move them. Some only allow it by a corpse. There are similar notions brought. It also allows giving intestines to a cat if you intended that the previous day, as they'll go bad. There are similar rules. New Mishnah. Further in regards to Muktzeh items on a table. Some say you can remove bones and husks from a table by hand, others require you to take the whole table board and shake it clean. You can remove from a table crumbs that are smaller than an olive size, or pea and lentil pods if they are fit for animal fodder. Also, if a sponge has a leather handle, you can wipe a table with it if it's damp. If not, then no. It can be taken on Shabbos when it's dry either way, and is not susceptible to the laws of impurity. The Gemara says that the argument of removing shells from a table by hand, the two opinions are actually switched around. Based on the point on crumbs, they may not be destroyed manually, even if smaller than the listed amounts. The opinion that has a more lenient view on Muktzeh, allowing removing pea pods, still wouldn't allow using a handleless sponge, since it's a definitive, inevitable action that you're going to squeeze water out, which is forbidden on Shabbos. It discusses some other fodders and their statuses of Muktzeh, and the disposal of date pits. That's the end of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Tractate Shabbos starts with a Mishnah discussing a broken cask of wine. You can save enough for 3 meals, and you can even get other people to save wine from it for themselves, but you can't sponge up the wine, out of concern that you'll end up squeezing it. Similarly, no juicing fruits on Shabbos, and if the juice squeezed out by itself, then no eating it on Shabbos, as it could lead you to juicing them. Others allow the fruit juice if the fruits were stored for eating, but not if stored for their juice. Similarly, honeycomb chopped before Shabbos. The honey that came out on its own during Shabbos, it's argued if you could eat it. The Gemara argues the points on squeezing fruits, and it says that there's an exception by olives or grapes stored for eating, that their juice is not allowed on Shabbos, as people sometimes redesignate them after seeing them juiced. Others disagree on this exception, and others say it's disagreed, but we hold strictly by olives and grapes. There are further discussion on similar fruits. This gets into a point on impurity, and further on olives and grapes in baskets where the juice is clearly being abandoned, so clearly the dealt with case is by a sealed container. This and similar points are argued further. Some allow squeezing a cluster of grapes into a pot of food on Shabbos, but not into a bowl, as it's used for food, so it's regarded as food. There's a similar point by goat milked into a pot and not a bowl. Some disagree based on principles. This is argued further, along with a dispute on squeezing boiled or pickled vegetables. It also sidetracks into a point on a valid testimony on the blemishes of a firstborn animal, and say that in that regard, a witness who received his testimony from a different witness is considered to be giving a valid testimony. It also discusses the point on honeycomb. New Mishnah: anything placed in hot water before Shabbos can be soaked in hot water on Shabbos. If it was not placed in hot water before Shabbos, you can rinse it with hot water on Shabbos. This excludes aged salted fish or salted Spanish mackerel, as rinsing them is how you finish cooking them. The Gemara mentions an example of a dish that was cooked in hot water and then soaked for a while after, which was a hen made by a Rav Abba, and a different sage said it was disgusting. A different sage also expressed revulsion at a different food, which was named Babylonian kutach, which was a dip of a sort made of breadcrumbs and whey. Others did enjoy that, though. It says rinsing that fish is a biblical violation. It also says some miscellaneous teachings, like birds in Babylon are fatter than from Israel, as the birds of Israel were exiled along with the Jewish people, and this is discussed further. It also says that the festivals of Babylon were more joyous, as the festivals of Israel were cursed in the book of Hosea, so then troops kept plundering or taxes were imposed on festivals. It also says that Babylonians had nicer garb, as they weren't native to that locale. It also says that idol worshippers are not pure, as they didn't stand at Mount Sinai, and Eve received impurity from the serpent, passed it on, and it was only removed from those that stood by Mount Sinai. As for converts, their mazel was there. Others say that impurity left people after 3 generations from Eve, seen as Yaakov sired 12 good sons without any aberrations. New Mishnah: on Shabbos you may break open a cask to eat dried figs from it, as long as your intent is not to make a vessel. There's a disagreement if you can pierce a hole through a cask's stopper. You can pierce a hole in its side. If the cask was perforated, no plugging the hole with wax, as you'll smooth it. Someone once did this, and the sage Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was worried that the man had done a biblical violation. The Gemara explains that we're discussing pressed produce specifically, which needs to be cut apart, hence the mention of figs. Others argue on these points. We said breaking open a cask of wine was permitted. There's a question on puncturing the cask with a spear, which we said is not allowed, as he's clearly creating a new opening, and it's not to get a flow of wine, because then he just unstopper the cask. Everyone agrees about piercing a hole in the top of the stopper. The argument is about making a hole through the side of the stopper, and when the Mishnah said that you can't pierce a hole through its side, that was referring to the body of the cask. This is discussed further. There's also points on expanding existing holes, whether holes are one-way or two-way by a chicken coop, etc. It also allows reopening an old hole if it was plugged to preserve the wine, not to strengthen it. This depends on if the plug is above or below the wine level. There's some additional points on this. It also gets into cutting a reed to serve as a spigot. There's an argument on using thick oil to plug a cask hole on Shabbos. Some say it's allowed. Others forbid plugging the hole with a myrtle leaf, either to prevent people from thinking you're allowed to make an artificial gutter-like vessel, or out of concern people will pluck a leaf from a branch. There's a practical difference between these opinions by a pre-plucked and placed leaf from before Shabbos. There's an argument regarding wrapping yourself with felt padding to transfer it through a public domain on Shabbos. New Mishnah: you can put a cooked dish in a cool, dry pit in Shabbos so it's preserved, and you can put a container of good water into stale water so it cools off, or into the sun so it warms. If your clothes fell in water while traveling, you can wear them on Shabbos and not worry people will think that you did laundry. When it gets to an outermost courtyard, he should then spread out his clothes to dry in the sun, but not in front of people, or they'll think you did laundry then. The Gemara explains that we needed to say the point on preserving a cool dish in a pit, as you might have thought it's not allowed out of concern of smoothing depressions in the ground. The same goes for putting water in the sun, which you might have thought you can't do it in case it leads you to bury food in warm ashes, which is not allowed. The opinion that you can put your wet clothes in the sun if no one will see is unlike the opinion that you can't do something that looks like a wrongdoing even in private where no one will see it. There's further on this about shaking your cloak, not allowing it if it's old or white or red. Some allow it, some say we allow it if it's just dew. This and further points are discussed. It also lists further things that you can't do with your clothes on Shabbos, like folding up your hem so it doesn't drag, something called a Babylonian pocket. There are further points on this, and points on not traveling with a folded cloak on your shoulder. New Mishnah, if you bathe in cave water or in a hot spring, no matter how dry you are, no carrying a towel you use to dry yourself. Out of concern, you'll end up wringing it out. If multiple people use the towel, that's allowed, as the others will remind him not to wring it out. You can apply oil to your body by hand on Shabbos, but not vigorously, and you may not scrape the skin. No going to this specific river on Shabbos, the Kurdima, which will be explained. No taking an emetic to induce vomiting, no straightening out an infant's limbs, no setting a broken bone, no massaging a dislocated limb with cold water, but you can just bathe like normal, and if it heals you, then great. The Gemara says that the fact that we say cave waters and hot springs together, it must be we're referring to hot cave water, according to one opinion that allows bathing in hot water on Shabbos. It's also allowed to rinse yourself, even initially, according to this opinion. It also explains the points on the concern of wringing out a towel, that it's fine with multiple people. Others argue on the towel point. It also has further points on bringing people towels in a bathhouse while wearing them in a certain manner, and garments to soldiers, also in a specific way. In regards to applying oil to skin, some say we apply it and then rub it, others allow it at the same time. Along with vigorously rubbing oil onto yourself, it mentions other therapeutic things like certain wine and mud, and says the 10 tribes were lost because people were too involved in those pursuits. It mentions one sage that forgot all of his Torah knowledge because he was enticed by these things, and he later went up to read from the Torah and messed it all up, so the sages asked God to have mercy on him, and his Torah knowledge was returned. It further explains the Mishnah's remaining medicinal concepts. We do hold you can set a broken bone. The point on dislocation is also conversed on, and that's the end of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Tractate Shabbos begins by discussing some points on financial dealings on Shabbos and holidays. Obviously, that's not allowed. However, you can borrow pitchers of wine or oil or bread from somebody, as long as you don't say the words, "lend me." If the lender doesn't trust you, you can leave him your cloak as security, and after Shabbos, discuss the owed amounts. You can similarly do this on a Passover that falls out on Shabbos, with getting a Pesach offering from somebody. The Gemara explains that the issue with saying, "lend me," is that the guy will then write it in his ledger, so you have to say something else that'll imply clearly a loan of minimal duration. There's also discussion on deviation in your usual manner while filling buckets from a river on a holiday. It also says no clapping or dancing or similar on holidays, but we don't rebuke people who do this, as they won't listen to you, and it's better for somebody to unintentionally violate a commandment than to do it intentionally. Some say this applies by rabbinic and biblical commandments, and it's discussed along with similar cases. There's also some points on the reclaimability in court of a loan made on a holiday. Some allow it, some don't. The point on the paschal sacrifice is also discussed. New Mishnah, a person can count his guests or food portions orally, but not from a note. You can also portion your food via lots, provided all the portions are the same size. Similarly, Kohanim can cast lots for sacrifices on a holiday, but not for portions. That's going to be explained soon. The Gemara says that the issue with reading from a list is a rabbinic institution in case you erase, or possibly so you don't read common business-related documents on Shabbos. There's argument as to what a practical difference between these two is. It's decided it's if the list was high up, there's no concern of him erasing, but there is by the latter issue. The concern of erasing in this situation is actually disputed. There are further points. The thing about divvying up portions via lots works with your family, but not with others, as they'll violate measuring, or weighing, or counting on Shabbos, which is forbidden due to their particularities. It says that you actually can divvy uneven portions to your family in order to teach your children about how interest works, and how it's not great to be on the receiving end of it. You can't do it with others, even not on Shabbos, as it's an issue of gambling. When we said that Kohanim cannot make lots for portions on holidays, it means for portions of sacrifices of the preceding weekday, as they tended to argue. It also lists many verses speaking about the righteousness of Tzidkiah and the wickedness of Nebuchadnezzar, who would assault his captives, and until he died there was no laughter or song, And also, you shouldn't stand in his house, as it says that demons would dance there. It also says that due to Nebuchadnezzar's violations of his captives, his organ became greatly malformed, and a few other points that he rode on a lion with a serpent tied to its head based on some verses. No hiring workers on Shabbos or having someone hire workers for you. You also can't wait at the boundary until nightfall to be able to hire workers, but you may wait there to guard your produce, and you can bring back produce by hand. Someone said a general rule that whatever you're permitted to tell someone to do on Shabbos, you can wait until nightfall to do it yourself. The Gemara says that included in not having somebody hire workers for you on Shabbos includes not having a non-Jewish person do it for you. Others say what it refers to is not being able to outright ask somebody to hire your workers, but you can imply it. There are further points on this and circumstances as to when you can't say the Shema prayer. There's further points on things you can and cannot say, calculations you can't make until after Shabbos, of things that happened, and similar. It also says a story that a pious man had a hole in his fence, so decided to fix it, but realized it was Shabbos, so he didn't. So he was rewarded that a caper tree grew through the hole and provided a livelihood for him and his family. There are further similar discussions in regards to Muktzeh. Also, in regards to taking care of your affairs, normally you can't do that until you hear the Havdalah prayer, which marks Shabbos' end, but some would just say a short blessing version of Havdalah and go do their work. This and its similar cases are discussed. New Mishnah. You can wait for nightfall and Shabbos to end out the boundary to attend the affairs of a bride or a deceased person to bring a coffin or shrouds. If a non-Jewish person brought flute for a funeral on Shabbos, after Shabbos you can't use them, unless they came from a nearby place. If a non-Jewish person made a coffin or dug a grave on Shabbos, a Jewish person can be buried in them, but not if it was made for a Jew on a Shabbos, as it's problematic and you can't be buried in it. The Gemara argues if it's enough to suspect that this person came from a nearby place or to know it, and there are proofs brought. The coffin and grave can be used right after Shabbos, and you don't need to wait, as they were possibly made for a Jewish person, as this case is where the grave and coffin are by a main road, which is not where Jewish people are typically buried. New Mishnah. You can attend to the needs of a deceased person on Shabbos. You can anoint and rinse him if you don't move his limbs. You can pull pillows from under him so he lies on cool sand so his body remains moist. You can bind the jaw, not so it's pulled up, but just so it doesn't drop down further. Similarly, by a beam that broke, you can support it, not pushing it back up, but so it doesn't fall further. The Gemara says that you can't wash a stone floor with oil, as you might mistakenly then do it on an earthenware floor, which has an issue that you might level it. No such issue exists by a corpse. It lists some other things that you can do to prepare a corpse and further points on that regard. New Mishnah. No closing the eyes of the dead on Shabbos, and also don't do that on a weekday right after the person dies either, as if you do, you're considered a murderer. The Gemara explains that it could be that this person might be about to die, and you hasten it by closing his eyes, like putting your finger on a flickering candle. It gives further explanation on closing the eyes of the dead, and it says that you can violate Shabbos to save a live one-day-old baby, as then it could grow to keep many Shabbosim. But you can't violate the Shabbos for even a dead King David, as he was mentioned already a few times, as he's no longer doing any mitzvahs at that point. It also says this applies by animals, that they'll attack anybody once they're dead. It also says that a lion doesn't attack two people, but this is according to the opinion that animals will only attack people that they regard as animals due to their wicked behavior. It also says it's forbidden to sleep alone in a house, as then you'll be seized by Lilith, the mother of demons. There are further points on doing good while you can, like giving charity and Mashiach's coming, where poverty won't exist. It also says that young Torah scholars do not become poor, meaning they are spared indignities of begging. It also expounds on some points about aging, referenced in the book of Ecclesiastes, how your body begins to lose function over time. It also says 3 types of tears are bad, from smoke, crying, and stomach pain, and 3 types of tears are good for your eyes, from medicine, laughter, and good-smelling produce. It further expounds a number of euphemisms in regards to old age, and relates a incident where a sage, Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha, got into an argument with a certain eunuch, and they cleverly insulted each other using euphemism and play on words, which are listed here, which eventually resulted in them insulting each other not using euphemism. There are further points on the decline of the body due to old age. It also expounds on a verse that it's strange that men are so attracted to women, as logically they have menstruation, which is pretty gross, and yet in spite of that, that's the way things are. There are further similar points. It also says that if someone has no mourners, 10 people should mourn for him for 7 days, and this is a story where this happened. Some say the body is aware what's being said around him until the grave is closed, some say until the flesh decomposes. It also discusses what happens to the souls after they pass very briefly. The righteous and intermediate go beneath the heavenly throne. The wicked get flung back and forth across the universe by angels. It also says that this one sage, when his grave was disturbed centuries after his passing, he made a noise at the diggers and then spoke with a different sage. He said he hadn't rotted, as he didn't envy while he was alive. The sage invited the corpse to his house, but he said he couldn't until the resurrection of the dead with God's permission. It also says that the righteous do not have their corpses decay, but they will decay right before the resurrection of the dead, based on a verse. A Sadducee heretic once asked, based on this, how Shaul had asked a necromancer to bring back Shmuel, and it was answered that it was within 12 months and it hadn't yet reached its final resting place. Some say that you can tell if somebody will enter the world to come based on how stirred people get by the eulogy, and there's a related incident. Some say it's based on if you please your teachers with your conduct. There are further points given on this topic. There's an analogy given of a king who prepares a feast and tells his servants to prepare, so the wise servants do, and the foolish ones don't, so the king lets those that prepared eat, and those that hadn't just had to watch, comparable to the righteous and the wicked, by the world to come. There are further points described, and that's the end of chapter 23. Chapter 24, and the final chapter of Tractate Shabbos, begins with a Mishnah saying somebody who is traveling right before Shabbos started, he should give his purse to a non-Jewish person. If there's nobody there, then he should put it on his donkey. And when you get to the outermost courtyard of the city, he can take off any utensils that can normally be carried on Shabbos, and things that can't be carried, he should just untie them and let them fall off on their own. The Gemara says we allow the purse to be given to a non-Jewish person, even though normally you can't ask them to do a labor for you on Shabbos, but this was allowed, as if it wasn't, people would just end up carrying to save their money on Shabbos. Also, this applies only to your own money purse and not to a found object, and it's discussed. It's better to give the purse to the non-Jew than the donkey, because there's a verse specifying not to give it to an animal. Similarly, it also says it's better to give the purse to a deaf, mute, an insane person, or a minor than to give to the donkey, as those are people, unlike the donkey. It's better to give to the insane individual than a deaf, mute, or a minor. There's an argument if you should give it to a deaf, mute, or the minor. If you have none of these as options, you're technically allowed to carry the purse in 4-cubit increments, but this was not a publicized law, as somebody doing this might accidentally end up carrying. There's further discussion, and the point on putting it on a donkey is where it's already walking, so it doesn't do a complete malacha. And if the donkey stops to urinate, you should remove it and put it back on when it resumes walking. Doing this with a person is rabbinically an issue, but it's allowed with an animal. Also, technically, you can just start running and never stop until your house, so you never stop, and then throw your pack off in an unusual manner, like backhanded, so you never actually do a violation. It mentions some points on the punishments for liabilities of leading a forbidden animal. This is discussed onwards for a bit. It also gets into a bit more on unloading an animal of Muktzeh items, like being able to put pillows beneath before dropping them. The breakable glass utensils being referenced are bloodletting pipettes, which are useless on Shabbos. It also discusses animal medicinal spoiled honey, and other points on dropping sacks. It also has some points on trees, saying the sides of trees are forbidden for use on Shabbos, but something else on the side of the tree, the side of the side, is valid for use. For instance, you can't lean a ladder on a palm tree, but you may lean it on stakes coming out of the palm tree, and then you can only stand on the ladder and not on the stakes. New Mishnah. You can untie bundles of straw before an animal and scatter cedar boughs, but not 3 times bound bundles of straw. You cannot shred fodder or carobs before an animal, whether it's a big or it's a small animal. Rabbi Yehuda allows shredding carobs for a small animal. The Gemara gives many definitions of all these straw bundles. According to one sage, you can untie both kinds of straw bundles, but with neither kinds of cedar boughs. Others disagree. The first guy's logic is that you can do something to improve a food, but you cannot make a non-food into food. According to him, we could be discussing fodder that is hard, similar to the carobs, to fit like his opinion. There's argument based on this what the latter part of the Mishnah is talking about when it says a large or small animal, and that goes unresolved. The other opinion is debated, and he holds we're speaking of spoiled straw, which requires crumbling, and the fodder in question is being fed to young donkeys, which also requires crumbling. New Mishnah. No stuffing or force-feeding a camel, but you can put food down its throat. Also, no fattening calves, but you can put food down their throats. You can force-feed chickens and put water in their bran, but don't need the water and bran. No putting water before bees or doves in a dovecot, but you can put water before geese, chickens, and Herodian pigeons. The Gemara defines these different actions of stuffing an animal. Based on similar sources, it argues definition of feeding and force-feeding birds, and an opinion says you cannot feed animals on Shabbos you're not responsible for. There are sources brought. It also says how to feed wild dogs and similar points. It also defines the issue on mixing or kneading bran and water. Some allow kneading toasted grain flour and water in a deviated manner in small amounts at a time. There's further discussion on deviation, like when you put vinegar into this mixture and other such deviations. This is going through a sage's ledger, by the way, and then he gets into a point on people's birth times and how it will affect them as a person. He says, if you're born on a Sunday on which light and dark was created, you'll either be all good or all bad. If you were born on Monday, you'll be angry because that's the day when the waters were divided. Tuesday, wealthy and promiscuous, as that's when plants were created, and plants relate to those concepts. Wednesday, wise and radiant, as that's when the sun and moon and similar were created. Thursday, you will do deeds of kindness, as that's when fish and birds were created. Friday, you'll be an assiduous individual in pursuit of mitzvahs, according to some. If you were born on Shabbos, you will pass on Shabbos, as your birth caused a violation of the Shabbos. Some add that he'll be a great and holy man. Others disagreed with all this, saying it goes according to the celestial sign at the hour of your birth. At the hour of the sun, you will be of lustrous appearance. You'll eat of your own food and drink, but your secrets will be revealed, and if you attempt to steal, you won't succeed. If you were born by the hour of Venus, which is associated with fire, you'll be wealthy and promiscuous. If you were born by Mercury, which is the companion of the sun, you'll be wise and radiant. If you were born by the moon, you'll suffer afflictions. You'll build and raise and build, eat the food and drink of others, but your secrets will be kept, and if you attempt to steal, then you'll succeed. If you are born under Saturn, your plans will come to naught. Others say that plans against you will come to naught. By Jupiter, you'll be a man of righteousness, some say regarding mitzvahs. Some say that if you're born under Mars, you'll be a spiller of blood, be it as a bloodletter, thief, slaughterer, or male. Some say the celestial signs determine your intelligence and wealth and hold sway over you. Others say that they hold no sway over the Jewish people, as they can change their fates. Others agree. There are stories brought to prove this. There's a story about a man who was told about him that a snake would kill him, but he gave his bread to somebody else so that way he wouldn't be embarrassed, and the snake was found to be cut in half. There's a similar and very famous story about the daughter of Rabbi Akiva, who was told by astrologers that on the night of her wedding, a snake would bite and kill her. When the night came, she took off her brooch and stuck the pin in the wall for safekeeping. The next day she was fine, so she removed her pin, and she found that she had speared a snake in her wall through its skull. Rabbi Akiva, her father, asked what she had done to merit this, so she told him that during her wedding feast she had given her plate of food to a poor beggar by the door. Rabbi Akiva taught based on this that charity saves from all death. A similar story about how the celestial signs have no sway over the Jewish people. A sage was told as a child that he would grow up to become a thief, so his mother never allowed him to uncover his head. One day, as he was studying, his cloak fell off his head, and his evil inclination overpowered him, and he ate some dates off a tree with his teeth. New Mishnah. You can cut up gourds before an animal to feed them on Shabbos, or a carcass before dogs. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't allow this if it wasn't a carcass before Shabbos started, as it wasn't prepared for the dog's use. There's a disagreement on who we follow based on what you hold by object preparation by Muktzeh. This is argued on for a bit. New Mishnah, last Mishnah of the chapter and of Tractate Shabbos. You may annul and be released from vows on Shabbos if the vow was to abstain from something necessary on Shabbos. You may temporarily shutter a window and measure a rag or a mikvah in regard to impurity. We learn from an incident involving many of these objects that you can shutter, measure, and temporarily tie on Shabbos. The Gemara explains the point on annulling and being released from vows on Shabbos if the relevancy is to Shabbos. It also gives an analogy of using the shutter and tying an earthenware flask to determine if there was a large enough distance by a barrel to apply certain laws of impurity to it. In regards to measuring, it says that measuring is allowed if it's for a mitzvah. A sage was one time measuring a tub of water that he was in on Shabbos, but that was just because he was busying himself and it wasn't done with any real purpose. And with that, that's the end of chapter 24 and the entirety of Tractate Shabbos. Thank you so much for watching.